this morning. They're twitching. I'd love a duke. I'd like to bowl full. I'd like to get that backspin on the ball. And I'd be encouraging the opposition batsman to drive. So, but that's the intrigue of playing in England, isn't it? Even for the few moments up in Edgbaston where it clouded over, the fast bowlers were back into play, weren't there? What a great achievement by Nathan Lyon. 100 consecutive tests. He's the first bowler to do that. Some great stories, 2013, he's out of the team, he has a chat to Brad Haddon and encourages him to get some feedback from the selectors. And I can tell you as a player, that's a very brave thing to do. You feel like you just take your medicine and you don't get a lot of direction. But I hope that hopefully that's changed now. But to think now that he's on the borderline of 500 test matches, spin struggles here recently, so he'll need to be at his best, because I'd imagine Bharat, Baz Ball, will be targeting Nathan Lyon, but we know he's wily. We know he doesn't need to get a lot of assistance of spin to be an effective spinner over here.
And part of the reason why spin hasn't been as effective here is the track has more life in it. The last couple of years, Lords has been outstanding, and the noise you can hear through your effects mic is the hover cover coming off. And revealed underneath it, Baz, is a surface that looks radically different to Edgbaston.
And radically different to the way it looked yesterday. So a lot of the green we saw, which looked more live green rather than what we see right now. It's definitely not what we saw last week in Birmingham, which is dry, looked like a pitch in Lahore or Mohali. This does look like a Lord's pitch, but you expected a lot of the green to go away on the morning of the test match. But you're right, Flem. Nathan Lyon, even when he did speak to the selectors back then, they said, oh, you can't bowl to right-handers. So what does he do? He just follows Michael Clarke around and he keeps bowling to him, trying to prove a point. And that's been the story of his life, right? He's just, from the time he came through the ranks, I've visited his hometown of Young. He's fought for everything in his life, and to achieve what he has already and what he's going to achieve today, 100 straight tests, it's really the reward for that fight. And if England are going to come after him, and like you said correctly, they will, on a pitch like this is Baz ball conditions. The ball will come on. I don't think it has so much to do with how much it will do. Ball coming on, Baz ball on, but Lyon on as well.
But just as the conditions dictated that Nathan Lyon had to step up significantly day one in Edgbaston, he bowled so many more overs than you would think, and he did a fine job. He didn't get any assistance out of the pitch whatsoever. The Australians, because they've got a full-time all-rounder at 6, are going to be able to bowl more overs in fast-medium bowling. So if the Australians happen to bowl today, Nathan Lyon won't have to do as big a job as what he had to do at Edgbaston or what Moeen Ali had to do for England up there. So that's the beauty. I like Australia's team balance, and Cam Green provides so much of that.
And that they will have, I mentioned in the intro, Mitchell Starc in the side. Bharat, we spoke a lot 4 years ago about Starkey having his smile on. He did have his smile on here at Lords when he was left out of the 11 for that test match, which we spoke about with Jofra Archer and Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne and all the rest of it. Starc wasn't part of that. And I think we've had it confirmed now. He'll play for Boland today.
It's unlikely that a player does a press conference 2 days out from the test and he doesn't play. And you're right. I mean, Mitchell Starc, even when he was asked about whether he's going to play or not, he said, well, I hope to play. If not, the lunches at Lords are brilliant, so I don't mind coming.
No, you have a good feed.
Yeah, exactly.
Mike Gadding he gives a good reference.
He does, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I wonder why. So, you can see the bowlers marking their run-up. Pat Cummins is doing that right now. But, Mitchell Starc will be in as well.
Yeah, and Mitchell Starc's really intriguing for the Australians, because we talked about that maybe he's the un-Baz ball bowler, the one that England doesn't want to play, because he's hard to line up because he's very inconsistent with his line and length. He is a bowler that can get frustrated with the way he's landing. He'll scuff it up, and things need to be perfect. Oh, not perfect, but in a good nick for him to feel comfortable, let the ball go. I tell you what, I only played a few one-day games here. The slope is not inconsiderate. Like you feel like you're running in on an angle. And if the ball's moving, that puts in another variable about your line, and if you happen to be bowling in bowling conditions, good bowling conditions, there is that pressure. You've got to get wickets. So it's interesting. I know Scott Boland, he'd be perfect in these conditions. He'd just bang a length and get assistance. But Mitchell Starc, there's the positives are actually higher than a Scott Boland in these conditions. But if things don't go that well, we know he can get a bit frustrated and struggle with that line and length.
I think Stark's best test match in England was at Lords in 2015. Like, he really did use the slope to his advantage. He brought the slips into play straight away. So that might have weighed into their thinking. We haven't had that confirmed from the Aussie camp yet, but I think Pete Lawler, our colleague on SEN Test Cricket, has tweeted that Stark will play. So waiting ahead for that. For England, Josh Tongue is been named in the 11, so they're going with 4 quicks. No spinner. Moeen Ali and his spinning finger didn't come up, despite what we heard from the England camp a couple of days ago. Not quite right for this test match. Tongue played here against Ireland a couple of weeks ago and bowled with some serious pace. It seems like a shrewd selection, especially with Mark Wood not being quite fit enough at this stage.
And I saw him for the first time 4 years ago when Australia played Worcester. He was much younger then, and he was impressive even back then, but he's added a few yards of pace, and he hits that hard lens, doesn't he? He's slightly quicker. He's not Mark Wood. He's not going to really go after someone like Travis Head, but he is quicker than the other English fast bowlers. So there is some variety now. You look at that English attack, Fleming, and you think, that we saw it in Edgbaston with no help. If there is no help, there is a sameness to it, but at least with Tongue, they have something else. And on Cam Green, I think this might be the first ever Ashes in England in a long, long time, but Australia have the better all-rounder. You look back the last 20 years, it's always been England, whether it's Stokes when he was at his peak, Flintoff, Botham, but Australia with Cam Green, they just look so much more balanced, like Flem said, and a more potent attack than England, even if Tongue has come in.
Interesting point you made before, this about being quintessential baseball conditions. I think it gets misunderstood a bit sometimes. It's not about going out and smashing it like a T20. It's about accumulating like a one-dayer, and we saw that on day one at Edgbaston last week, but especially in challenging conditions. The whole methodology is, if you hear from Stokes and McCullum, in tough conditions, they want bowlers to bowl bad balls at them, and if you bowl good balls on a surface like this and you let a bowler get into a rhythm, you're going to be in strife.
No, I mean, in theory, baseball, if you can hit the bowler, create doubt when they're running in, that's what I think baseball's about. And even in good bowling conditions where it's swinging and seaming, if you're leaking runs and there's an expectation you should be getting wickets, it can create a lot of self-doubt with ball in hand. So that's why I'm intrigued. If they bat first, I just want to see how they go about it, because Ben Duckett, for me, big question marks. Huge. You know, I was underwhelmed by his batting. His dismissals were like a 50-over game. 25 overs in, he's running it to third man, but there's 3 slips in place. You know, that was unbelievable. We know Crawley's hit and miss. But he's someone that could get 100 in a session. That's the best. Pope's in really good form. Root is probably in career best form and one of the greats of English cricket. And then Brook goes hard. It's an interesting series for Stokes with his batting. I think when he first took it over, he was playing it like a T20. He just slogged. And then he was quite slow at Edgbaston. So I can't get a bit of a read on Stokes' batting at the moment. And Bairstow's baseball, isn't he? But they've got a long tail now. Robinson will bat 8, I'm assuming. So I think the Australians will go the other way and go, geez, and they've got the mop. They've got Mitchell Stark bowling. They'll feel like they can knock over the English tail very quickly, and Australia's batting's actually lengthened with Mitchell Stark playing.
And so much of what they do is to try and create chaos, to do what the other side don't want them to do. Well, we kind of know there is a blueprint for the England side under Stokes and McCullum. It's bowling first. They want to chase. And that's where baseball actually started here at Lords against New Zealand, chasing 270-odd last year, and of course that was one of 4 consecutive successful fourth innings chases. But I'd be pretty surprised if they elected to bat first with that in mind.
I just think also baseball will work on the flatter pitches, and we know in England if it's swinging, seaming day 1, but you get some bright weather, it's going to be the wicket's going to be pretty good for batting on day 4 and day 5. So that makes sense to me. For the Australians, it's one of those ones. I'd be happy if you lost the toss and bowled first. But the way you're saying that they're more like England are more likely to bowl, it's more the question about Australia.
Let's take our first break on our coverage today. Our pre-game is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drinkwise. We are 18 minutes away from all being revealed at the toss. Between times, you'll hear from Daniel Norcross and Jeremy Coney. I'll have a chat with you in a couple of minutes.
Yes, it's SEN Test Cricket, and it's the first day of the second Test match at London's second oldest Test ground. It's nice that a city like London can have a second ground as moderately fancy as Lord's. It is, of course, home to a county that doesn't exist, Middlesex. And I'm delighted to say that alongside me are two people who very much do exist. In Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand captain, and Phil Long, as we're just going to cogitate and run the rule over a couple of little oddities that may have cropped up over the last week since the last Test match. Crucially, England have gone in for tongue. They feel that tongue can get head.
Bit of awful.
Yeah, that is the main purpose, it seems, of tongue.
He'll lick them.
He will.
Yes.
And it's a lot of it seems to me, Jeremy, has to do with how they struggled against that tail at Edgbaston. And they felt that they needed an enforcer, a big bruising fast bowler. But he's only played one Test match. That was against Ireland. Are England just like running on vibes here?
Hello, Daniel.
Hello.
And hello, everybody back in New Zealand and Australia. Lovely to be with you. Well, I would have thought that Wood would have been their first. Mark Wood would have been their first choice. We discover that he has not yet recovered from an elbow. It's causing him grief. It's been some time since he bowled his last 3 overs in an IPL match, but he hasn't recovered suitably. He was there at Edgbaston, but they have just given him another week. Now, whether that means he's very close to being available for the 3rd Test match in this series or not, who knows? But he's not available, so then they desperately wanted, obviously, some more pace. And so they didn't feel perhaps, and I'm thinking to those last 2.5 hours at Edgbaston, where the short ball tactic was used quite a great deal, that they just didn't sense they had enough pace. And so they've gone to the young man Josh Tongue, as you say, unproven, has played here once at Lord's, got 5 wickets in the second innings. They like him.
They asked him to bowl bumpers at that Ireland side, which may not tactically have been necessary at the time, but it was clearly a kind of if we don't have Wood, can someone else do that? Phil?
Yeah, 5 for 66 on Test debut here at Ireland. Only 11 second division wickets this season for Josh Tongue, but one of them possibly propelled him into the side. He got Steve Smith in one of those games, and I think that brought him to the sort of attention. He had played for England, he's not come bolt out of the blue, but I think that one wicket has probably meant him seeing.
He hasn't avoided injuries, has he? If you look, there's been a problem with the shoulder, there's been a stress fracture on the back, there's been a problem with an ankle, I think on the landing foot, on the left foot for him. So I hope he's all over, and good luck to the young man. It won't be easy for him, but apparently he's got quite a, he's only 25, but he's got a good head on his shoulders. They like him. Okay.
Phil, I'm going to set you a task which you may already have looked into, but if not, it might take you a little while. When was the last time somebody played their first 2 Test matches at Lord's?
Oh, that's a good one.
It's a good one, that, isn't it? We kicked you off really well there. Now, another thing the England team has done is that they've managed to channel psychobabble in the most extraordinary way. This week, it was revealed that Zach Crawley has been talking a lot about a Chinese proverb of the farmer who loses a horse. And they say, well, that's bad luck. And he says, well, we'll have to wait and see. And then the horse comes back with 10 other horses. And so you think, oh, well, that's good luck. And you say, well, that's good luck. And he says, you'll have to wait and see. And then he gets on the horse, his son gets on the horse, he falls off a horse and breaks his leg. He goes, oh, that's bad luck. He says, you'll have to wait and see. And then the army come round to recruit people for the army, but his son gets off scot-free because he's got a broken leg. This is psychobabble of the highest order from England, isn't it? They really are trying to make anything that's not good for them sound absolutely brilliant. And it was in reference to Josh Tongue. It was, oh, we don't have Wood, we've got Tongue. And Crawley said, there's bad luck for Wood. He said, we'll have to wait and see, like the Chinese farmer. How close to drivel is this?
Very close. I think they've gone past it. They've gone past it completely, especially drivel and tongue go together so well. So there you go.
Now another man, well, Tongue is it, we should say. So the other man I want to talk about is, of course, Moeen Ali. Now, it strikes me that England have been quite sensible here. At Lord's, it's far from a spinner's paradise. The forecast, which isn't always reliable, but is for helpful overhead conditions for seam and swing bowling. And England's next game against Australia is next week, back-to-back test matches at Headingley, where last year Jack Leach took 10 wickets. Graham Swan has prospered there as well. So is this actually precautionary? That we've been told he's fit, but can you really recover from what was clearly a distressing injury for him during the last test?
We'll have to wait and see. No, look, I think we both saw how raw that finger was, and to try and come back, it amazed me actually that England used him in the same style they used Jack Leach, which is to bowl him a great deal of overs, you know, one after the other and with no rest whatsoever. And so from a man coming back after 2 years absence to use the Duke's ball, which is much more prominent seam, and the way that Moeen Ali bowls is a lot more work on the ball than Jack Leach, and so it was really kind of, it was, I wouldn't say inevitable, but there was a chance that this would happen.
29 overs in one day.
Exactly.
Which is absolutely preposterous.
Yeah, I wonder whether that was sensible. Now that he's got this problem, it will take some time. It'll clear up after a week, but it needs that hardness on top of the skin.
You're listening to SEN Test Cricket. Our pre-game is for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. We'll take a short break. When we come back, it'll almost be time for the toss with Adam Collins.
SEN Test Cricket live from Lords. Our pre-game is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're having a drink to Drinkwise, Adam Collins with you, the editor of Wisdom Cricket Monthly. Phil Walker with me for the first time in the series. Pete Lalor from the Australian jumping in as well. Pete, you've got your binoculars out looking at the captains walking out for the toss. We know Mitch Stark's playing. Your thoughts on that strategic change from the Australians?
Yeah, a little surprised by that one. I was thinking they'd be conservative, that if it wasn't broke, they wouldn't fix it. Having said that, I'm not unhappy that they've made this change. Mitchell Starc has a good record at Lords. He didn't play here last time, but 2019 World Cup, I know it's a different game, but he had 2 very good outings against New Zealand and Australia. He bowled here in 2015 with Mitchell Johnson.
Yeah.
I think he likes the slope. So he's marking out his run up now. So that's pretty much confirmation that he's playing, although we did see Mitchell Marsh do the same thing last week.
I can see Scotty Boland, for what it's worth, got the tape measure out as well.
Yeah, he's holding it for Mitch Starc.
Right, he's holding it for Starc.
Yeah.
Okay. I made a fool of myself last week, Phil, when I said, one thing I know about this England team, win the toss and bowl, or as Stokes says, I'll chase, please. Now, I'm going to say it again. Surely today, given the track a bit greener, not the road that Edgbaston was, this being a ground where they've chased successfully before, they'll do the, if they win the toss, we'll chase.
Well, Ben Stokes makes fools of us all, and you can't preempt him, you can't second guess him, and that's part of his power, right, over English cricket. He's preeminent in this place these days. Nonetheless, we'll throw in our cards, right? We will finish in this gig if it comes out here under heavy leaden skies, overcast, bit of green on the track. If he wins the toss and bats, then you can have my card, right? I'm done. So it's a bowl first morning without a doubt, and as you say, this is the Stokesian style. The big question though is what Australia do if they win the toss. Then it's convention for Australia to win the toss and have a bat, come what may. Look up, look down, doesn't matter, get runs on the board first dig and see where you go from there. That is the more interesting question. I'm absolutely sure that Stokes will bowl first here. He's picked a team to bowl first as well. And with a possible bit of rain around here, day 2, day 3, I think the overheads are going to help the seam attacks on both sides. It's going to just be an absolute humdinger, this one. Yeah, at last I should say we get some cricket going after all the hot air between test matches, and we've seen plenty of that from both sides. We're not far away from the toss. I reckon in about 10 seconds time we're going to hear from Michael Atherton, who's got Patrick Cummins and Ben Stokes with him out in the middle at the pavilion end at Lords. Let's see if we can grab it here. Stand by as we welcome audiences from around Australia. The toss in the middle. We'll try and take it off our FX mic. I'm going to
Second plan B, we'll take it off TV. Bear with me, guys. We're just going to fade the effects down, and hopefully by the time, because we couldn't quite hear what Ben Stokes is doing. Ben Stokes has won the toss, I can tell you that much. I've got no idea what he's done, Phil, but the crowd did go up and applaud as he went to walk over to Michael Atherton, who's hosting the toss for television. So just waiting to get that through from Channel 9, and we'll patch it through. So England have won the toss. I have no idea what they're doing. Such is the nature of live broadcasting. We'll have... they've won the toss and having a bowl. It's come up on the TV graphic here. So Ben Stokes, as expected, are going to take advantage of the favourable conditions, Phil.
Yeah, indeed. Look, they picked 4 seamers plus Stokes with his troublesome knee. We don't know how much we're going to get out of him with the ball, but it makes absolute sense. This is what they do at Lord's every time. And this track here, it's a hard one to read. I was talking to Robinson about this a few days ago, and it's a hard track to read. Sometimes it looks like it's green and it's going to be a dirty green mamba of a track, and it's going to swing and seam, and it plays out quite nicely.
Sorry, Phil, just going to jump in here. Here's the toss. We're turning it around from television now.
It's ahead. England have won it. What are you going to do, dare I ask?
Yeah, we're going to have a ball, mate.
Is that overheads, pitch, or a combination of both?
Yeah, I think the overheads have obviously played a massive part in this. And obviously the wicket looks like it's got some grass on it, so hopefully we can exploit that this morning.
You named your team yesterday. Just talk about 1 or 2 of the selections. Josh Tong, who comes in for his second test match. I suppose he's, in the absence of Mark Wood, who's not fit, he's won the place over Chris Wokes, who has a good record here. Just explain that.
Yeah, you know, obviously it was disappointing with news for Woody, but, you know, we brought Tungy into the squad as a like-for-like replacement. We felt having the 4 seamers that we wanted a point of difference, and Tungy definitely offers us that.
No spinner, specialist spinner for you for the first time as captain. Are you happy that Joe Root has what it takes to do that role?
Yeah, I think he performed really well last week when he got the responsibility with the ball. It's something I've tried to give him more of in my captaincy, and you know, I think he's really enjoying the challenge of coming on and changing the game with the ball. You know, he does it so many times just with the bat, so yeah, he's turning into the genuine all-rounder that in the team.
A very tight game at Edgbaston, almost getting over the line. What are the areas that you're looking to improve from that? Not so much the philosophy of the approach, but the nuts and bolts of catches and missed chances, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think when you look back on the game that last 5 days, you can name a numerous amount of things that potentially could have swung the game our way. But you know, I know as professional cricketers, we knew that we could have been a little bit tidier in those small departments. But you know, when it came down to the crunch moment of a test match, which was that last hour and a half, Australia were just better than us last week. So look, I was really happy with how we performed and how much energy the lads put into it. So hopefully we can have the same kind of thing this week.
Good luck, go well. Pat, dare I ask what you would have liked to have done?
Yeah, we would have had a bowl as well.
You've made one change to your team, I think. Mitchell Stark is in for Scott Boland. Just explain that change, because it looks like a seamer's paradise at the moment.
It does with the clouds overhead. Yeah, just a bit of different variety. We're really happy with how Scotty's been going, but unfortunately he's the one to miss out this week, and excited to have someone of Starky's class back in.
A chance for your batters this morning. 1 or 2 missed out at Edgbaston. Is that an area you want to see improvement of this week?
Yeah, of course. There was a couple of areas that I think we could tidy up from last week. Yeah, they're world-class players, so it's rare they miss out. So I know how hard they've been out the back here working all week.
Your team has an outstanding record historically at this ground. Is that something you've touched on at all, or has any relevance?
Yeah, we're selective with our history. That's not a bad bit of history, but you know, not really. I mean, it's a fresh start. It's a new team, so we'll see how we go. But we love playing here, the atmosphere, the crowd turning up this morning, seeing all the tyres. It's nice.
And that's the point, really. You get one chance every 4 years. England play here every year. So is there a feeling that just the specialness of the occasion kind of lifts your players?
Yeah, for sure. It might be the last time a few of these guys play. It's the first time a few of the guys have played. But every Ashes test here at Lord's is special.
Final question, a word on Nathan Lyon. 100 consecutive tests for a bowler. You'd appreciate that.
Fantastic effort, incredible. Not only in terms of fitness and form, but you know, getting picked in all conditions around the world for 100 test matches, phenomenal. So he's a special player, and I'm very lucky to have him as a captain.
Enjoy the 5 days.
Thank you.
So England.
So the news from the toss, England have won it. They're fielding first. Pat Cummins said he would have as well. Pete Lalor, I like that little bit with Athers there about selective history at a place like Lord's, where teams get up for it once every 4 years, which might inform where Australia do so well here.
Actually, Stark used that line at the High Commission too. Yes, it's Stark. His name's Cummins, isn't it? Come on, Peter. That's a fascinating toss. I think as Cummins said, you just want to bowl on a morning like this. It's going to be real hard work for the Australian batters. Saw David Warner. He's on the verge of a breakthrough. He looks good at the crease, but he hasn't got the runs yet. He never looked like scoring a run in 2019, and probably for a couple of the years in between. But he regrooved himself. In fact, I was talking to Maxie last night, Glenn Maxwell, Jim Maxwell, and he was saying he's never looked better in his opinion. But this is going to be a tough ground to start on, tough conditions to start on. Green underfoot, grey overhead, it's steamy. This ball, if these Dukes are ever going to do something, it will be this morning. They've looked a bit dull since we've got here. We've seen 2 tests with the Dukes balls, and they're not the same variety that they were using in 2019, so we'll wait and see.
Quickly go through the teams. David Warner, Usman Khawaja, Marnus Labuschagne, Stephen Smith, the vice-captain, Travis Head, Cameron Green, wicketkeeper Carey at 7, then Stark, Cummins, the captain, Nathan Lyon, his 100th test match on the trot, staggering scenes for him. Josh Hazlewood at 11, Scotty Boland missing out for England, Crawley and Duckett to open, Pope at 3, Root at 4, Brooke, Stokes the captain at 6, and the keeper Bairstow at 7, then Broad, Robinson, Josh Tongue at 10, James Anderson at 11. Quickly, Phil, Josh Tongue, we saw what he could do against Ireland here a few weeks ago. Extra pace, can bowl a short ball, and Stokes loves him.
Exactly. Point of difference, as Stokes said at the toss. This is why they've gone with him. They feel that Mark Wood's still a week away or so, and they're looking for Wood at Old Trafford and the Oval. Here, Josh Tongue has got his go. Crucial that he got that game under his belt, albeit against Ireland. It'll be fascinating to see how he goes, because he's never experienced anything quite like this.
Pete, just quickly before the break.
Just quickly, watching Mitchell Stark warm up, they're hooping. The ball is hooping.
All ahead of us here. England get first opportunity on a surface that should suit. Our pre-game is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking 2 Drinkwise, on the other side of the break, we'll have Daniel Norcross back again. We're not far away from the first ball, 23 minutes away. England have won the toss and they're fielding first.
From a cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. Live from England, the Ashes on SEN Cricket.
Indeed, SEN Test Cricket, the second Ashes Test from Lords. It's day 1 and our pre-game is for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. And I'm delighted to say that we mostly managed that last night at Adam Collins' wedding. And alongside me, Daniel Norcross, is Bharat Sundaresan and Phil Long. I've got some reviving lemony water thanks to Link, our producer, without whom we would be struggling a little. Will Australia be struggling? They've lost the toss under slate grey skies. There is a form of rain in the air that in England we have over 65 words for rain. Cats and dogs is the worst, obviously. Thunder and lightning. You can have spits and spots. You can have drizzle. You can have mizzle. Mizzle is slightly less rich than drizzle. I would call this izzle. This is one step down from mizzle. We should be able to start on time, is my feeling, Bharat. And if we do, these are the conditions, are they not, that Anderson and Broad dream of?
Izzle Westbury. I think it's also will be the perfect setting for Broad. Warner. We saw, we can say that we saw the first battle over in Birmingham, but that was such a subcontinental pitch. It didn't quite feel like, even though Broad did get David Warner out in the first innings, it took a bad shot from David Warner for that to happen. He didn't beat the bat as much as you would expect him to. And speaking of David Warner, he's one of those batters, Daniel, doesn't often like to bat the day before the test, but he did. I think, you would have seen the pitch, the conditions. He got that extra net in last evening. And these are the conditions he would have been sort of preparing for. And England, I think they're lucky to win the toss. Damien Fleming and I were
it's 50-50.
looking at each other. We wanted to see England bat in these conditions.
Lucky England.
I think that might be
starting already.
Might be slightly pushing it. Yeah. Someone's got to win the toss. But what strikes me, and this is one of the wonderful things you get in England in a 5-test series as well, and you used to get it in Australia, but slightly less so now, is that the conditions will be so different from place to place. And you've alluded to it there. at Edgbaston. It was a subcontinental style pitch, and the people that prospered, I mean, look at Pat Cummins, batted really well there, having come off a bad run of form. Usman Khawaja, he's in great form but has a bad time in England. They prospered there, and actually the guys who prospered in England didn't. Smith, Labuschagne. Tables could be turned here, couldn't they? And it is a big ask for Usman Khawaja because he's come off a fantastic test match, but these are the kind of conditions that have troubled him in the past.
Yeah, and you'd expect England to go over the wicket. They didn't bowl enough over the wicket to him. I felt Jimmy Anderson in particular, who did struggle on the pitch. And Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith, they are hungry, they're greedy for runs, and you can see, I could see it in their eyes at training. At Lords, you can get up and close. I did a bit of coaching as well, you would have noticed, with Marnus Labuschagne. We'll talk about it when he comes out to bat. And the one thing is, yes, the conditions are in favour of Jimmy Anderson who's to abroad. But Lords is a very quick scoring ground. Don't forget with the outfield. And if you can get your eye in, you can score quickly. And the Clouds are not expected to hang around throughout the day, so it will get okay for batting later on. So it's a question of hopefully walking out to bat. We still see the whole craft, the covers covering the middle of the ground at the moment, but hopefully, you know, if you are an Australian opener, you think maybe the Clouds clear a little bit by the time it's time.
Yeah, well, the hover cover is still on. They haven't taken the side covers out, and the anthems are due in about 4 or 5 minutes. Be interested to see if they're sticking to this. The umpires came out and had a little chat. Phil, did you read any runes?
Oh, well, the umpires only had a little chat, didn't they? A quick word with the groundsman, and as they spoke, on came the floodlights. So it's grey sky, floodlights, covers on. This is England.
This is England. We're going to take a break. When we come back, it'll be time for the anthems, and then we will find out what this is England actually means, or is it more drivel as psychobabble?
SEN Test Cricket for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. We're not far away from the anthems, because the good news, Bharat, is that the hover cover has left us, for now at least. It's sitting at the nursery end of the ground where it lives, where it sleeps at night, and hopefully it'll be off the field soon.
It hasn't left us completely. It's still around, and I love how comfortable those guys look, the ground members of the ground staff, just the way they sit on the hovercraft. Like,
they're the best in the business here. I know the chief curator here pretty well, Carl McDermott,
right.
And I know we spoke a lot on the coverage last week about the extent to which pitches get tailor-made in England by the ECB, or rather by team management. Carl McDermott's not having his pitch dictated by anybody. He's doing what he wants to do. He likes lively surfaces. He was the curator at Hampshire when they first had Test cricket at the Rose Bowl. He was responsible for the pitches out in Ireland for a long time before that. He's a stubborn character in the best possible way, and I assure you that the 22 yards in the middle this week will be exactly what he wants.
You can already see that. And I walked past the pitch a couple of times just doing interviews for SEN Test cricket in the last couple of days, and you can see it is a very Lords-like pitch. We've seen these kind of pitches before at Lords, and honestly, the colour of the pitch often doesn't have much to do with how the ball is going to behave, what kind of cricket we're going to see. Especially at Lords, with the weather conditions, I think they will dictate terms a lot more than the pitch. I think it will be a pitch where the ball will come on. I think we will see a lot of runs being scored as well, and runs scored quickly, and which is what baseball cricket is all about, and which is what Australia will have to contend with. They've been held up in the long room, have they?
Well, it's a really nice moment for Pat Cummins, isn't it? Being held in the long room, all of the MCC with the egg and bacon ties around them. You can see Clancy Cinnamon from Cricket Australia running out with his camera to capture all the footage for the Amazon documentary, I'm sure. But the teams are just being held there in that long room. Pat Cummins leading Australia here for the first time. Our replay screen is for tyre power, clean, bold savings.
It was a sweet moment yesterday in the press conference when he was asked about playing at Lords. He said, I came here as a 13-year-old boy in 2007 with my family. My parents brought me here, and he has great memories of just being here and what it means. He's since played a test match 4 years ago. To get to lead his country, to put on that baggy green and lead the Australians out.
That's quite the image, isn't it? So Stokes has walked down about a minute after Cummins, and he's been given a rousing ovation by the members, pulling up alongside Cummins like two football teams in the tunnel. You don't see that too often, but they've now gone down the famous old steps and through the gates, pavilion end at Lords, and preparing for the national anthems. And our first ball, which all things being equal, will be on time in 6.5 minutes from now. Great response from the crowd here. Sold out, of course. The scalpers at the front were doing a roaring trade this morning, I saw, as they always do here in the UK. And now preparing to take their spots in front of the pavilion. Not a seat available in the house. Our first session will be for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drinkwise, and our coverage is for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. A 5-minute bell being rung today as well. Trying to get a look in my binoculars. Who's got it? Kevin Peterson. Oh, wow. He's got the responsibility of ringing the bell today to reflect 5 minutes until the first ball. Of course, made his test debut here at Lord's Bharat back in 2005. We should be so lucky to have a first day like we had here in 2005. 17 wickets, more than 300 runs. Glenn McGrath's 500th test wicket, first ball after tea. I was here as a 20-year-old, sitting beneath us where we are right now in the Compton stand, where the Compton used to sit before it was reconfigured. And yes, it's my favourite day of test cricket ever, and that was KP's emergence.
Nathan Lyon will not get a chance to get to his 500, you would think, today. Who knows? If you were Australia, you don't want Nathan Lyon to get his 500 test.
So Longy, we've had a series of batters play 100 on the trot, but never a bowler.
Yeah, that's right. With Nathan Lyon today will become the 6th player to make 100 consecutive appearances. Top of that list, Alistair Cook, 159 games in a row for England. It's incredible. Second, Alan Border, 153. Mark Warren, 107. Sunil Gavaskar, 106. And the current England coach, Brendan McCullum, 101.
So we've got the Australian team just linking arms. I'm going to fade down our effects mic so we don't pick it up twice, and we'll grab it off television in just a moment from now. So a special moment, and it was discussed in the pre-game as well, that Australia have a fabulous record here at this Grand Isle Ground. They lost here in 2013 and lost in 2009 as well. But before that, the most recent loss, you have to go to the interwar period, the Verity match of 1934. And here we actually have got the anthems. Bear with me. Here we go. Huge response around Lords when the national anthems were sung by the two sides, and we're very, very close to the first ball now as Damien Fleming jumps in as well. In all probability, it'll be the old firm of Anderson and Broad, who have played so many test matches here together. Stuart Broad turned 37 between the test matches at Edgbaston and Lords, Flemo, and he will be surely the man turned to first by Ben Stokes, with David Warner down the other end.
Yep. The veterans ready to go. They're going to enjoy this so much more, like you said, isn't it? Particularly Jimmy Anderson. You know, he found it tough. He doesn't have the extra pace these days. And even up at Edgbaston with that pitch, they might beat them in the air, but the pitch was that slow you could actually change your shot. I don't think it'll be at its quickest in the first session here at Lords, but it's still going to zip through a lot further and a lot quicker than it did in the first test match. A big indicator of that is where Bairstow stands, and I think he's going to be standing back a fair bit to both these bowlers. And I thought Stuart Broad was outstanding for the whole Test match. And he'd actually upskilled. It was the away swinging deliveries or seaming deliveries to the Australians left-handers 4 years ago that created trouble. And Smith and Labuschagne made a lot of runs. So he worked on his old outswinger to the right-hander, and he dismissed Smith and Marnus Labuschagne. So big test for the Australians. The matchup of Warner versus Broad's always very exciting, and Usman, whose 2 innings in the first test were absolutely sublime.
So it's going to be James Anderson getting the first opportunity from the pavilion end. He's got a phenomenal record at Lords. He's taken 117 Test wickets here at 24. The first all the way back in May 2003, where Anderson made his Test debut against Zimbabwe and took a 5 for it the first time of asking. He's played 3 Ashes Test matches against Australia here at Lords. Took a 4 for in 2019. His best figures at this ground against the old enemy. As for Stuart Broad, the second most wickets ever at the venue, 108 at Lords at 27. And he's played against Australia here in 2009, in 2013, 2015 and 2019. As for David...
What's Broadie's best figures here against the Aussies? He's taken hauls everywhere else.
Neither of them really dominated against Australia. Yeah. Where Australia have enjoyed quite a bit of success over the years, most recently in 2015. Just waiting for play to be called.
Interesting, here. Jimmy over the wicket to the left-handers. Yes. I felt he virtually bowled 90% of his overs around the wicket to the lefties, and it just takes away the LBW option. So this is good from Jimmy, I reckon.
So we celebrated the England and Australian national anthems thanks to Tobin Brothers Funeral, celebrating lives. And it's going to be David Warner, who slowly gets ready to take guard and do his thing. Ashan Raza, the umpire, at the pavilion end, calls play. Lord's Test match, the second of a blockbuster series. Anderson, 4 slips, bowls to Warner, first ball in behind it. Nice and low as well, Bharat.
Yeah, it's something new for David Warner. He's become so used to having right-arm seamers come around the wicket to him straight up. You could see he had to open up his stance a little. And even when you see him in practice, he rarely practices against anyone bowling over the wicket. Nobody does these days. Like he kept saying, Flem, in Birmingham, Jimmy Anderson was so unhappy with the surface that he maybe felt bowling around the wicket and maybe bowling cutters was his best way out. But here in these conditions, he's gone back to what works for him.
Root, Crawley, Brook and Pope in the cordon. Anderson in, bowls to Warner over the wicket, plays and misses. That's a waft. And Warner responds by thrashing his hands, air batting, after playing a genuine get-out shot. The England cordon up and about already as we welcome audiences joining us for the first time from Western Australia. Adam Collins with you on the call. Damien Fleming, Bharat Sundaresan with me. England winning the toss, electing to bowl. 1 change for England. Josh Tongue in for Moeen Ali, and 1 change for Australia. Mitchell Starc in for Scott Boland. Flem.
Jesus, solid as he played that first delivery. The second one was it was a Ben Duckett shot, wasn't it? Just that wafting outside off stump. That was a legitimate away swinger from Anderson, so he's moving mid-wicket over to mid-on and mid-off, sorry. Mid-off's coming into that position that frustrated a short point Dave Warner in the first innings of the first test.
So Anderson, with the sweatbands on as always, arrives and bowls to Warner, who defends like the first delivery. Well behind it, out to Stokes at, let's call it a catching cover point. Warner's 4th test match at this ground, an average of 23. I'd go a bit further, Flem. I reckon if he nicks that, that's almost career-ending for Warner. I mean, that's the sort of shot they will replay over and over again, second ball of a test. He's a lucky boy.
Well, I think the extra bounce saved him. It actually bounced over his bat. We know that it was very low bounce at Edgbaston, but already on day 1 here, Jimmy Anderson getting it and Bairstow taking it around hip height. Now, he's bowled 3 away swingers. You know, does he build it up over a couple of overs till he bowls the one that swings back in?
Anderson approaches and bowls, and Warner drives through the covers. That's much, much better. Down the slope towards the tavern stand it goes. Australia's first runs come by a David Warner boundary. 4 without loss.
Well, you're not chasing that one down. That's a half volley. And Dave Warner in good position like he was for the first ball, and he didn't try and overhit this. But half volleys, you can hit through the ball, you're blunting the swing, providing a full face. That's got to give Dave Warner a lot of confidence.
And the other thing, Flem, is that Anderson won't mind that either because he's bowled a lot fuller since Stokes took over. They want him getting players like Warner driving.
Yep, certainly. First session, you've got to bowl up. You've got to force drives with hard hands on the up.
So they've got that man at catching cover point about 15 metres from the bat. Anderson in, 5th ball of the test match. Warner driving, but straight of Stokes now to extra cover. No single.
The only thing I don't like about those last 2 shots, it's he's losing his shape, isn't he? Like he's actually collapsing down onto one leg, whereas I think he can actually stand up straight and still be able to hit through the ball. You're just adding in another component, aren't you, when you're actually collapsing as you're hitting the ball? Let's be stable. Stand up tall, Dave.
Last ball from Anderson here. Delivers over the wicket, close to the stumps. Warner hit on the pad, but from outside the line of the leg stump. So no appeal from the bowler, only Bairstow behind the wicket. Australia 0 for 4 after the first over. That's on the Beaumont Tails scoreboard. Beaumont Tails, huge sale on now. Our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas there. Damien, Fleming and Bharat Sundaresan. And in a moment, we're going to see Stuart Broad against Usman Khawaja.
Yeah, and Stuart Broad had that spring in his stride as he was marking up his run-up just before Jimmy Anderson started bowling from the other end. And yeah, you're right, David Warner got out, reaching out to one on that slow pitch. We tried to force the ball, but here he's got the half volley early, which he didn't get in the first innings in Birmingham. But just a question to you, Flem. When conditions are so much in favor of you as a swing bowler, what do you have to do right and what can you do wrong by getting desperate?
Well, you want to keep things very simple. It's just bowling full, as I said, and forcing him to drive on the up, not half volley length, but as full as you can. That's not a half volley. And the problem is there's pressure. When you win the toss and bowl first, there's an expectation you're doing that. All right.
Well, here we are. We've got protesters on the field. As we anticipated, they're on the pitch throwing the orange powder of the Just Stop Oil campaign. And this was expected. So 2 of them, one's been crash tackled, the other's been carried off, and they've dispensed the orange powder, which has been a feature of the Just Stop Oil campaign here in the UK. Phil Long?
David Warner and Ben Stokes stopped one of the protesters from getting to the...
Oh, hang on. One of them carrying them off. That was Johnny Bairstow has carried the protester off the field. He's receiving a round of applause from the grandstand. I spoke with the MCC before the test match, Flem, and this was expected. They knew there'd be protests this week, as there was at the Crucible during the Snooker World Championships and the Rugby Union Premiership final here as well. They've actually prepared a second wicket on this block just in case they dig up the pitch. So this is...
The only thing I would have suggested is it's not the fittest looking fitness staff that I've seen. Not the biggest. I'm expecting 400-metre type builds, as we've just seen footage of Bairstow.
He's carried him the whole way off.
Who I'd be worried if I was that protester, because Johnny dropped a lot of catches in the first test.
And Johnny's ran straight off the field as well. So a bit going on here. So the ground staff are out in the middle now, Carl McDermott and his team, to clean up the red powder, or the orange powder, I should say. So there will be a delay. Johnny Bairstow's gone off the field. Stuart Broad having a chat to David Warner. He's taken his kit off and walked over to the side of the pitch. Looks like they're going to blow it away or suck it up.
Yeah, I think they're going to suck it up.
Suck it up. So Carl McDermott in shot here with his team. On our screen here for tyre power, clean, bold savings. And yeah, just to manage expectations, this will happen throughout the course of this series. For those who haven't been following the civil disobedience campaign of Just Stop Oil, this is going to be, and we knew, Flem, that before the World Test Championship final, they were surprised that the Oval didn't have protesters there through that 5-day test match. There was nothing at Birmingham, but it was always going to happen at Lord's, and I expect it won't be the last time that play's interrupted through the course of the summer.
And just looking through my binoculars, very young kids as well, the 2 who ran off. Now the cops have got one of them, the one that Johnny Bairstow carried off. And you're right, I mean, it was expected at the Oval.
Yeah.
They prepared 2 pitches for the World Test Championship final. I remember speaking to the security head of the Australian cricket team. He even asked some of us, the journalists, to keep an eye out for suspicious activity around the ground as we walk in every day.
I expect there'll be some response to that. 0433 98 11 16 if you're texting in from Australia. 8833 in New Zealand. Good text straight in here. Bairstow's dropped a lot so far in the series, but he hung on to that one.
Is that just repeating what I just said?
There was a shot of David Warner. I wouldn't mind seeing another look from television, who was fronting up to one of the protesters as well. So the two of them, they're both gone now. Play will start again in a moment. And Johnny Bairstow's coming back down the stairs, having got himself a new pair of gloves, has sorted himself out after his He-Man effort.
Yeah, I mean, he had all that orange powder all over him, obviously, since he carried the guy off. Yeah, looked like...
the ground staff, like they've settled it there. Yeah. I'd be wanting a little bit more security. I think they could double the numbers easy, because they got too far, almost to the pitch. But it was Dave Warner and maybe Stokes that actually stopped them getting onto the pitch. And I think Stokes and Warner just gave themselves a little bit of a high five.
So one of the protester that Bairstow took off has just been carried by 4 security staff and a couple of police down between the gap that exists between the pavilion and the Warner stand. So he's off for a trip to the police station, at the very least.
Yeah.
So we reset with Australia none for 4. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, a huge sail on now. None for 4 with Warner's boundary. Kawaja, who was immaculate last week, facing 518 deliveries in a man-of-the-match performance. Can he pick up for where he left off at Edgbaston? Stuart Broad, 6 wickets in the match, England's best. More than 100 wickets at this venue. Broad starts round the wicket, 4 slips, wide of the crease to Kawaja, who leaves alone, and it dies into the gloves of the man Bairstow in the game again. Takes it in front of first slip.
Gee, that was totally different than we saw from the play and miss from Dave Warner. They got some extra bounce from Anderson. Broad, close to 6'6", just dying. 1 bounce to Johnny Bairstow. But he's keeping around the wicket, Stuart Broad. Just bowls that wobbled seam that angles away. It was the wobbled seam again. And then he bowls a cross seam that goes straight in for the LBWs and bowls.
6-3 field, 4 on the cordon. Broad up, bowls here. Kawaja from the off-stump line defends out to cover where Stokes does the fielding. No run.
That's well covered. That's a very good forward defence, isn't it? Like going in towards the ball, blunting it. You'd imagine Usman seeing them like beach balls. You know, a couple of incredible knocks up at Edgbaston.
This might sound like a slightly odd question, but should have there been a consideration for Broad to bowl the first over, like he did at Edgbaston at Warner?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
They've floated it around, haven't they?
Yeah.
You know, Robinson getting the new ball times up at Edgbaston.
So the packed cordon, waiting for Broad. Up here, delivers to Kawaja, who defends from the off-stump line, as he did hundreds and hundreds of times last week.
And for all the runs he scored and the time he spent in the middle, he didn't start too well, Usman Khawaja. I remember he didn't move his feet too much, was beaten a few times outside his off-stump, and nearly got out before he got to 30. But already with the 2 defensive shots we've seen so far, the feet are moving well. Obviously, the confidence of having scored those runs.
So it's Root, Crawley, Brook and Pope. The 4 slips next to Bairstow. Broad again, bowls here. Kawaja from his pad, tucks him round the corner, down towards long leg. Anderson does the fielding. Kawaja off the mark, none for 5.
That's always a good feeling, even though you're coming off 100. Just to rotate the strike, do a bit of gardening. But good start from Broad. Same with Kawaja. But this is the matchup we just... Yeah, hope that Dave Warner scores enough runs and plays the whole series, because every time Stuart Broad's bowling to Dave Warner, it just goes up a tick in intensity, doesn't it?
So there's 2 balls left in this over, and Warner will take his time here. We saw how nervous Warner was at the start last week. That brief spell before stumps, trying to get off the mark when Broad was bowling, rather.
And they've got rid of that fielder that we've seen for David Warner throughout, which is interesting.
So instead, they've got Duckett at backward point and Stokes over it. A more conventional extra cover.
Yeah, it's for a wide ball, isn't it? That backward point.
So Warner facing Broad again. Delivers here. And Warner defends. He's got him out 15 times in Test cricket.
Wow.
It's pretty fine as well, that backward point. It's an interesting position. Maybe there is a wide delivery that David Warner chases, but he wouldn't mind that little gap in the offside. That is his hit and run spot. He just pushes and runs.
That beautiful hum coming through the effects mic. All eyes on Stuart Broad. Different feel compared to Edgbaston last week. Brought up to finish his first over. Warner leaves the line close to the off stump, just withdrew at the last moment. Broad involved running up to the cordon. 2 overs gone, Australia, after being sent in a none for 5. Warner 4, Kawaja 1. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
It's the end of financial year, so take stock of the savings and get a great break at Tyre Power. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, but only until June 30 at Tyre Power's end of financial year sale. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe. Coffee fit for an Aussie.
Our first session is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drinkwise. And our coverage is for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. It's Jimmy Anderson. Been playing Test cricket here for more than 2 decades. Usman Khawaja, sublime last week. 141 in the first dig. Bowling here and leaving alone. Away on the angle into the gloves of Besto down the slope.
Oh, this is going to be a fantastic matchup, isn't it? Yeah, Jimmy going away. He's got the good in-swinger as well. Usman just happy to sit in his crease and play every ball on its merits. You know, when you're bowling to a laconic batsman like this, you want him to come hard at you. They want him to play with hard hands, but Usman, in the career of his form of his life, really, he's not going to get suckered into that.
Made a half century here in 2013, Usman Khawaja. Until last week, it was his highest score in England. Passed it a couple more times at Edgbaston. 4 slips for Anderson, over the wicket, close to the stumps. Khawaja gets high on the bat, but with soft hands down into the 4th slip region, where Ollie Pope cuts it off on the bounce, moving away to his left. Well bowled, well played, well fielded.
Once again, that extra bounce when the bowling's been from that end for Jimmy Anderson. We saw Stuart Broad get it jumped.
Or it seemed about a metre.
How dark's that, Dukes?
Yep.
Perfect conditions for it. All the lights on here at Lord's. Gloomy morning. Can England get an early breakthrough? Tough work for the Australians. Khawaja leaves alone, falling outside the off stump. Name of the game is how often can they do exactly that, Fleming?
And with Jimmy, you know, do you try and be a little bit of attacking? I feel like they've bowled first. You want to get 1 or 2 wickets in the first hour, and he's predominantly just bowling away swingers, but they're starting on off, and by the time they get to the batsman down the other end, they're close to, I'd say, 30 centimetres away from off stump. So he almost needs to attack middle and leg.
Anderson getting shape. Bowls here. Khawaja leaves. That's closer to the stumps. Left alone on length. Again, well bowled and well played. Get a replay of that as well, I'm sure. Now we're all coming for Tyre Power. Clean bowled savings.
I just keep saying, when's the in-swinger going to come? So it looks like he's predominantly bowled. That might have been a little bit of a scrambled seam, so that didn't actually move as much as the swing. So that's well bowled, just a subtle variation.
Anderson, the master of his craft. Up to Khawaja, playing with soft hands out to backward point, off the bottom of the blade. No run.
And the over-the-wicket angle already is getting Usman Khawaja thinking. If there's one weakness in his batting, especially early on, it is that when the bowling's from over the wicket, he has the tendency to feel at deliveries, which he doesn't have to. And he does it late as well. And this last ball in particular, he thought of not playing it, but then it was a bit too close. Played it well in the end.
So Anderson's got 1 ball left in his second over. Bowls to Khawaja, who again defends just behind point. Doing it well so far. Khawaja 1, Warner 4 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Australia after being inserted at none for 5.
At Empress Diamonds, they're making diamond dreams a reality. If you're planning the perfect proposal, visit Empress Diamonds, Melbourne's first diamond wholesalers to the public. Don't pay too much. Their experts will find the perfect diamond for the one you love at up to 20% off. Royal quality diamonds at a wholesale price, discounted up to a further 20%. Only at Empress Diamonds, making diamond dreams a reality for over 20 years. Book your exclusive appointment now. Visit empressdiamonds.com.au.
Our first session is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to Drinkwise. Back to Broad versus Warner. Box office stuff. Bowls here. Warner playing from the crease off the back foot out towards backward point. No single. Brett Sundaresan jumped out. Flemmo staying with me. And our expert joining us for Red Energy. 100% Australian electricity and gas. Jeremy Coney, good morning.
Morning, Adam. Morning, everybody. Murky morning. England would have wanted to win the toss and bowl. They like to bat second and fourth, don't they? Battle ahead for Australia. If they could survive, if somehow they can survive, and Khawaja's still batting, I do like these conflicts between the two teams. Like in any sport, really. Joe Frazier versus Muhammad Ali. You know, you like those conflicts.
Broad bowls. Warner plays off the front foot through point. The shorter boundary this week. There should be 2 there. Ben Duckett does the tidying up. Warner to 6. Australia none for 7.
You like the sort of McEnroe versus Borg, the serve volley man and the man who sits back and lovely angles and passing shots. Rugby, you get the forward domination versus them, get the ball and move it. And now we've got this in front of us today here. Khawaja, the old school, using time that's given to Australia, using time as much as he can in the Edgbaston Test. Edge of your seat, Edgbaston.
Yep, correct.
That's how it should be named.
Have you got one for Lord?
Brought in the headband. Bowls to Warner, who plays very late. Wanted to leave. There was playing, then he wasn't, then he was. It deflects to backward point again. The jumping across from fourth slips Ollie Pope. No run. Well bowled.
That looked like it was a big moving delivery, and Warner's indicating like that now. So I think he's been going scrambled seam, but was this an away swinger from Broad? And it was.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
So Broad spoke a lot before the series about...
He's trying to swing the ball traditionally a bit more, because it was all about wobbled seam and cross seam in 2019. But upskilling just gives you more options.
10:37 last week, still getting better. Stuart Broad into Warner again. Wider of the crease. Warner leaves alone for that outswinger.
Yeah. I actually like the McEnroe Connors more.
Yeah.
I like the two hotheads.
Yeah.
Going against each other, yes.
Borg a hothead?
No, Borg.
Ice cold.
Ice cold.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't mind that sort of... I reckon Broad and Warner are a bit Connors, McEnroe.
Well, strangely, also, Khawaja and Warner, you can even get it in your team.
Yes.
Think if you are Warner, you love to take your quick singles, or you like to turn a 2 into a 3. Khawaja doesn't let him, doesn't take the runs.
Contrasting approaches of these sides. Broad bowls on the leg stump of Warner, who does well to get it behind square off the front pad. They want a second momentarily, but Khawaja is sent back by Warner, who's on to 7 with the single. None for 8 with a couple of balls. 1 ball left, rather, in the fourth over.
Who's Big Goran? Is that Starkey? A little bit wayward, good pace?
Goran
Ivanisevic.
Yes. Yeah, he won Wimbledon once, didn't he?
Flem was
with
there,
the serve, just the big serve.
I was there.
Yeah. Oh, were you?
We won at edge of the seat, Edgbaston, which wasn't back then. We flogged them a day early, and Paddy Rafter versus Goran, rain affected, so we
2 or 3 days.
We come down for it. Centre court.
I come back to this last ball of the over, gets just past the outside edge of Khawaja, who is playing with hands away from the body. False stroke there. Broad started well. None for 8 to score Australia after 4 overs on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the Cafe. We've got Phil Long with us again this week at Lords. Longy.
Yeah, no escape for David Warner. We've mentioned lots that Stuart Broad's got him out 15 times. Jimmy Anderson's got him 10 times.
And it's Anderson to that man Warner here. Over the wicket, pavilion end, delivers here. Warner, soft hands. Doesn't quite beat Ben Duckett. Diving to his right at quite a deepish backward point. Interesting field position. They do get through for the single. Warner to 8, Australia none for 9.
But Longy, how many tests is that? Because opening bowlers get opening batsmen out. But, you know, if you're averaging 1 a test match, I think that's good. Just missing an opening batsman, but...
Now he's at it. Long
just taking the database just a little longer to get to that.
Just feel a little bit, Jeremy.
Yeah, I know.
15 from 28 for Broad, 10 from 22 for Anderson.
Yeah, see, that's not outstanding.
Anderson to Kawaja, who pushes out towards cover. No run, batting in the long sleeve shirt and the short sleeve jumper. Text in here from Zhongzhu in China, loving the commentary team. Do you really think if Warner doesn't score runs, they'll drop him? There's no name on that, so make sure you put your name on your text to 0433 98 11 16 in Australia, 8833 in New Zealand. How long is Warner's leash, do you think, Flem?
I thought he was okay in the World Test Championship. I think second inning runs at Edgbaston were handy. I think it just gives him another 2 tests.
I've said before, it reminds me of being in a nightclub at 1 o'clock, Warner, as Anderson gets in and bowls to Kawaja and leaves alone into the gloves of Bairstow, where if there's 2 bad songs in a row, you're going home.
Okay.
You're willing to absorb 1 bad song in the hope of the next one coming good. I think that's where Warner's at as well.
But he was very nervous in the first innings, wasn't he, in the first Test match? But I thought he looked sharp in the second. And in these conditions, I don't expect the Australian openers or even England to average 50. I'd take averaging 30.
Yeah. That's been the custom here in recent seasons as Anderson bowls to Kawaja, who plays and misses for the second time in 2 overs. And my sense is that's done plenty. We're not right behind the bowler's arm this week. Our commentary position is about 4 pitches over, but just judging by Kawaja's response, we'll see it again here. That's a genuine outswinger. It's done loads. Followed it with his hands again, though, Flem.
It's just beautiful seam, isn't it, out of the wrist and fingers from Jimmy Anderson. The slips will feel like they're getting a nick every time. And in the end, it just does too much.
It's almost as if he's run wider on the crease there. And, the angle past Kawaja, and it's full enough, isn't it, to draw him towards it.
Still haven't seen the in-swinger.
Anderson bowls. Kawaja has edged it just in front of first slip. So the soft hands of Kawaja have saved him there. It landed with Joe Root. We'll get a second look on our replay for tyre power. Clean bowled savings.
That was the Anderson avenue of apprehension, wasn't it? That was an absolute cracker. I think the line was tighter. Middle and off stump. So Usman forced to play it. Squares up, and do you think it might have been
that
one
carried.
hand?
That carried.
Went with one hand, Jeremy.
Very low. Wasn't expecting it, perhaps, was he? But, that's carried. Right hand.
And to his dominant hand.
Yep.
So a half chance early. Anderson to Kawaja defending. We'll come back to that after the break. Australia, after 5 overs and none for none on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Warner's on 8, Kawaja 1.
People call me the world's best bargain hunter. I call them with my Kogan Mobile monthly plan. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs for $15. Talk about a bargain. KoganMobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. Check out Henley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnybrook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Henley home. Or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Henley.com.au.
Our first session is for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking to Drinkwise, and our coverage throughout the series is for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of them at Cafe. Brought away from us, nursery end. Into Warner. He's on 8. Bowls here. Warner plays and misses. For a moment, Broad was up to appeal, and then he pulled out at the last moment. But Warner playing with the angled bat. That's a get-out shot as well.
Gee, there's a lot of play and misses. Anderson adjusted. I said he was bowling off stump. By the time I got to the bowler, it was probably 30 centimetres away. That last delivery from Anderson pitched outside leg stump and got the outside edge. And now Broad's come to the party. And from coming around the wicket, this angle, just feel like the left-handers feel like they've got to play at some deliveries they possibly could leave.
Isn't this really interesting, guys, that 4 years ago, Broad and Anderson, but especially Broad, were telling everyone about the wobble seam. How he worked Warner over with that approach. This is completely different. Contrasting styles we've been discussing already.
Swing.
It's just old-fashioned.
And up the slope.
Yeah.
Too. He's bowling from, of course, not the pavilion end.
Bowls here, Warner. Across his stumps, out towards deep square leg. Won't carry. That is a most unconventional shot. On the angle from round the wicket, Warner, almost T20 style, across his pegs. then flicked it over square leg, and Broad, understandably, he's having a little chat to his old mate.
Did you just sweep me? He said.
What is going on here?
Dave Ball said yes.
It's a little lap.
Oh dear.
He's rather than play at it as he did the first ball, he's got right across his stumps. It is a high-risk stroke.
I mean, I can only imagine.
I'm probably going to back you up there.
Yeah.
If there's a top edge there and it goes straight in the air, and Warner's caught playing that shot in the first half an hour of play.
The bouncers are getting him out of the nightclub.
Oh, absolutely. Brought in. Bowling to Khawaja, who defends. And quick single taken. They take on Stokes. The throw comes in to the non-striker's end, but it isn't accurate. So they're through. Stokes has got his hands on his head. He's executed so many direct hit run-outs over the journey. Khawaja 2 from 17, none for 11 halfway through the 6th. All happening.
And he turns, doesn't he? And he goes for Khawaja's end.
And Usman was ball watching, wasn't he? He was watching Stokes instead of just sprinting and getting in as fast as he could. He would have been
just fine. Can't get over Warner shot the ball before.
Will we see it again this ball?
Doesn't even feel like one of the shots he plays, does it either? It's not as though like Joe Root plays the reverse wrap, sure, but it's a shot that he plays routinely.
No, you're
Warner
right.
Doesn't feel like he's anywhere close to rhythm here. He's 9 from 16. Got to get through this. Brought up to him here. Warner leaves. That's more conventional. The outswinger once more into Bairstow's gloves.
That's better. He is. There's no doubt about it. He's feeling uncomfortable, Warner. He's pushing hard at the ball. He's worried about the slips, the 4 slips that are in, just edging it to one of those. It's almost as if he doesn't quite know where his off stump is.
Well, that was the problem in 2019, wasn't it? Nicking a lot, then he'd missed the cross seam that was angled straight in.
The catching cover point is back. Brought up, bowls to Warner, who defends, finds a gap, not far away from that fielder. They'll get one wide of extra cover. James Anderson does the fielding. Warner into double figures, none for 12. We've got one ball left in over number 6.
Batting well out of his crease, did you notice? Probably almost 9 inches, 10 inches out of his crease. He's trying to change things up and impact on Broad, so he can't settle on a length. You're always in a battle trying to own that length on a pitch, whether you're a batsman or a bowler, and Warner's trying to just adjust himself completely against Broad here. A sweep and then coming out of his crease.
So back to Khawaja, the 4 slips remain. Broad round the wicket to complete his over, and Khawaja watches it through to the gloves of Bairstow. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. A compelling first half an hour. Australia none for 12, Warner 10, Khawaja 2 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles huge sale on now. Daniel Norcross coming in for me, Phil Walker in for Fleming.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. It'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. As Anderson is in, right arm over the wicket from the pavilion end, and Warner just jabs down on this. It's around about hip height. It rolls out backward a square on the onside. Bairstow, who's already been in the thick of the action today, tidies up. They get through for a single. 13 without loss. Khawaja 11. Khawaja 2, I beg your pardon. Warner 11. And stuff's happening. The lacquer's come off the ball and it's starting to move. It's starting to talk. It's beating the bat. We've had a half chance to Root. I mean, theoretically, Phil Walker alongside me for the first time on commentary today. Theoretically a chance, but would have been it was a tough grab.
It would have been a screamer. Absolutely.
Hanson into Khawaja over the wicket. That goes through to the keeper Bairstow. There's no run. We've talked quite a bit on SEN Test Cricket about England's line of attack to Khawaja, and the numbers suggest that he's happier when the bowlers come round the wicket. But Broad is round the wicket to him and Anderson is over. Are they just saying, well, we're happier bowling over the wicket if we're Anderson and round the wicket if we're Broad?
It's not Anderson's style to go round the wicket, even to the lefties. He backs himself to be able to put it back on the line against the natural flow across the left-hander and then back into those pads.
Runs it again to Kawaja, who clips this away off his pads but can't beat mid-wicket, where the enormous figure of Ollie Robinson is fielding. Well, he's doing a few preliminary warm-ups. Just flexed his knee a bit there. Won't be long before we see him. You kind of feel that Lord's Jeremy Coney is the place for Ollie Robinson in a way.
Usually from the pavilion end, isn't it?
Yeah. Sort of McGrath style.
I'm just waiting, though, at the moment for Anderson to bowl an in-swinger to the left-handers. He's been working away and going past their outside off stump all the time. Can he bring it back?
He's in now to Kawaja. That goes away as well. And he's left alone past the bowels of Kawaja into the gloves of Bairstow. No run.
It's quite a big game, this, for Anderson. I mean, he's had many, of course, but as he said after Edgbaston, if there's any repeat of pitches such as we got at Birmingham, then his Ashes is done. And clearly it's a very different surface, very different overheads as well here. But nonetheless, a bowler as proud as him would have been stung by what happened at Birmingham.
He's in once more to the left-handed Kawaja. Kawaja defends late into the offside. It's picked up on the covers, and there's no run. 13 without loss. The score remains. Yeah, there couldn't really have been worse conditions for Anderson. The Edgbaston pitch, I think it defeated most bowlers, and we really only got a result because one side was determined that there was going to be one. I think many years gone by, well, even 2 years ago, that would probably have been a bore draw. But as it is, England's determination not to draw has resulted in them arriving here at Lord's under some pressure. And Anderson,
now he's coming round.
4 slips in place. Round the wicket, Anderson, last ball of the over. And Kawaja gets one on his middle stump, which he defends back to the bowler. That's the end of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. Australia 13 without loss.
For over 40 years, Kubota have worked the Australian landscape and faced its challenges. From first light to sunset, our agriculture and construction range works with power and versatility that you can rely on. From our mid-size to professional tractors, dependable mowers, zero tail swing or conventional excavators, and more. Kubota is building and shaping the future. Visit kubota.com.au or head to your nearest dealer to learn more.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe, and we've got our first bowling change of the morning. Around about 35 minutes into the day's play. Australia clinging on here, Broad out of the attack. Ollie Robinson into the attack. That preliminary warm-up looked like that is his warm-up. A little flex of the knee. Phil Long.
Your timely reminder that Ollie Robinson is currently the world's 5th best bowler.
Well, thank you. 71 wickets in 18 matches, averaging 21.
Well, it suggests that Broad's going to swap around and go and replace Anderson.
Robinson in from the nursery end, interestingly, and Warner defends his first delivery on leg stump up to mid-on. I sort of think they've got the ends right here, guys. I mean, Robinson feels like a pavilion end bowler, doesn't he?
Does.
He feels like a McGrath.
He feels like a move it away from a left-handed batsman, doesn't he? That seems his normal and stock delivery, the one that sort of pays the bills.
Yep.
Anything different, you get the TV.
It's your annual reminder that here at the second oldest test ground in London, they play on a slope for some reason. As Robinson is in, and this is on pads, tucked away down to deep backward square leg, really. Where Broad does the fielding. One more to the total. None for 14. And it's a very pronounced slope. What is it? 10 feet from one end to the other or something mad?
I think it's 11 feet.
What I love about it is actually Wormsley. Because the famous billionaire John Paul Getty decided he wanted to recreate Lord's in his back garden. That's the sort of thing billionaires should do more of. All this curing malaria stuff or cage fighting, I'm not interested in that.
You better get busy then, Damien.
Robinson shuffles in, Kawaja defends into the offside. He picked up in the covers, there's no run.
Described by Matthew Hayden a few days ago as a forgettable cricketer, Ollie Robinson. As the standard phony war nonsense kicked into gear, you always know the circus is in town where everything gets blown out of proportion. And Robinson, who's not the most guileful of chaps,
No.
Put together a well-meaning but slightly clunky piece of work on wisdom.com that I may or may not have had something to do with. And Matthew Hayden climbed in.
Robinson in, outside the off stump, left alone, shouldering arms, not far from the off stump, but he's a good lever of the ball.
Forgettable or otherwise, he has an outstanding record in England. He averages around about 20, sometimes it even dips under 20 across his first-class career. And it's the same as well in Test cricket, so he may be forgettable to Matthew Hayden, but he's certainly relevant to English cricket as it stands, and Ben Stokes called him the future GOAT, so he's seeing long-term returns here.
Robinson is in, and Khawaja plays away from his body, angles the ball down through the gully region. It's going to race up to the new Warner stand, and they'll get through. Well, they'll make it onto the sponge for 4. Yes, the new Warner stand. They didn't think of naming it after somebody else when they changed the stand, because Pelham Warner is absolutely emblematic of everything that English cricket has decided that it needed to talk about, actually.
It'll be the Bazball stand before the end of the summer. Don't worry about that.
Here's hoping.
So far, Daniel, that's 2 jibes at this North London Citadel, from South London's finest.
Well, when they rebuilt the Warner stand, they put in fewer seats than they had before. As Robinson is in, this is defended back up the wicket, no run. Only the MCC could do that. End of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. Australia, none for 18.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes by hitting a 6 with your massive bathroom wear catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. No Aussies on at the moment. We've got a Kiwi and 3 Englishmen as Anderson runs in. This first delivery is left alone by Warner. He's bowling over the wicket to Warner from the pavilion end. So Broad not yet been switched to the pavilion end. I think we crunched the numbers 4 or 5 years ago. And you know how Anderson and Broad always start at the pavilion and nursery ends respectively? Anderson's got a much better average from the nursery end.
Is that right?
Yeah. We said a few statisticians on that. And
you think the penny might have dropped by this point?
You might have thought. Here's Anderson over the wicket to Warner, who gets one on the pad, so he works into the onside. There was a very long and easy single there, but Khawaja didn't want it. Maybe it just drifted off for a moment, so he sends Warner back. It's Broad tidies up. The lights are on. And it's really quite gloomy at the moment. What can we see? What are you looking at, guys?
The groundsmen are up and they're asking the photographers to move. That means the covers might be on their way out.
Oh, has the Izzle turned to Mizzle?
Is that the 66th adjective for rain?
That's right.
Izzle.
Here's Anderson. Beaten outside the off stump. An indeterminate poke from Warner to a ball in the channel that went across him. And he goes through to Bairstow's gloves. Right in their luck here, Australia. This is the exact antithesis of when they were bowled out for 60. And basically, I think they were expected wickets about 5, and they were bowled out for 60. They're just edging everything. This time, Warner's a long way away from that.
Defending to extra cover against Anderson from the pavilion end, you are asking for trouble. But it's fascinating to watch David Warner wrestling with himself, wrestling with weight history as well, of course.
Anderson into him. That's too wide, and he doesn't need to think about playing at that to go through to Bairstow.
The one thing I would say, having seen him at the Oval in the WTC final, and obviously at Birmingham as well, is that his game looks in better order than it did 4 years ago. 4 years ago, it looked like he'd almost resigned himself to failure, whereas he's scrapping, but he's moving relatively well into the ball.
And he's trying.
I thought the 40-odd he made on the first morning was a crucial knock for his summer against India.
He's trying to be proactive. He's in that crazy sweep already as Anderson is into him, and that's down the leg side. Brilliantly taken by Bairstow, diving away to his right. And really good carry, actually. It's been quite difficult to read these runes, Jeremy Coney. From the nursery end, the ball was going through quite low from Broad initially.
Especially the first one, didn't it? Bounced twice.
But off Anderson.
It's bounced a bit more this end, hasn't it?
It has. And we got 2 pitches we're looking at.
I think Warner's still a bit frenetic, pushing at the ball, wanting to get started and get away from low scores and just ride his luck just a wee bit. Let the ball come to him.
Deep square leg is out as Anderson runs in. This is clipped away out towards deep mid-wicket. It's going to be a chase on here. Got a fielder. He's going to keep it to 2. It's Josh Tongue that's been sent out to deep backward square. And I see more than Izzle. At the end of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard, Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. Australia, none for 20.
This season, sub in Jamieson Smooth Dry and Lime or Natural Raw Cola to switch up your usual go-to dark spirits. Available in a can or make a glass for yourself using triple distilled Jamieson Irish whiskey. It's simple. Start with ice, add a shot of Jamieson and top up the glass with a good quality mixer. Stir briefly and add lime when required. Jamieson, gather round. Please drink responsibly.
SEN Test cricket with Maccas. It's the 30 years of McAfee, and that noise you can hear, it's the hover cover. And that means the players are making their pretty slow way off. This is a very, very light rain that's falling. I don't know how long, though, this will be set in for, because it's a blanket of grey over the top of Lords today. And what was very light just became that little bit stronger. The problem is, of course, once you put the cover on, you have to get rid of all rain. So who has this benefited most, guys? I mean, it seems to me that the ball was just starting to do stuff for England, but still haven't really carved out too many chances.
But it's not going to improve that much. The sun's not going to come out all day. Equally, it's not going to rain very much either if the forecasts are anything like what we expect. So we're going to get the vast majority of this day in, and it's going to be hard graft for the Aussies, regardless. Conditions are obviously favourable for the seam attack, that goes without saying, but I would say the Aussies would have scampered off at this point, and they would be more than happy with 23rd as it stands. David Warner's wrestling with himself a little, played 1 or 2 peculiar shots, trying to create something, trying to make something happen. Khawaja has been serene, utterly untroubled, really, and England have been slightly listless, I would say. Not quite got themselves going yet. Broad's somewhat innocuous, really, in truth, from the nursery end. Anderson's beaten the bat once or twice. Robinson came in and does tend to need to get cranked up a little bit. He works into his spells, Robinson, but again, looks relatively innocuous. So.
The 1/2 chance, you would say, to Root.
Yep.
Very, very low down. He needed to be about another 6 inches further forward, really. And that's something I think that all slips will be looking at this, thinking there's not a huge amount of carry. We've seen a bit of two-pacedness, though, which we mentioned a moment ago, that just a bit more carry from bowling from the pavilion end than there is from the nursery end. It's getting a little bit brighter as well, I should point out. I'm sure we can send a resource into the outside world to gauge the heaviness of the rain.
My gauge would be there are no umbrellas up, are there?
That's it. That's it.
So your umbrella quotient, is nil. You're right, I see no umbrellas, but I mean, the one thing I will say about the Lord's crowd, it may be the least knowledgeable crowd in England, but
even they realise when it's raining.
They know not to put an umbrella up. Well, they know not to put an umbrella up because that just encourages the umpires. I mean, that much we do know, and it's something I think that's it's kind of drilled into every English man and woman, isn't it, that when you go to the cricket, you've got to really be getting wet to put that umbrella up.
Take your brolly. I can see one chap.
Well, they need to be front marched out of the building straight away.
Yep.
Straight away. I mean, that is.
He's clearly a newbie, isn't he? A new convert to this grand experiment that we dare call Bazball.
Now, for the Australians, Jeremy, you've been in this situation.
Australia's session.
Yep. But how do they feel about coming off? Because, having just about sort of get into your work, and you've played in England, you'd have been on and off many times before.
Yep, no, that makes it a little bit more difficult, doesn't it? And it's easier for the bowling side to do those, little small sessions. But, I mean, I think England would be a bit disappointed, actually, that they haven't managed to pick one up. I mean, if we get to lunch in Australia maybe 1 down, they'll feel it's their session. And if by chance they get to tee and either Labuschagne or Smith are batting with Khawaja, this is Australia's, they'll start to think, oh, we've seen this off, this threat. And so that's the issue. I think if they're 3 or 4 down and suddenly Head and Green are confronting these things, that's a wee bit more tricky for Australia, who want to play shots and so on. So these are important times actually in this match. I think England would feel after winning the toss they are ahead. They've made a step towards winning this game. They're batting in the positions that they like, second and fourth, and they've got good conditions to bowl in. If they don't claim these wickets, I think Australia will be delighted.
Yep, I couldn't agree with you more. Now, it's getting lighter and lighter, which is usually a good sign. But the cover is still steadfastly on the centre wicket, which is a bit disappointing. Ground staff are out there. There's an umpire with an umbrella, but it's not unfurled, which suggests that he's not particularly fussed. The slight problem here is it's hard for us to gauge from up here, but just how damp the outfield might be getting, because another part of this is, do England want to go out straight away? They might want to have a little bit of that water dispersed, mightn't they, Phil Walker? Because there's nothing worse than putting a side in and then having your ball neutered by moisture.
Yeah, indeed. It's so light, though. And so I don't think we need to be too concerned, really. And I think England may just regroup for a moment.
I've got a weather update from our correspondent. Is it Link? It's Colo. He says lightest of mizzle, which is Izzle, doesn't feel like it has the strength even to make it to ground level.
Umpires are out as well.
So it's just in the air. This is what it's like living in England. You're basically, it's like being in a cloud. And I mean both that figuratively and actually, in a fog of cloud. Now then, umpires are walking out. They're doing what umpires do so well, which is walk slower than any other known form of life. The great South American sloth is quicker than an umpire when making any decisions or doing it when they come together. Perhaps at their slowest when they're going to change a ball, but the hover cover is being removed. This is tremendous news for fans of watching actual cricket. So, by my calculation, we've lost 5 minutes there, so we're going to have an extension for sure to 6:35 at least UK time. Might be Stumpsy going in. Is a rope going to go round? That's what I want to know.
I'd be surprised, Dan, because it really was as light as you could get. I think they were perhaps anticipating it was going to get a little bit heavier. It's not materialised. The crowd don't seem too fussed today. Just easing into their work. It's going to be a long day. We're not really anticipating any other stoppages either, so we're going to get the best part of, I was going to say 90 overs, but that's a thing of the past.
That is a thing of the past, especially when Bairstow's already had to remove a protester, take his time.
Started well, Bairstow taking a couple of screamers, including a Just Stop Oil protester.
Is that England's highlight of the morning?
Oh, it was classic Bairstow. It was the most Bairstow thing I think I've ever seen, and it was never going to be anybody else. He was ready for it. I reckon they might have even had a pre-match chat about it, and Bairstow would have said, listen, Gaffer, I'm the man for the gig.
Yeah.
It wasn't a great surprise that we had that stoppage. This has been happening through English sport all summer, and I reckon Bairstow was ready for it, even before a ball had been bowled.
The funny thing is, I think I agree with you, but what it says is that England, whose preparation is basically go out and have some fun, lads. Does anybody want to net? No, can't be bothered. But when they do actually sit down to discuss tactics, it's about who's going to remove the Just Stop Oil protester.
Yeah,
they've got that covered.
Yeah, you can play carefree cricket, but you can't be too cocky. And undoubtedly, I think they'd have looked around and who appreciates the nuances and subtleties of the movement? Well, I'm not saying Johnny Bairstow would be.
OK, look, we're going to take a short break. We expect the players to be making their way out in a couple of minutes. We'll catch you on the other side.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
stay on the ball while you're on the road. The SEN app is now available on Apple CarPlay, so you can keep up with all the big moments, expert commentary, and the latest news. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find the SEN app on Apple CarPlay.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. Check out Henley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnie Brook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Henley home, or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Henley.com.au.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, sparkies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the third umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's Imar.
From a cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. Live from England, the Ashes on SEN Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. And the good news is that the players are making their way back out. By my calculations, at least 10 minutes have been lost. They went off at 44. So what do we think? 12 minutes maybe lost?
By the time we start.
They quite like 12 minutes because that divides into an hour by 5. So that's 3 overs, so to speak. But we'll need to keep an eye on that because it'll change your bedtimes. My lovely Australian chums back home, have you yet recovered from being up so late to hear your side pull off that incredible victory at Edgbaston? My word, that was a late one. Myself and Adam Collins and Jared Kimber, well, we got Colo back to his house by about 10 to 12. Got me back to my house by like 20 to 1 in the morning. It was a heck of a test. It was an epic. It went pretty much the whole way. And it's tough for you guys back in Australia when that happens. So you have my sympathies, although I'm sure you were kept alive by the soothing balm of success.
Well, this is another game, Daniel, and I think England wouldn't have minded that little stoppage because they were oddly underwhelming for that first 45 or so, and I think perhaps the stoppage with the protest might have even taken a little bit of sting out of the morning, and you end up Warner and Stokes having a chat and a giggle, and the natural flow of momentum going into a first morning at Lord's was punctured by that moment. And I wonder if England might just be starting afresh here with a bit more in their legs, a little bit more intensity might be required here.
Well, it takes a bit to crank up Robinson. He takes his while, but here we go. The first ball of the resumption, and it's Robinson over the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja, who plays softly into the offside, gets it square of the wicket. Duckett moves briskly to his left from backward point to field. They get through for a single. None for 21.
It's one of my favourite shots in world cricket when Uzi just drops it.
It's one of your favourite shots in world cricket.
Effortlessly late under his eyes and just drops it quietly into the offside.
Have you told
and ambles through?
Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes this? Have you told them that?
There is beauty.
Because I think they would just chuck you out instantly.
Beauty in the simplicity of it.
So the reverse ramp from route first ball of the day's play, not so much. That's not a Phil Walker shot.
I slapped my laptop down and walked out of the room when that happened. Robinson, another story.
Robinson into Warner, pushed into the onside, fielded just in front of square by Anderson, and there's no run. I'll give you the field. It's been pretty much unchanged for most of the day so far. 4 slips, a backward point or a very deep gully if you like, short extra, a wide mid-on, forward square leg and a long leg. It's almost a deep backward square for Robinson. Doesn't need to be particularly fine for the pace of Robinson. There isn't that much pace in him. He relies on nibble and guile, wobble seam and whatnot. He's in there, right arm over. And Warner pushes into the offside, not quite as softly as Khawaja did, and as a result, Duckett can prevent the single. Phil Long.
Well, Phil mentioned it earlier. His nibble and guile has brought him 45 wickets at 18.3 apiece in England.
It's not bad, is it?
Not bad at all.
Yeah, but a forgettable cricketer nonetheless. So forgettable that Australia chose to spend the last 8 days talking about it.
Bowled well in Pakistan as well. Bowled reasonably well in Australia, in fact, when they could get him on the park. He wasn't in the best of condition, in truth, by his own admission, but he bowled well in Pakistan, cleaned up Babar's arm twice, clean bowled in the same game.
In again to Warner, who pushes into the offside, but can't beat short extra cover.
So, yeah, Babar's arm in his own kingdom, if you like, broadly impermeable, and yet Robinson did him twice in the same game. No other bowler, no other pace bowler anywhere in the world has ever done that against the great man. So he gets good players out. Of that there is no doubt. He said by his own admission he didn't have a good game at Birmingham. He was a bit short of a gallop as well. Rather crazily, he hadn't played cricket for 4 weeks. And this is a bowler who needs the overs, needs the hours in his legs. He hadn't bowled in a month before Birmingham.
He's in now to Warner, who goes for a big one. He smashes it down a deep square leg, and it's going to make it to the boundary for 4. Wow, what a shot of invention that was. It was a down on one knee sweep from Warner. We've seen him play a similar shot off Broad already today, but that's Warner's kind of I don't want to get stuck shot, isn't it?
Indeed, and there is some kind of method to it. As you say, long leg is there, but with the earlier one where he towed it, there was a man at deep square. I wonder if Stokes might, I mean, it's not very Stokesian to react after the event, but I wonder if that man might come a bit squarer in due course.
He wants to be a bit careful, though, because that was the ball that he dragged on at Edgbaston, and it was a really horrible-looking shot. As Robinson is into him once more, and he defends, covers up solidly. That's more like it. That's a sort of shot that makes Phil Walker happy. That is the end of the over. We've had, well, not an hour's play, but it's coming up to noon our time on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail on. Australia none for 25. Change in the commentary box. Adam Collins will be coming in to replace me.
This game's had it all today, folks, at the MCG, the home of football. This is Maker. Oh, deep on the left half forward flank, punt road end. He chips it onto App. Oh, App comes to Memory, turns on his left and bang! That's it! That's it! Memory has kicked his 100th goal of the season.
Thanks, Rex. Plan your celebration with the Tobin Brothers Funerals Memory Maker app. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Adam Collins taking up commentary. Got Bharat Sundaresan with me. Longy with us. Our first session for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're having a drink, the Drinkwise. And our experts have a Red Energy, 100% electricity and gas. 4 slips remain as they tend to when Stokes is leading this England team. Broad, an opportunity from the pavilion end, having been swung around. He's bowled 3 overs earlier today from the nursery end in here at Khawaja. Bowls round the wicket and he cuts him in half. That's gone past the inside edge at pace. That's gone up the slope as well. Bharat, fine bowling.
Beautiful bowling, and we already seen when the bowling's been from the pavilion end, there's more nip of this wicket. That ball rushed past Usman Khawaja. He had no idea about it. It cut back in. We've seen Stuart Broad do that. Seeing the replay, scramble seam delivery. It just goes straight through. Yeah. Great reactions from Stuart Broad and Usman Khawaja both.
Yes, we see on the screen for tyre power, clean bowled savings. Broad went up and just sort of glared at Khawaja, as is his prerogative. Wide of the crease, bowls again. Khawaja soft hands into the offside no run. The shot that Phil Walker was talking about a moment ago. He's 7 from 30, so doing it on his terms as he did last week. Broad pushing 80 mile an hour. Phil Long.
Yeah, doing it on his terms. 518 balls he faced at Edgbaston last week.
He's the new Pujara, isn't he?
Yes.
Looks like we've said goodbye to the original Chiteshwar Pujara.
What's the story there? You know Chiteshwar pretty well.
It's interesting, his post right after he was dropped seemed to suggest he just wants his bat to do the talking.
Broad up, bowls, wide of the crease again. Khawaja defends, soft hands to cover. Saw that so many times last week. It remains number 25 in the 11.
I think once Ajinkya Rahane came back into the Indian side, like we saw for the WTC final, and a lot of people on Indian social media thanking Pat Cummins for giving them their vice captain back. But Ajinkya Rahane was vice captain before he was dropped last year. He comes back. I think India have reached a point where they just can't afford so many senior players, especially when they're not all performing at their best. New WTC cycle, things they're moving on.
Broad up, passes umpire Raza to Khawaja, and it's past the outside edge. It's a beauty. Khawaja felt like he had to play. That's informed by the delivery at the start of the over. It came back up the slope and cut him in half. Similar line and length. Played the line of the ball, went past the edge, deviated off the seam. It'll make for a pretty replay.
Yeah. Oh, that was just conventional swing, wasn't it? He pulled the cross seamer to start the over, the one that just went straight through. Yeah, this moved away.
Such a pronounced seam, isn't it, for Broad with those outswingers at the moment. To the left-handers. Seeing them back for tyre power. Clean bowled savings. Broad again. Working into it. New spell. Khawaja leaving alone a fraction wider.
Beautiful bowling, and he has, I wouldn't say got into the Australians' minds, but they're thinking about it. We'll see when Manas Labuschagne and Steve Smith walk out to bat as well. But even the left-handers, they're trying to get some of their bowlers to replicate what Stuart Broad is doing, which is come wide and then get the ball to swing away from the right-handers or swing into the left-handers. They just haven't found anyone in the support staff who can do it. It is a unique skill.
He's faced 33 balls for his 7, Khawaja. Broad finishing his over here and pushing down towards mid-on from the leg stump line. End of 11 overs, done for 25 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail on. Now back to Warner. He's on 18, Khawaja 7.
For over 40 years, Kubota have worked the Australian landscape and faced its challenges. From first light to sunset, our agriculture and construction range works with power and versatility that you can rely on. From our mid-size to professional tractors, dependable mowers, zero tail swing or conventional excavators, and more. Kubota is building and shaping the future. Visit kubota.com.au or head to your nearest dealer to learn more.
Our first session for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking to Drinkwise, the ground staff out between overs, dropping some sawdust at the end of the run-up for Ollie Robinson. The ground staff have been out there already this morning, a couple of times, once for a brief rain delay, which drags out our close of play to 12 past 6. So they lost 12 minutes. They'll add it on at the end of play later tonight, plus the 30 minutes, of course. Robinson starts a new over, round the wicket to Warner, finding a gap through mid-wicket. Not quite. Broad does well. Stops the ball enough, sufficiently well enough that they can't get through for one. And they were also out there within the first 10 minutes when the Just Stop Oil protesters ran on the ground. I've seen some amazing photography when I was off air a moment ago. That'll be I suspect, our Macca's moment of the session. Macca's I'm loving it moment. It's a new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's, purely down to the newsworthiness of it. But the photography of Ben Stokes holding back one protester, Johnny Bairstow carrying off the second. David Warner, I wouldn't say gesturing to hit the protester with his bat. However, as Robinson bowls to Warner, pushing into the onside again, albeit from the inside part of the blade. Misfield at square leg. That's Josh Tongue. They get through for one. Warner 19, Australia number 26. The picture makes it look like Warner shaping up to clock him as well. So there's I suggest jumping on social media. I'm sure the SEN feeds have some of those pics at the moment.
I've got a few messages from India wondering if they're playing Holi at Lord's.
It is like Holi, isn't it?
It is a lot like Holi.
We celebrated Holi in Ahmedabad this year and rubbed the powder over each other and so on. That sounds a bit odd, doesn't it? The coloured powder over each other's faces. So Robinson going over the wicket, change of angle to Khawaja, got the 4 slips, bowls here, leaves it across him. 4th stump line into the gloves of Bairstow, who was busy in that altercation. Yeah, it's going to be newsworthy, and they've actually prepared a pitch 2 over from the strip they're playing on. So 2 pitches towards down the slope towards the mound stand and the tavern stand, Father Time side of the ground, where the curator Carl McDermott will be able to get it up in a matter of hours if they need to. So that's in the event of the protesters somehow getting on and digging up the pitch. I don't think that's likely, but it has happened in England before. Robinson in, catches everywhere, bowls to Khawaja, middle stump line, push down towards mid-off. There won't be a single there.
I mean, the worrying thing was they did get in my opinion, they should have been stopped a lot earlier. They got too close to the pitch. I mean, Johnny Bairstow had to carry him off. He walked to where, say, a short square leg would be, where he lifted him up and took him away. And now that those two fellows have managed to break free and come through, you know it's going to happen even more. It's going to encourage the protesters to attempt doing that even more.
Robinson up, back round the wicket now. Khawaja 7, hits him on the front pad, albeit trending down the leg side and high on the thigh pad as well. No run. I mean, this is not, again, this is like, if you're listening in Australia, this has been happening at all different sporting events over the last 12 months in the UK. Unashamedly, they know the legal process that ensues. There's a number of protesters from that group in prison at the moment. So it's not it's not just a random act, if you like. This will, in all probability, happen throughout the series. The biggest surprise is that it didn't happen in Edgbaston last week.
Or the Oval.
Or the Oval, which they prepared for. As Robertson gets up and bowls to Khawaja, off stump line, pushing out to cover. There won't be a run. End of the 12th over. Only a single from it. Number 26, Australia. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles. Huge sale is on now with Warner 19 and Khawaja on 7.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes by hitting a 6 with your massive bathroom wear catalogue sale.
How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, yes, plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
We're here at Lord's from the Cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. I've got one of those next to me, Bharat Sundaresan, not far away from completing a citizenship test as well when you get home. Yeah. He's one of our experts for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Stuart Broad, his 4th over was his best so far, I reckon. Change of angle, pavilion end. So the slope will be away from the left-handed Warner, his nemesis. 4 slips behind him. Bowls here. Warner takes it on. Short ball down to long leg for 1. Anderson does the fielding. None for 27. Warner into the 20s in not convincing fashion at times. I still haven't quite come to terms with that attempted sweep shot that Warner played inside the first half an hour. That could have been disastrous in terms of a motor dismissal.
Yeah, I mean, you spoke about the flash he had in the first over of the day, and if that had got the outside edge, what that could have meant for the rest of his career or his test career itself. If he had gone out to that sweep shot of Stuart Broad, I've already seen a few headlines in this first hour's play.
Broad takes off and bowls, and Khawaja defends to cover. It's just one of that, when a player gets towards the end of their career, there are signature moments that precipitate their end, really. Yeah. And we saw that, I think, unfairly with Ricky Ponting at Adelaide in 2012 when he fell over to a Jack Cullis Yorker and got bowled. That it was seen as, well, that's the moment in time. And he did retire one match later. Fine piece of bowling that's often forgotten there with the Cullis ball, an out-swinging Yorker that upended Ponting. But yes, Warner, we know he's near the end. Can he fight through? He's made it to 20. Khawaja back on strike. Broad from the pavilion end delivers to him here, and it's on the leg stump line. Lets it hit him on the pad. Broad appeals because he can't help himself. It's a dead ball. Ends up down towards the rope. Phil Long.
Yeah, David Warner, you mentioned into the 20s. That's only the 3rd time since he made the 200 back at Melbourne. 3rd time in 9 innings.
And we knew this even in Melbourne when he made that double 100. It just made the selector's job even tougher. It was a good double 100. It came against a very good bowling attack. And he spoke a lot about going back to being David Warner of old, who's going to take the game on. And we've seen bits and pieces of that. Maybe the sweep shot, or the attempted sweep shot of Broad was part of it.
Yeah. Broad to Khawaja. He's 7. Delivers here. Khawaja driving from the outside part of the bat. Ben Duckett does well at backward point. Diving away to his left. That would have been 4. Instead, it's 1. Khawaja 8. Australia none for 28.
But technically speaking, even what he did at the Oval, he looked good because he's being more proactive with his feet. You can see him covering off stump very consciously. He's opened his stance up a little compared to what he was doing in 2019 when he just stayed side on. The front foot wasn't going far across, and he had no idea where his off stump was. Eventually, he just gave up. By the time we got to the 4th test.
He looked relieved when he got out at the Oval, Warner. He's facing broad here. The stoush continues, leaves alone outside the off stump. Down with the slope. That's a good leave.
It's a great leave, and once again illustrates what he's done different this time around. He did it against the Indians as well. He's just moving across. It's like there is a change in feel.
So Stokes is gesticulating to the balcony, and McCullum seemed to give him a big applause to congratulate whatever Stokes was planning on doing, but I haven't detected any change.
Unless he's bringing Ben Duckett on the board.
Or Harry Brook, who's today. Brought up again, bowls to Warner. Defending and edging and drops. There was the chance. Ollie Pope at fourth slip. Genuine edge, high on the blade, in and out. Warner gets a life. He moves to 22 with a couple. We'll need a second and a third and a fourth look at that for tyre power. Clean bolt savings. That'll complete the over. Australia number 30, Warner 22, Khawaja 8.
Stay on the ball while you're on the road. The SEN app is now available on Apple CarPlay, so you can keep up with all the big moments, expert commentary, and the latest news. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find the SEN app on Apple CarPlay.
Here's why renting a car from Bargain Car Rentals is such a bargain. Best prices guaranteed, no hidden fees, and no fees for drivers under 25, offering unlimited kilometres and locations everywhere. Bargain Car Rentals Australia. Now that's a bargain. Visit bargaincarrentals.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. That was a bad drop as well. Saw the replay between overs. Robinson bowls to Khawaja, who defends the cover. It was a gentle chance with Pope moving just in front of third slip, but barely really. To his right, his preferred side. Probably stomach height, maybe a fraction higher. You can't drop them. That's why they keep 4 slips in, Bharat.
Yeah. I think he was in a bad position. It kind of just grabbed his thumb, his right thumb on the way. It's moving quickly. It felt like he wasn't expecting it, which is bizarre when you are in that position and Stuart Broad's bowling to David Warner and he's angling the ball away.
Broad not happy at all. Robinson round the wicket. Khawaja pulling, not really. Bounces nearly around the woodwork, and Khawaja nearly steps on his stumps as well. So you could see the ball bobble up. Not too dissimilar to Harry Brook's dismissal in the first innings at Edgbaston last week, albeit in the end further away from the stumps. And in an effort to make sure that it wouldn't ricochet back, we see it again here for tyre power. Khawaja unsighted through the boot out, and oh gosh, that was within maybe, we'll see it one more time, it can't be more than 10 or 20 centimetres away from him kicking his own stumps over. Robinson again to Khawaja, inside part of the bat, gets a single to long leg. He's 9 from 44, none for 31, all happening at Lord's.
Yeah, we've seen his nifty footwork on TikTok with his dance moves. I think it came in handy there. Just going back to the drop catch though, it reminds me of Virat Kohli in 2018, 2014, Jimmy Anderson was all over him, got him out many times, edging outside off stump. Virat Kohli comes back, says, I've worked on my technique. First test, you'll remember, he was on 4 or 6, gets dropped by David Malan, and then has an incredible series. That's what maybe David Warner should look at, or will be looking at as well.
And Anderson didn't get Kohli in the whole series despite working him over routinely. Robinson bowls and Warner pushes into the covers. No run. That one early chance, wasn't it? They got at Kohli and made that stunning century at Edgbaston on the first day.
And just imagine what the narrative would be. Yes, Stuart Broad got rid of David Warner on that turgid pitch last week, but getting him caught in the slip cordon early in conditions that favour Stuart Broad, the doubts would be back in David Warner's mind. The drop catch could have ramifications not just for what happens in the next hour or so, but Warner's career and maybe the rest of the series.
So Warner scrapping hard. Robinson into him here, round the wicket, hit on the pad but trending down the leg side. Not even Robinson's really appealing. Umpire Gaffney keeps his arms down. Run for 31. Ollie Robinson's had an interesting week or so, to say the least. His column in wisdom.com, which hit a few bung notes. There's an inside edge there from Warner as well. The response online, which was ferocious. The response from some pundits, which was ridiculous. But all the fun of the fair of an Ashes series, I suppose, Baz.
Yeah, he came across sounding, at least in some people's opinion, like a punk young wrestler.
I'll come back to this. Robinson the finish. Warner plays from the crease, as he's done throughout his career through point for 1. Moves to 23. retains the strike. Straight after the break, it'll be Broad versus Warner again. None for 32 on SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of them at Cafe. Warner 23, Khawaja on 9.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Test Cricket for the Met Cafe at Lord's, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. This is the box office stuff. It's Broad, 37 years of age, to Warner, who's 36. Two veterans up against each other, and Warner's in behind it defending. And Broad sprawling across the pitch to cut it off. No inch given. So we had the Robertson column, where he effectively said, you know, we lost but we won. And some of it, yes, as Phil Walker pointed out when he was talking to Daniel Norcross before, might have just misread the public mood a wee bit after he cops a lot of grief for his send-off of Usman Khawaja. We sort of said last week, Baz, it wasn't about clutching pearls. It was more about just like, where's his cricket IQ to be sledging a guy who's just made 141. You just don't do that then. Warner facing Broad, delivers here, and Broad is full and defended out to cover. And then there was the response to Robinson, and then there was the response from the England team to the Australian former players, and the cycle continues and continues and continues, and those who need to get themselves a grab, to get up on social media, to advance their prospects as pundits, do their thing as well. You know, it's just a, I mean, I guess some people will enjoy it, but I've found it boorish.
It is, yeah. Where you pick and rip apart every word, everything that's being said. It can be rather unnecessary. It's right. Sounded like a wrestling promo to me.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's a good comparison from you there as Broad gets up and bowls to Warner, shuffling across his stumps, and it's down the leg side, and Bairstow does well to his left to cut off buys. So a misdirected delivery from Broad. You were saying that you were comparing them to the NWO.
I was. Baseball is the NWO. I mean, when they lose, they say, nah, we didn't lose, we won.
So Phil Long's picked up on something.
Yeah, Ryan Ahmed's on the pitch.
Yeah, he is, yeah.
Okay. An 18-year-old at Lord's, eh?
Must have been close to playing. They went with Josh Tongue in the end, but Rayan brought in as the injury cover for Moeen Ali. His finger's no good. Four slips all morning for Broad. Can he find Warner's edge again? Delivers here. Warner plays with his soft hands through the cordon. Nicely played as well. Rayan Ahmed, the sub on the field, does the tidying up. Warner scampers back for a couple. Moves to 25. He's faced 44 balls, so's Khawaja. He's only on 9, none for 34 in the 15th.
And to further the baseball is the NWO angle, they even managed to turn the ultimate babyface heel. What I mean by that is Joe Root was the Hulk Hogan in that context. They got him to buy into this philosophy.
What was that when he was revealed as the
third guy?
The third guy. Bash on the Beach, 96.
96, exactly.
0433 98 11 16. Your memories of that pay-per-view. 8833 in New Zealand. From Brody to Warner. In the sawdust. Bowls here. Warner pushing to cover. Won't be a single. Not going to take on Ben Stokes, that's for sure. I think the other bit, just to round out the Robertson conversation, getting stuck into him for being a no-good bowler. Say what you will about his temperament, about his column, but to suggest he's like no good at cricket rather misses the point, I think.
2 points. He's currently rated 5th best bowler in the world in the ICC rankings. And as Phil Walker mentioned earlier, at home he averages 18.37 with 45 wickets. He can bowl.
He's been a handful around the world as well. Doesn't mean he's not a pest, but he can bowl. Brought up to finish. Pavilion end. Warner full, too full. Full toss put away. Out through cover. Warner just had to lean on that. Out towards Father Time it goes. Into the boundary rope. Warner, a freebie up to 29. Khawaja's 9. 15 overs gone Australia. Number 38. And that's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Robinson over the wicket to Khawaja on 9. He plays and misses on the angle. That's gone up the slope. Good bowling from England's first change. Warner has all the slips behind him, playing at a ball he probably didn't need to, all told.
Bent his shoulder a little more in that delivery, Ollie Robinson. He's one of those, he's like an old second-hand car that you rented from somewhere, right? He takes a while to get going, and then he becomes really effective. Even his pace has been so far down. He's been averaging around 76, 77 miles an hour.
Robinson away from us, up to Khawaja, bowls here. Khawaja wants to pull, probably not short enough, or even if it was, it doesn't get up. Goes past the off stump, into the gloves of Bairstow, dying in front of Root at first slip.
This pitch is still settling, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've seen a few balls stay low when the bowling's been from the nursery end.
Definitely feels like the pavilion end's the one you want right now.
Yeah.
Watching that back for tyre power, Khawaja wasn't in the same postcode, way above the ball.
I think that might have had something to do with the drop catch as well, because they're standing in the same position at both ends. The ball's been flying off the surface when the bowling's been from the pavilion end. That's where Ollie Pope looked rushed at slip, and that ball came at him.
So Robinson on that angled approach to Khawaja, staying over the wicket. Bowls here, Khawaja bat on ball defending, right out the middle of that cherry-covered blade. We've got a message from Mark in North Balwyn. Have you seen a bat with so many cherries as Khawaja's? I wouldn't be sandpapering that bat down if I'd made 160-odd last week. 043398 1116 or 8833 in New Zealand. A message from Rob in Welshman's Reef. He agrees with us that Pat Cummins meets Barbs with compliments and kindness, yet the former players line up and fan imaginary flames.
You wait till Pat Cummins comes and drops the big leg on
Sting.
Yeah, he could be.
Maybe the D-Generation expert. I don't know. Robinson bowls and Khawaja defends. We'll try and avoid the temptation to do too much 90s wrestling here. Maybe later in the day when people have gone to bed.
With Ollie Robinson again, and you can understand why he might rub people the wrong way. He thrives on it, right? I think you can see that it gets him going. But he's also the kind of bowler, he can look innocuous at times, like he has at times during this spell. I remember we were rubbishing him as well before he got rid of David Warner on that 4th evening in Birmingham. He got that one ball to just zip through, a little skid through.
Robinson bowling with the 6-3. Delivers here, leaving alone Khawaja on length through to the gloves of Bairstow.
And we've seen it from him, and he's been around Test cricket now for 2.5 years.
Yep.
And there are spells when he can look pretty unplayable.
And he must know himself that he didn't do himself justice down in Australia, did he, in the last Ashes?
Yeah.
At all.
He walked off for scans and came back, and fitness was a major issue. He's definitely dropped weight, and he's spoken about it.
And for all of that, still looked likely both at Brisbane and at Hobart. It was a very odd sort of 6 weeks he had in Australia. He's got 2 balls left in his 5th over, Robinson. Up to Khawaja again in the short sleeve jumper, leaves alone. That dies again. There's something going on here at the nursery, and the balls just aren't getting up. So it's 78 mile an hour, but that's never normally an issue for Robinson with his carry, given his tall frame and his ability to hit the seam with the wobble. Yes. So 1 ball left in the over.
Well, Stuart Broad's first delivery of the day kind of bounced in front of Johnny Bairstow. We've seen a few. I'm sure it must be an issue if you are the slip warden as to where you stand when there's such variable bounce from both ends. I'm sure Jeremy Coney will be in a better position to talk about that.
Khawaja's faced 50 deliveries for his 9. Robinson finishes to him here, and he clips into the onside. There won't be a single to Anderson at mid-wicket. 16 overs gone on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Australia number 39. The openers Warner 29, Khawaja 9, and they're there for Red Energy, awarded Australia's most trusted electricity provider by CanStar.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. It'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
This session for Drinkwise, remember, if you're drinking to Drinkwise, bit of a pause between overs. They were checking for the front foot no ball for Robinson. He bowled one earlier in the over. None for 39. Adam Collins with Bharat Sundaresan.
While we wait for Stuart Broad to come in, and Josh Tung's warming up as well at mid-on. Congratulations are in order, Adam Collins. Or should I use all your middle names as well, like your wonderful bride Rachel did yesterday? That was quite the ceremony.
I didn't expect the middle names to get such a run as Broad bowls here to Warner, leaving alone outside the off stump. Yes, I married yesterday, which might sound absurd to the...
I think it should.
To those who don't know me, but so it was. Big wedding in London, and I didn't know about the formalities requiring your middle names to be read out so often, and one of my middle names is a little bit unorthodox. Don't worry, I went to a state school, but I've got one unusual middle name. It's a family name. And yes, my now bride, Rachel, had to keep saying it over and over again as part of the formalities.
She was brilliant.
Broad up to Warner on 29. Silver Force slips. And he squares him up. Plays with soft hands to right arm and a backward point, no run. Well played in the end. Still stays at none for 39.
I have to say though, I mean, I was sitting with Daniel Norcross. You're so used to hearing your voice in our headset. To hear you read out your bows was quite something. I thought you were going to break into an ad, or like you're going to get excited when you have to say, I will, I do. Got it. And
our wedding for Macca's.
Yeah, no.
30 years of the McCafe, something like that.
And, when it came to your lovely daughters, I didn't want to put my hand up and say, Adam Collins has gone bang, bang.
It's Broad again into Warner, and he beats him outside the line of the off stump. Did have to play on that angle, so not bad at error, but nice piece of bowling. And that's trending down the slope now, so that's where he's at a bit of an advantage, bowling to the left-handers from round the wicket pavilion end. Getting a second look for tyre power. Genuine outswinger, well bowled Stuart Broad.
Oh, he's bowling beautifully, Stuart Broad. Really unfortunate not to have Warner out for sure, but he's had Khawaja second-guessing himself. Cut him in half with the delivery, the cross-seamer that went straight and then swung a couple away from him. It's a dangerous spell. Can Australia survive Broad?
So the crowd involved again as Broad delivers from the pavilion end. Warner ducks the short one. Haven't seen much of that this morning. Warner takes a look at the square leg umpire just to confirm that, in his opinion, that it was so short that it might have been a wide.
Yeah, he said it went through over my head. But again, intelligent bowling. David Warner has been walking at Stuart Broad the last couple of overs. He takes a look, and he's standing a long way out of his crease as well. He's keeping him honest with that short bouncer. It was pretty high.
Yes. I've got a bit of a BM up on it about that. More of them should be called wides. Last ball here, Broad. Or two left, I should say. And he beats Warner again. Very similar delivery to the 1-2 before it. That's in the channel. Broad's right on top here. Down the edge of Warner a couple of overs ago. Had the drop catch from Ollie Pope. Now Broad believes that he's working the crowd up as well.
He's got David Warner on the ropes as Stuart Broad. And you can see Warner just walking away.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
That's just brilliant.
And he's absolutely beautiful bowling on the angle. That's the bowling of a man who's taken 108 wickets at Lord's. So many of them from that pavilion end. So the crowd, who were quiet earlier, all eyes on the man with the headband on to complete his 7th over. Into his old sparring partner Warner, full and dug out to cover. End of another excellent half an hour. Changing commentary. Daniel Norcross jumping in to replace me. After the break, Australia, after being sent in, none for 39. Warner, 29, Khawaja 9, and that's all for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe.
Imagine you've just burnt your toast. Yep, there's the fire alarm. It's woken the baby, the dog's barking, you're waving the hand towel, but it just won't stop. With Red Smoke Alarms, you can silence alarms fast with just a single touch on the Red Smoke Alarm controller. It's perfect for homeowners, landlords and property owners with no wiring required and a 10-year guarantee. Don't upgrade your alarms without a Red Smoke Alarm controller. Visit redsmokealarms.com.au or contact your local electrician or electrical wholesaler.
SEN Test cricket with Macca's. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. Now then, here's a moment in a young bowler's life when he gets to bowl his first delivery in an Ashes, and it's at Lord's. Josh Tung playing his 2nd Test match. His first one was also at Lord's earlier this season. We asked Phil Long to look into that, and he's rebuffed me. Well, he rebuffed me. He said, if you want me to look at all 223 players who've made their debut at Lord's and find out where they played their second test. You've got another thing coming.
Jeez, bit of Judas Priest early.
I mean, come on.
No, I think that's a fair question, because that was my first thing going, gee, how common occurrence is that?
Here is Tongue. His first delivery is a briskish one outside the off stump, left alone by Kawaja through to Bairstow's gloves. If you know nothing of Tongue, I will tell you. He's about 6'6", plays for Worcestershire. Other counties are now sniffing around him. He has a natty beard-moustache combination, a thick thatch of hair, broad of shoulder, not so broad of beam. England think that he's a quick bowler. They think that he's someone who can rough up, especially the lower order, and indeed Travis Head. He's in now, right arm over from the nursery end, and that's wafted out by Kawaja, very unlike him. And goes through to Bairstow on the angle.
That's a bit of MC Hammer, please, Usman. You can't touch that. Let them go. Let them go. That was wide, going wider.
It was very wide. I mean, if he got out to that after the vigil at Edgbaston, that would have been an extraordinary mode of dismissal.
It's been interesting, isn't it, the media stand, just the lack of pace and bounce.
Yes, it's strange from this, the nursery end. It's odd. As Tongue is in, this is played off the hip down towards long leg, and Kawaja can rotate strike and finally get into double figures at, well, an hour and 34 minutes after we started play, albeit we lost 12 minutes to a small shower.
Never looked too perturbed though, Usman. No. Just playing the game at his own speed there. Tongue getting close to 85 miles an hour. You know, that's the paciest of the English fast bowlers, which, you know, you already alluded to. I mean, Robinson was as slow as 75 miles an hour.
Yep.
That's medium pace.
That really is. And you got to worry a little bit when Robinson's there. When he's really on song, he's sort of 81, 82. As Tongue rocks and rolls in to left-handed Warner, who chops this through the gully region down to the boundary for 4, to the Warner stand. There was a deliberate shot. It wasn't a million miles away from Pope at fourth slip. A little bit of width, and it's a decent shot from Warner, none for 44.
Yeah, but he got width, and he was able to place it between gully and point. So bonus runs for Warner, a boundary. Tongue, you know, he's got that big side-on action, isn't it? He pushes the ball across left-handers. He almost needs to start it on middle stump.
He won't do a huge amount with the ball as a general rule, as he's in again. That's short, and that's been pulled beautifully out towards the mound stand for 4.
Wow. Emphatic stroke, wasn't it, really? Saw it short, saw it early. One of Warner's better strokes. I mean, he's been a bit restless, I think, this morning. Pushing at the ball a bit too much from the... No pace, really, from England. I have felt right throughout it's been sort of more precision and surgical bowling, I would say, rather than pace. But this is the first time we've seen a bit more pace.
Tongue in again to complete the over. Just dabbed into the onside. They're going to get a quick single. Good running, good calling. And at the end of the over, Australia still have left to lose a wicket. There's 49 runs on the board.
Hi, it's Shelley Craft. Keep warm this winter with Australian Made. Look for genuine Aussie products carrying the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. There's thousands to choose from. Whether you're looking for authentic Aussie skincare, merino wool blankets or locally crafted homewares, Australian Made has something for everyone. There's even quality Australian Made fire pits for those brave enough to head outside. Visit australianmade.com.au/winter to find genuine Aussie products.
SEN test cricket with Maccas. We're in our first session of the first day of the second test match. Our first session with Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. Broad, who has just started to find some rhythm here, and he's into Warner, right arm around the wicket, 4 slips in place. That hits Warner on the pads and rolls to short square leg, and the 50 is up. More than a ripple of applause from this crowd. And
they'll be happy with that, won't they, boys? Been sent in. Overhead conditions suggested a lot of swing. That probably hasn't been as much seen there, but, you know, Stokes wins the toss, chooses to bowl. They would have been expecting to get at least 2 wickets from the Aussies going into lunch. So none to 50 is a bright start for Australia.
Yeah, 18 overs and 1 ball without a wicket. It's feeling a bit ominous for England. They're odds on now, Australia, apparently. As Broad is round the wicket to Khawaja. Khawaja drives nicely through a vacant mid-off all along the ground off the front foot. It's being pursued by Ben Stokes, who will haul it in about 20 yards in front of the pavilion. Sends a throw back to Bairstow. 2 more to the total, none for 52.
In these conditions, where are you most likely to get people out?
Slip,
you'd think slip, wouldn't you?
Well, there have been 2 chances there.
Exactly. So at the moment, both have been put down. So England now need 22 wickets to win the match, not just 20. Now the slips, as far as I'm concerned, you know, you've got 2 different batsmen here at the moment. One's playing forward aggressively, and that's Warner.
Broad comes into Khawaja, lets this go by a little bit of shape away down the slope into Bairstow's gloves.
He plays with hard hands, I would say. If I was a slipper, I would think to myself, this is a man pushing at the ball. He's looking to drive. He occasionally, we've seen a couple of sweeps from him, for heaven's sake. It's Freddie Mercury, I want to be free. Yeah. And he says the Freddie Mercury shot. But generally he's pushing forward. Now, if it's a slipper, if you are playing against a batsman like that, you take half a pace backwards. And that catch surprised Pope. The fallibility of the Pope.
Broad into Khawaja. Again, just turns Khawaja around a little bit, but he plays it late and well into the offside, where Stokes feels at short extras, no run.
So you are constantly adjusting. You do not set yourself up. Make your mark on the ground and remain there stoically right throughout. Whoever's batting, however old the ball is, however many overs the bowler has bowled, you are constantly adjusting your depth. So for Warner, you move back half a pace. For Khawaja, entirely different. He lets the ball come to him. He plays it late with soft hands. You go up.
Broad into Khawaja. And Khawaja again defends almost identical delivery, which again he plays so late, exactly illustrating your point, Jeremy. No run.
Which really has you know, those are the 2 catches that we've seen. Khawaja edging, route too deep, half a pace up. Now he's also quite close to Bairstow. Now whether that's because Bairstow's not diving to his left, and I don't know whether it's his left leg, because they're both left-handed batsmen.
I think he'll be close to him on either side. I reckon they feel like Bairstow just won't dive.
Well, he didn't, did he? Notoriously against Khawaja in that second innings.
Right. So that might be a thing that they work out between each other. But I think he's too deep to Khawaja when he's facing.
Last ball of the over. He's left alone again. Again, a little bit of shape down the slope. Khawaja survives. End of the over. Australia, none for 52.
Imagine you've just burnt your toast. Yep, there's the fire alarm. It's woken the baby, the dog's barking, you're waving the hand towel, but it just won't stop. With Red Smoke Alarms, you can silence alarms fast with just a single touch on the Red Smoke Alarm controller. It's perfect for homeowners, landlords and property owners with no wiring required and a 10-year guarantee. Don't upgrade your alarms without a Red Smoke Alarm controller. Visit redsmokealarms.com.au or contact your local electrician or electrical wholesaler.
SEN Test cricket with Maccas. Now, Josh Tongue's going to continue. He's going to come around the wicket to Warner. That's England bowlers' preferred line of attack to Warner. As a general rule, deep square leg has gone out, long leg's gone out. 4 slips have been there all morning, and they've been kept interested. And they haven't snaffled the 2 chances that have come their way so far. It's a backward point, a mid-off and a mid-on completes the field as Tongue is in. Round the wicket to Warner, who gets a thick inside edge and a streaky boundary down to the pavilion. That wasn't a million miles away from his leg stump. And that looked, could he have been beaten for pace there? Tongue's gone for 3 boundaries in his first 7 balls, but that will give him encouragement. And actually, we've seen Broad get Warner out this way. As we take a little look on the replay screen with tyre power, clean bowled savings. That is a way that we've seen Warner get out in England quite a bit.
Well, none for 14 off 7 balls. He's doing baseball very well at the moment, Tongue, but that was just a bit of extra bounce. This nursery end's been keeping low, and that surprised Dave Warner, and the new angle.
Tongue in once more. This is pushed into the offside, fielded in the covers. Stokes tidies up, and there is no runs.
Yeah, Tongue, he's been over the wicket so far, hasn't he? Going across to the slips, bringing them into play.
88.7 miles an hour, that one.
That's a little bit faster.
Started to get a bit more interesting, isn't it?
Also from over, he was pushing the ball, and as I said, you almost need to bowl middle and leg to make them play. But from around the wicket, you can basically just bowl it hard at off stump.
Tongue into Warner, gets a horrible tangle, trying to turn the ball into the onside. It rebounds off his pad. He was in no shape or position to play whatever shot he was playing there.
Well, I think he's premeditating. He's sweating on that short ball because that wasn't short enough to play that pull shot.
Well, the ball ballooned off the pad and there was no run as Tongue filled in his follow-through, but he's just getting a bit of pace here, and Warner is looking a bit fretful.
And Warner got a pull shot. I think it was just a half-tracker in the previous over, but now Tongue's bowling quicker. I'd try another bounce of this over to Warner.
He's in round the wicket. Warner just topping about, manages to get that on that and deflect it down to deep back. Let's go. Coming back for a second. That's really good running. Slightly dilatory fielding in the deep. And that Robinson down there, I think, who was not exactly fleet of foot, let's say. 2 more the total, none for 58.
There's the busyness, isn't it? There's the energy, if you like, of Warner. There was never 2 runs there. Not really. And he seized the opportunity. And Khawaja, thankfully, was able to sort of go with it as well, because he was always running away from the danger end. It's a bit of a battle within a battle, that Khawaja and Warner running together.
Tongue into Warner, who drives to backward point. A good diving stop by Ben Duckett prevents what would otherwise have been a boundary. Warner's on 44 here from 61. He's had a life. He's played and missed frequently, but he is still there.
He's sensing runs, though. As Jeremy said, he was almost surgical with the bowling. I don't reckon they got their lines right, to be fair. Anderson, I think Broad's been the most impressive. But now with Tongue, extra pace, but not the same accuracy, I think he feels like he can get some bad balls to put away.
There's Tongue to complete the 20th over. Warner on strike, lets this go by, turns his back on Tongue. And at the end of the over, Australia, 20 gone and none for 58.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest style range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test cricket with McGaffey celebrating 30 years of coffee. Fit for an Aussie. Now then, what have we got left? 15 minutes to go in this session. Broad is out of the attack. Anderson is in. Broad's fine spell. But what were the numbers, Phil?
8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 19.
Dan, you've been watching the English team for years now. Now, where has Anderson's in-swinger to the left-hander gone?
Where has it gone? This is a very good question. Khawaja faces up and pulls beautifully, elegantly. A little swivel pull. We've not seen very much of that today from Khawaja. Takes it from 12 to 16 from 60 balls, but that was a lovely shot, almost Lara-esque.
No, that is the avenue of annihilation if you bowl there to Khawaja. It's half-tracker. Yeah. He's sweating on it. He just swivels. It's below eye level. I don't think Jimmy's been at his best today.
Well, do you know, he bowled a few of those to Khawaja at Edgbaston, didn't he? And that's very un-Anderson-esque. It was just a bad ball. He's in now, Khawaja drives slightly away from his body, but can't beat Stokes at short extra cover, and there's no run, which is a concern for England.
That to me is, again, we've gone from a short ball to quite a full ball. Khawaja driving it there. We don't often see him on the front foot like that, and he feels he can attack. And that was an attempt at attack again, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. So we've seen 2 balls, the first 2 from Anderson, really not finding the business area of the pitch.
He's in once more. Khawaja waits and lets this go by outside the off stump. There's no run. Now, you mentioned where's his in swinger gone? Of course, it's the away swinger to the right hander as well, which was his stock ball
when he first come on the scene. But You know, it's a couple of series now. You know, he's developed the wobble seam as well, but conditions, he took it across the left-handers today. Sometimes he was bowling too wide, but I was still waiting for that one to come back in, and it didn't happen.
He's in again. Khawaja lets this go. That's a little bit closer to his off stump. And there is no run. Lunch, by the way, is being prepared in our lunchroom, and it is, I think it's rather promising. Yeah, it's looking good.
Can you just give us a little bit more?
Well, there's a kind of soy glazed chicken thing. There's octopus and salmon or some such madness. I mean, there's a lot going on.
This is crazy. This is crazy. How long? 3 overs? 4 overs?
Yeah, let's get on with it. Come on, Anderson. That's it. Pulled. Short mid-wicket, and there's no run. So, yes, I think lunch is going to be good.
Well, Edgbaston was outstanding.
Wasn't it?
Wasn't that an
always
outstanding...
is. Always is.
Wow.
It's my second favourite restaurant in England.
we were rushing to get to breakfast.
Behind McDonald's.
Yes. Where you get a good coffee.
The Scottish...
30 years.
Yeah, the Scottish restaurant, as we call it here.
Merv set up our old coach Ian Redpath with that. Red is a legend of Australian cricket. Very fit man. And Merv organised the dinner at a Scottish restaurant. And Redders was intrigued. I've never eaten at a Scottish restaurant before.
Here's Anderson. It's left alone through the keeper. No run.
Yeah, he was a bit dispirited when he saw the golden arches, Redders, but not us. We were in.
Well, I'd have been delighted. It's the end of the over.
Merv.
21 gone. Australia, none for 62.
At Empress Diamonds, they're making diamond dreams a reality. If you're planning the perfect proposal, visit Empress Diamonds, Melbourne's first diamond wholesalers to the public. Don't pay too much. Their experts will find the perfect diamond for the one you love at up to 20% off. Royal quality diamonds at a wholesale price, discounted up to a further 20%. Only at Empress Diamonds, making diamond dreams a reality for over 20 years. Book your exclusive appointment now. Visit empressdiamonds.com.au.
SEN Test cricket with Maccas. England still yet to take a wicket, celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers' funerals. Well, they haven't had the chance, as Tung's first delivery of a new over is thrashed with no timing by the pugnacious Warner, out into the offside, up towards the grandstand, and they'll pick up a couple of runs. None for 64. None is the key word in all of this. Australia will be delighted.
Once again, we just see his eyes are lighting up, aren't they? You know, unless it's really compacting him or tightening him up on middle and off stump.
I don't like the shot, though. It got him out at Edgbaston. There's something a bit frenetic and one knee-ish about it as Tongue's into him round the wicket, and that's pushed into a gap on the offside, but he won't take the single as Stokes is nimble to his right. No run. It's another thing that, of course, England fans will be looking out for is when Stokes going to bowl. Of all of England's bowlers, he can swing the ball, and these feel like the right conditions.
With 5 seamers, does the Tongue selection means that, you know, Stokes doesn't have to bowl as much? Is there an element of that in there?
Tongue into Warner, who pushes again for the offside, this time closer to Stokes, who fields one-handed, bending down to his right.
I mean, he only bowled 14 overs in the first Test match.
Yeah,
it's not many, 7 in each,
and he picked up
about a quarter of the others.
It's only the second Test, but from the trend I'm seeing is he gives himself 1 spell a day.
Yeah.
So if he goes early, that's pretty much it for the day.
Well, he's picked up big wickets, though. I mean, he got Smith, didn't he, before lunch?
And Khawaja.
On the first day, and then he got Khawaja.
That's handy. Top order players.
Tongue staying round the wicket. Third slip's come out, leg slip is in place. That's short, and pulled out. Where's that gone?
Well,
it's gone miles.
6.
That's a huge shot. Into the tavern. Brings back Warner's 60. The 50, I beg your pardon. And that is a very fine shot. It's not necessary. It's not been a chanceless innings by any means, but it's been a priceless one for Australia. And the Australian segment of the crowd are all on their feet. What a way to get to your half-century. It was short, it was rapid, and he has booked that into the tavern for
But
6.
I alluded to it last over. He pulled a half tracker from Tongue from over the wicket, and I thought Tongue now, the next one will be faster and bouncier, which it was. But Dave Warner was up for that. He's hit that absolutely out of the screws.
Yeah, there's a bit of a smile teasing across Josh Tongue's face, but I'm not sure how happy he'll be about it. 24 runs he's conceded in just 16 deliveries. He's in again. And that is a little fuller this time, and dabbed to backward point where Duckett will do the fielding. There's no run.
52, 66 balls for David Warner, 6 fours, 1 6. It's only the second time he's passed 50 in his last 20 test innings, but that one time he went on and made 200.
Well,
so what are you alluding to?
Not alluding to anything, Fleming.
The trend is this will be a double 100.
Yeah. Numbers are sacred to Phil.
Yeah, they're not great numbers though, Longy, are they?
Ooh. Last ball of the 22nd over is hits Warner on the pad, and they'll roll. The different for signals, the ball rolls out to the onside. Leg by is signal. 22 overs gone. Australia with 7 minutes to go till lunch. None for 71.
Hi, I'm Tim from Red Energy. The Australian-made logo is a true mark of Australian authenticity. So, for Red Energy to be certified to use the famous green and gold Australian-made logo, well, it's fair to say it's something we're pretty proud of. Here at Red, we're owned by the mighty Snowy Hydro, and that makes us 100% Australian. We're also based right here, so our team really understands your needs. So, if supporting Australian means something to you, switch to Red today. Call 131 806.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Australia none for 71. A contrast in the two batters today. Warner 52 from 68. Khawaja 16 from 65. And it's Warner facing. First ball of a new over. Dabbed into the offside. They come through for a quick single. Khawaja put the dive in. I think he was always going to be safe because he's played with very soft hands. Just square of the wicket on the offside. Warner ticks over to 53.
I don't know if Usman was backing up aggressively there. I want to see the replay.
Well, there's a throw off balance. So we'll take a look.
Well, both fielder and batsman ended up falling over, aren't they, on the turf?
That's what we'd like to see. It's like the sort of end of a Sam Peckinpah movie where everybody's just strewn on the ground. Yeah. And what's going on here? Someone's got new gloves.
New gloves, a towel, both bats on the ground. Yeah, it's on.
They don't know they're born, do they, Phil? These professional cricketers. You got a pair of gloves and you had to wear them all season.
That's right.
That was it. A million bats.
And they just get crustier by the end, don't they? You've used them all time, and it's salt.
Didn't get quite as crusty with me.
Okay.
Didn't.
Glenn McGrath mentioned that. Yeah.
Right. New gloves have been administered. Khawaja is back on strike. His bat, a symphony of crimson, where he's hit the ball so many times. Sanderson is into him, and he covers up in defence, plays late. Well, from the crease, really, to the offside. There's no run.
Not much seam. And Khawaja looked to have plenty of time there with Anderson, to me.
Yeah, he bowled that as fast as he could. It was probably short of a length, not a good length. And Usman back early, very watchful. Just blunted in the middle of the bat.
And he's round the wicket as well, which he doesn't like to do very much. So
he did a lot in the first test, though, didn't he?
He did, to no effect. He's in again, and that beats the outside edge. As soon as we say that, an absolute peach, a pearler, a beauty, a ripper, a snorter. Through to Bairstow.
It's almost like we're in Jimmy's ears, and he just heard that.
Yeah.
What we'd said the previous ball, and he goes, well, cop this one.
That's just gone like a, well...
It is the avenue of apprehension, that one.
Yeah, too right.
Round the wicket, coming in, he had to play it because it was coming straight towards him and then just nipped away at the last moment. Bounced through to Bairstow, good height.
Anderson into Khawaja, who defends a full delivery into the offside off the front foot to Stokes at short extra, and there's no run. England's body language not great there. Had that happened off the third or fourth ball of the day, there'd have been oohs and ahs, and you're nearly there. You've got him. He's, doesn't know what he's doing here. England are clearly hugely disappointed that having put Australia in, there'll be this over and one more, and they've not lost a wicket yet.
Yeah.
Anderson is in, round a wicket to Khawaja, who flicks this away off his pads down to long leg, where Tongue will do the fielding. He's wearing his England cap, not his sun hat. The only sun hat I can see out there is, well, it's Stuart Broad, of course, a man who would take to any cricket field in a sun hat, whether it was gloomy or bright. Khawaja to 17, Australia none for 73. Warner on strike for the last ball of the penultimate over before lunch. Incidentally, Darrell's on the central coast. I'm going to come back to him after this over.
He's reached there.
As Anderson is in down the leg side, taken by Bairstow. No alarms, end of the over. One more to go before the luncheon break. Australia none for 73.
Imagine you've just burnt your toast. Yep, there's the fire alarm. It's woken the baby, the dog's barking, you're waving the hand towel, but it just won't stop. With Red Smoke Alarms, you can silence alarms fast with just a single touch on the Red Smoke Alarm controller. It's perfect for homeowners, landlords and property owners with no wiring required and a 10-year guarantee. Don't upgrade your alarms without a Red Smoke Alarm controller. Visit redsmokealarms.com.au or contact your local electrician or electrical wholesaler.
SEN Test cricket for Maccas. Australia none for 73. The last over before lunch about to start. It's going to be Josh Tongue bowling. Usman Khawaja is on strike. 3 slips in place and a leg gully. He's going to come around the wicket, try and hassle those ribs. He's in. It's full. Bowled him! Bowled him, and the last over before lunch, Usman Khawaja leaving a delivery from around the wicket. It's flicked the off stump. And after nearly 2 hours of toil, England have finally made the breakthrough. We've seen a few leaves in this series, and Usman Khawaja, well, he'll be irritated with that. That has jagged. That has really jagged. It started way outside off stump. It's clipped the top of off, and I think we've just seen our Macca's delivery of the day so far.
I'm going to nominate that as well. No, that's actually gone the opposite way of the way that Tong's been able to angle it across the left-handers. That's hit the seam and maybe moved 5 to 10 centimetres. You saw the reaction on Usman's face. Yeah. There was no way, there was no ball previous to that indicated the ball would be coming into him. So big wicket, they needed that, and Tongue needed it too. He's bowled with really good pace. His direction hasn't totally been there, but that'll give the young fella a big lift, and England needed this, sending Australia in. They would have been hoping for 2 or 3, but they'll take 1.
Oh, well, absolutely. It's still definitely Australia's session, but they'll go into lunch on a bit of a high. And I know this sounds a bit crazy, but any of you watching the women's test, that was a delivery very similar to the one that Kate Cross bowled to get rid of Phoebe Litchfield. Almost identical. Around the wicket to the left-hander. It looked wide of the off-stump. It looked leavable. But, my word, it just went. It went like a leg break. Clipped the off-stump to see the end of Khawaja. The players are going off for lunch because that was the last over before lunch. It's one of the things that annoys me most of all in cricket. I don't understand it. Just stay and finish the over. Why not? It's weird. It's weird to me.
Okay. We can debate that over lunch.
I'll have to let it lie.
There's some glazed chicken.
Yeah, well, I'm very much looking forward to that. So, next couple of minutes or so, let's just run our rule over what's happened today. England winning the toss, elected to bowl, slate grey skies, perfect conditions it felt like. But Australia have gone into lunch with just 2 batters used in this session. David Warner, who's had a life, has played and missed a few times, but has batted proactively. He's hit some spectacular shots. He got to his 50 with a 6. He's unbeaten on 53. Usman Khawaja, 70 balls for his 17, but looked, I'd have to say, less ruffled, more untroubled, until he left that crackerjack delivery from Josh Tongue in the first ball of what turned out to be the last over before lunch, to leave Australia 1 for 73. Yeah, England will be disappointed, but are they disappointed with how they bowled as much as how the game has gone?
Well, certainly there is an expectation when you win the toss and bowl that you are going to get wickets in that first session. Otherwise, you'd have a bat. Good batting partnership between Khawaja and Warner. I think they complemented each other really nicely, and you could see the longer Warner got into it, he was happy to play his shots, and Guzman the secondary role. He looked like he was going to bat the whole day. England's bowling wasn't poor. It certainly swung in the air. But I would think maybe their line was a little bit wide, particularly how Anderson Broad liked to just run the ball across the left-handers, and they were starting just outside of stump, going on further, whereas the few times that they bowled middle and leg, had actually beat the bat, and a couple of times they got edges there. So they'll need to just, tidy up their line a little bit, the English bowlers. But I thought that was wonderful batting by the Australians in really tough conditions.
It was, and it reminds me a lot of a match England played against India here at Lord's a couple of years back, when Rohit Sharma, and I want to say KL Rahul, opened the batting in very similar circumstances, and they made it to lunch about 58 for none or so. Balls beating bat, and that was what set India up for a victory, because although they didn't really get on top of England's bowlers that day, they saw off the most difficult part of the day. Jeremy Coney, we've only seen that one wicket celebration, celebrating wickets for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives this morning. But for me, Ollie Robinson is a big concern. I don't think he showed a lot of nip. I thought, when he's on song, he's bowling 81, 82. As Fleming said, he saw a few go through at 75.
That's correct.
That feels like a worry, and Anderson feels like a worry if you're looking at England's performance in that session.
Well, he's so important to the attack, isn't he? After Broad and Anderson do their thing, then it's certainly over to it's the Anderson, it's the Robinson show. And I'm afraid if you're going to bowl at that pace, you don't get your nip, you see. If you lose it, it's like an older seamer. As soon as you get a wee bit older, if you're not getting the extra bit of pace, it's not happening for you fast enough to beat the inside edge into the pads and get the edge and so on. So that is a concern. If he's not able to run in and really get back to that pace you're talking about in the low 80s and force the false stroke, then that is certainly a concern for England.
Phil, our bowling figures, please. 4 bowlers have been used, notably not Ben Stokes. Only one has been successful, Josh Tongue.
Yeah, you mentioned, Ben Stokes, of course, only bowled, Flem mentioned it, it's only probably going to bowl in 3 or 4 over spells, and he's probably only got 1 in him a day, so he's always been kept up his own sleeve, I suppose. James Anderson, 7 overs, 1 maiden,
and ace up his
14. Stuart Broad, 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 19. Ollie Robinson, we've just been speaking about, 5 overs, none for 14, and that wicket at the end for Josh Tongue, 3.1 overs, 1 for 24.
Well, we've established our Macca's delivery of the day. Macca's order via Mac delivery on the My Macca's app. For me, possibly Broad was the pick of England's bowlers. England will need to come out after lunch and hope that one can bring 2 or 3, because it's getting a little bit brighter. It'll be getting a little bit easier to bat as that ball gets softer. We'll be back here at Lord's in around about 34 minutes or so, because that wicket went down a couple of minutes before 1 o'clock our time. Just make sure you're back in time for that first ball. But to take you through the lunch break, I'm going to hand over to Paul Sebastiani.
From a cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie. Live from England, the Ashes on SEN Cricket.
Oh, hang on. One of them carried him off. That was Johnny Bairstow has carried the protester off the field. He's receiving a round of applause from the grandstand. Brought up again, bowls to Warner. Defending and edging and drops. There was the chance. Ollie Pope at 4th slip. Genuine edge, high on the blade, in and out. Warner gets a life. He moves to 22 with a couple.
Short, pulled out. Where's that gone?
Oh, that's
gone
gone
miles.
6.
That's a huge shot into the tavern. Brings back Warner's 60. The 50, I beg your pardon. That is a very fine shot. It's not necessarily, it's not been a chanceless innings by any means, but it's been a priceless one for Australia. And the Australian segment of the crowd are all on their feet. What a way to get to your half century. It was short, it was rapid, and he has booked that into the tavern. He's in. Bowled him! Bowled him, and the last over before lunch, Usman Khawaja leaving a delivery from round the wicket. It flicks the off stump.
And after nearly 2 hours of toil, England have finally made the breakthrough.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Australia will be resuming at 1-4-73. We're in the 24th over. Josh Tongue playing his second Test match. Knocked over Usman Khawaja. Australia left 30 deliveries in the first session, while the 30th brought England finally a breakthrough. Khawaja castled on the stroke of the long break. Still leaden skies here in northwest London. Adam Collins with you, Phil Walker and Jeremy Coney with me to begin the middle session of day one. Marnus Labuschagne out to the middle of Lords, the ground where his career was restarted 4 years ago in most unusual circumstances of the concussion sub. Made a half-century on that occasion on the final day. Different circumstances today, but it feels the same. It's gloomy overhead, Phil Walker.
That it is. My God, did England need that at the end. It was flat, innocuous, peculiar.
Quite the ball as well. So Tongue away from us. Nursery and bowls to Labuschagne's first ball. Does the lever. He sways the bat from side to side after it goes into the gloves of Johnny Bairstow. Still 4 balls left in this over that started before lunch.
Yeah, look, for all the talk in the pre-match about England's approach and this funky new experiment and all that nonsense, you've got to catch your catches. They didn't do it at Birmingham. They overstepped at Birmingham. It was elementary errors that cost them that. And it was more of the same in the first session. Nonetheless, the skies are slate grey and will stay like this all day, so they're still very much in this.
Ball slip still there. Tongue bowls. Labuschagne defends from the back foot straight into the turf. It spits out to the offside where Ben Duckett races in from backward point and does the fielding. Jeremy Coney also with us. The stat that I was halfway through reading out was that Australia left 30 balls in the first session of this Test match, and England only left 28 for the whole Test match last week at Edgbaston. That's a quick little nugget from lunch, but it says a lot about how different this surface is compared to the one last week.
And also the approach of the Australian batsmen as compared to England, isn't it, really? But now, of course, Khawaja's been dismissed.
Tongue up to the crease, bit wider on it, and it's well outside the off stump. Labuschagne shoulders arms.
We've got the two next batsmen, one of them facing at the moment, who are quite happy to use the time given to them, really, by that Bazball approach. And you'd have to say these next two hold the destiny, I think, of these the Ashes. If they bat well, if Labuschagne, for example, is in at the end of this session, I think that Australia will be more in front.
Leg gully as well. Inside part of the bat, spits past leg gully down to fine leg. Labuschagne off the mark, but not with a convincing stroke. 1 for 74.
Josh Tongue is raw, and he's 5 minutes into his Test career, but you can understand why they've picked him here. He went for 20 odd in his first 2.5 overs, but that extra bit of pace caused the serene Khawaja to make the first mistake, really. If you just take that edge away from him, he was broadly at ease throughout that 2-hour session, and yet that little bit of extra nip down the slope, of course, from this end, from the media centre end, the nursery end, whatever you want to call it these days. And England absolutely desperate for that point of difference.
He'll go round the wicket to Warner. His first ball of the session on 53. Tongue here. Warner looks to drive, but doesn't get much of it. Out to Broad in the sun hat at cover. End of the over. 24 gone. A successful one for England. Australia 1 for 74 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge sail on now. The 1 wicket to 4 was before lunch. Khawaja bowled for 17. Yes, we know that England like to get their 20 wickets as quickly as they can. It's the other side of the coin of the way they play the game at the moment. That informs why they like to bowl first and get into them, and they don't like spending long days in the dirt.
Well, they've dropped 2 catches. That means they need 22.
Yeah.
So they're going the wrong direction, it seems to me.
So James Anderson will get the first opportunity from the pavilion end. Bowled 7 tidy overs before lunch for 14. Always tidy Anderson. Interesting that he's trying to swing the ball more conventionally than he's done so for a number of years.
Yeah, and I think it's partly because of the overheads here. He was talking in the build-up that he needed these kinds of conditions to properly express himself after a dud game, in truth, last week at Birmingham. And I think the wobble seam tends to come more into play 20, 30, 40 overs in when the ball isn't quite as fresh. The lacquer has rubbed off from that Dukes ball, and I think the conventional swing here with these kinds of conditions is the way that he's gone so far. He's looked a bit disgruntled to me, Jimmy. I mean, he's perpetually disgruntled, you know, but he's looked not quite himself this morning.
He's in here, bowling to Labuschagne on the hip. Doesn't get it away, it spills into the onside off the thigh pad.
Where is his outswinger?
Yeah.
It's been all... I know they've been both left-handers and wanting to go away from them and so on. He's been starting it at about sort of middle and off and going wider. So there's some of the 30 that you were talking about. But I was kept on waiting for that in-swinger to come back into the pads to bring the LBW and bowled into play. I didn't see it at all. Now they've got a right-hander there. Now's a perfect chance. Still 3 slips.
And the leg slip as well, or leg gully. Duck it round the corner for Labuschagne. Bowling to a plan here, it seems. Anderson in, Labuschagne edging, and it gets dropped at second slip. It was Crawley leaping across in front of Root. Would have been a screamer, but it has carried. We'll get a second look in a moment for tyre power, clean bowled savings, but an early edge from Labuschagne doesn't quite get gripped by the second slip. Talk us through it, Phil Walker.
I thought it might have just been on the bounce, actually. Yeah, it was.
It is on the bounce, my apologies.
Yeah, maybe half a yard shy. He's done well to actually stop that. That would have obviously run away with no third man, so no actual chance. But again, it's held its line there, Anderson. And he's been desperate, I think, for a right-hander out there, as Jeremy says. Key moments.
So Anderson again in it early, bowls to Labuschagne, driving on the up through the covers. Up the slope towards the Warner stand, they'll get 2. Stokes in pursuit. They won't consider a third. Labuschagne 3, 1 for 76 Australia.
I just feel the slips for someone who's just come in like Labuschagne, who's struggled in the first 2 innings he's played in this series. He's not really going to be playing wildly eccentric attacking strokes. I think you need to be up half a pace. That still wouldn't have been a catch, I admit that, but I think that the slips are just a little bit deep and also a bit close to each other in terms of spread.
All the people still filing back in from lunch. Vacant seats up the slope in the grandstand. Bowling to Labuschagne is Anderson here. Quickest shingle, taking on Pope in from backward point. They're through. Labuschagne 4, 1 for 77.
There's a bit of a buzz around now, though, isn't there, that was weirdly absent in that opening session. There's real jeopardy now.
Well, England can't afford to have the same kind of session they had prior to lunch. You know, just 1 wicket and 2 down, I think Australia would feel, boy, we've escaped one here.
Yeah.
And the conditions.
It's a great point. I mean, I haven't seen that expected wicket index that CricViz pulled together, but I'd be surprised if it wasn't sort of like 3 or 4 or 5 based on the surface. So Australia on that measure are on top in tough conditions. All the lights on. Anderson round the wicket. Warner plays nicely off the front foot out through cover. Towards Father Time it goes. Down the slope for 2. Warner up to 55, his first runs of the session. 1 for 79 Australia.
He'll enjoy that, Warner, because he's moved into that delivery nicely. He's kept his shape. He was a bit pokey outside off stump to Anderson around the wicket in the opening session, but he's lent into that nicely. It's been a fascinating watch to see Warner. There's a defiance there. There's a cussedness there as well. He's been very...
A restlessness.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah. He's been very present in the moment. He knows exactly what's at stake here, collectively and, of course, individually.
And there are a couple of moments in that first half an hour that just about ended his career, I reckon, as Anderson approaches and delivers to the veteran here, and he leaves so close to the off stump. There's the one that Jeremy Coney wants back towards the pegs, but Warner lets it go. End of 25 overs, Australia 1 for 79, Warner 55, Labuschagne 4, and that's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
Tax time is ending soon at Bunnings Trade with less than 1 week to go. Get in quick for amazing value on the AEG 18-volt Fusion 10-piece mega kit, just $1,999. That's over $3,500 worth of tools for just $1,999. Plus, purchase before June 30 and get your choice of AEG framing nailer skin, Fusion lawnmower skin, or 4 5-amp force batteries via redemption. Don't miss out this tax time at Bunnings Trade. Helping business is our trade.
Our middle session at Lords for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking to Drinkwise, Josh Tongue prepares to start his 5th over. And it'll be at Labuschagne. So an extra slip in, now 4 of them, in addition to the leg gully. They want to get Labuschagne early again, as they did a couple of times last week at Birmingham. Tongue bowls here. Labuschagne leaves on length. Extra pace too. What's that clocked at? Down at the screen. 86 mile an hour, so 139 kilometres an hour in new money.
He was pushing 90 though, wasn't he, at times, just before lunch?
That was the thing against Ireland, wasn't it, Phil, that he hit 90 very consistently, and I think that probably moved him from a peripheral member of this squad to jumping into the top 4 or 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And they have watched him for years as well, right? This is not just a name that they've grabbed out of the hat.
He bowls to Labuschagne, back of a length, works him around the corner to the leg gully. Stokes there, no run. Yeah, it's a good point you raised there, that he played in the England Lions trip last year, took a fifer in an unofficial test match. He's been sort of through all the pathways and all the rest of it, so they've obviously known he's got that extra yard.
Yeah, there are certain quicks that come out of nowhere, quicks that are not even really a story until overnight they suddenly become the talk of the town. Josh Tongue has been around this setup for a little while. He's not a bolter as such, and he's showing a bit of ticker as well, I think, today.
So Marnus Labuschagne broke his bat with that previous work around the corner. So Australian dressing room burst into action, probably giving him 7 to choose from or something like that, Marnus being Marnus. So we had Matty Potts last year, didn't we, Jeremy, doing the England-New Zealand series. He didn't come from nowhere, but he really earned his way into the side through county cricket, and it wasn't like he was blowing up the speed gun. He was just so consistent, kind of in the model of an Anderson, if you like.
An Anderson, well, a Robinson, really, for me. He wasn't really a swing bowler, was he? But more of a sort of a hit the deck, and a very accurate bowler. He is an option for England.
He played that Ireland test, didn't he, Phil, Matty Potts?
He did. He's not had quite as much of a season as they were hoping for, in truth, in county cricket.
I think we're about to get some noise through the effects mic. They're about to turn the hover cover on. I can see a few drops in the air. It's not heavy. It's that drizzle that's been a feature all morning. Now 10 to 2 local time. It's very dark. It feels like there'll be more rain today, but they'll continue for now. So Marnus has a new bat. It's Tongue away from us. Nursery and bowls to him here. Labuschagne in behind it, defending out the middle of the blade to broad at mid-wicket.
Labuschagne's changed the way that he prepares his trigger movements from the first test match, where he was batting on off-stump initially and then moved further as he shimmied across outside his off-stump. Here, he's kind of off-stump, but he's staying there. He's not doing that second component of shimmying further and therefore having to play across the body to straight deliveries and playing across the ball and playing wider at it.
Tongue in, Labuschagne leaves close to the off-stump. We saw one of those in the previous Anderson over as well, where shouldering arms, but the slips called and their hands on their head, knowing it wasn't far away from a second Australian bowled leaving. We'll watch it again for tyre power. Clean bowled by Savings. Yeah, over the top of the off-stump by about 4 or 5 inches. Well bowled.
Very impressive post-lunch.
He's got definitely that angle, hasn't he, Tongue, when you know, he sort of leans over at delivery and sort of you feel that he's going to be bowling towards you from an angle.
In again, Tongue bowls, and Labuschagne down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. Bairstow takes it away to his left. See again the crowd feel involved here. They've got that man round the corner for the miscue, and it's a great point you raised, Jeremy, and I'm sure Bharat will talk to this later today, but he's been watching Marnus in the nets very closely during the week. There was some back and forth between Marnus and Bharat, where he was trying to line up, because Bharat stands behind him in every net session, trying to line himself up to avoid what you're describing there, jumping across his stumps. Our expert commentary for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. It's Tongue here to complete his 5th over. Labuschagne beaten by the one that goes the other way. Classy stuff. A genuine outswinger. Full to finish. 26 overs gone on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Australia 1 for 79.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton. Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
A little bit more rain in the air, and I'm afraid to say that has prompted umpire Gaffney to call for the covers, and they fire up the hover cover beneath us at the nursery end, and David Warner jogs back towards the home dressing room with 55 to his name. Labuschane's 4, so Australia adding 6 runs in 13 minutes after lunch. 1 for 79 after 26 overs. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail on now, and you made the point, Phil, as Tongue was ending the over, he started really well after the long break.
Yeah, and that was a classic over as well, finished with a real leg cutter. And as Jeremy says, his natural angle is to kind of come over almost his left ear and angle it into the right-hander, but that one's held its line. It's a real classic. Yeah, he's good. You can understand why they like him. For me, though, the spectre of Ben Stokes' knee looms large over this innings, right? You know, Ben Stokes swings it round corners here at Lords. He took 6 for spit against the West Indies 3 or 4 years back. Sometimes he's a battering ram, other times he's a conventional swing bowler. At Lords, he's a conventional swing bowler. And if he can't bowl, and there were certain moments I thought in the first session where he would have been really good in these conditions, if he can't bowl, and he hobbled through maybe 14 overs at Birmingham, then it becomes a threadbare attack.
It was an interesting part of the Birmingham setup for Stokes, wasn't it, Jeremy, that Stokes only used himself when the ball was old as a battering ram and never really tried to pitch the ball up and do what Phil's describing.
And got 2 major wickets,
Yeah.
Smith
Yeah.
and Khawaja. So, yeah, there is a sense, when I looked at the side they've selected here with the 4 seamers, and then, and himself as well.
Yep.
That says I'm not really sure I'll be bowling more than one set, one little set of overs a day max.
Yeah.
Maybe not even that.
Yeah, that's it.
What I do here is we'll have a change in the commentary team after we clear a few of our commitments. We may as well do that now with the covers on the field. The good news is that it doesn't look set in. It doesn't look like it's going to get any heavier. It feels much like the delay we had in the first session. So with any luck, the umpires will come out soon and the covers will come off. But we'll take a break with Australia. 1 for 79 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail on now. Warner 55, Labuschagne 4, and the hover covers coming off. More news after the break.
I'm going to go to the toilet and grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. If he kicks this, we're in front. Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. All Tyre Power owners are committed to local tyre recycling programs, which means at Tyre Power, your old tyres don't end up in landfill. To learn more, visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
The Cheese and Bacon McSpicy is back. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, spicy coating, plus cheese and sizzling bacon. Order the Cheese and Bacon McSpicy at Macca's today. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Bounce, dribble, spin, putt, kick, tackle, cheer, and you could score with IMAR by winning a sports membership of your choice worth up to $1,500. To enter, get an easy insurance quote from IMAR's expert brokers, the teammates of every tradie. Jump online at imar.com.au or call 13IMAR and use the code IMARWIN. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Our middle session's about to restart for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking to Drinkwise, all of our expert summarisers on SEN Test Cricket for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. And one of those is the Australian's chief cricket writer. It's Peter Lalor for the first time today. G'day, Pete.
G'day. How are you, Adam? How's the honeymoon going, mate?
The honeymoon at Lords, yes.
First day of Adam Collins' married life.
Fitting, probably.
I took my wife to Swans v Richmond.
Oh, did you? Yes.
Yeah.
Done a very similar thing then.
Yeah, whole wedding party came along. We sat on the old hill at the SCG.
Delightful.
Watch Plugger.
What year was that? You're under the pump here. Is Sue listening? She normally listens when you're commentating. 1990 something.
20, yeah, about 25, 26 years ago, something like that. Yeah. No one's counting.
So the good news is that we're going to have play resuming very shortly. The umpires are already out there. I'm not quite sure why the players are waiting. They'll come on now. We lost 12 minutes earlier that are going to be added on later, bad light permitting. I reckon bad light might be a factor here today. Got Phil Long with us as well. How many minutes have we lost here?
It's going to be about 7, maybe 8 by the time they mooch out to the middle.
Let's give it 8. That'll mean they can play here in theory till 6:50, which on the 28th of June is rarely an issue because longest part of the year and so on. But yeah, to sort of strike me as the kind of afternoon where we might end up in some strife with bad light, but that's all to come later on. Australia 1 for 79.
Really does cause chaos down here at the press box end because all those photographers lined up there, they have to actually, they get spread like seagulls when the hovercraft comes out. They don't, you know what photographers are like? They're pretty set in their ways. They're all grumbling and
like
moaning,
the angle,
picking up all their gear, and
they've actually got a new spot to hang their fixed cameras. So all the snappers who work on cricket have the remote cameras that take a photo not only from the camera they're using, but the one they have affixed to the fence, and that's now directly beneath us and on the edge of the Compton stand. It's a great spot. I'm surprised that it doesn't get in the batter's eye line actually with the flashes going off, but anyway, that's all the fun of the fair here at Lords, and the restart begins. It's going to be James Anderson in from the pavilion end to Warner. First ball after the rain delay, left alone outside the off stump. Warner 55, Labuschagne 4.
Variable bounce. It's been the story of the morning, hasn't it? Seen some come through at ankle height, and that one there got quite a bit of carry on it. I was interested to hear you, Jeremy, talking about Mount Marnus Labuschagne and his change of approach this innings, but it was technical and a mental deficiency that I think that brought him undone in that first test. He was playing at balls.
Anderson round the wicket. Warner plays over the top of it. Wanted to slash it through point. Just came back towards him, beat the inside edge through to Bairstow.
I think one thing fed the other, but he found himself playing at balls that he would never have played at for most of his career. There's never been a player, I think, more aware of his off-stump than Marnus Labuschagne, but he seemed to have lost sense of where his off-stump was, and he was playing at balls on an 8th, 9th stump line.
Look, I haven't seen enough really to comment in a comprehensive way, but he certainly seems to be a tinkerer with the way and where he stands.
4 slips. Anderson bowls. Warner plays it off the back foot to backward point. There won't be a single.
No,
Bharat fidgeting beneath his ear.
Bharat's telling me all the things he's changed in the last 5 minutes.
He does love to tinker. He's like one of those guys who's got the 3 old cars in the front yard, you know, he's always working on one, and one's got the wheels off and one's got the bonnet up.
Right.
And,
well, sometimes you can get them confused. The wheel goes into the door.
Well, that's what I think may have happened. Somewhere in that tinkering, he lost his off stump. And that sense of which ball to play and which to leave.
He got outside his off stump the last test.
A couple of times. Anderson bowls and Warner plays out to cover. I think my favourite of our social media videos that went up on the SEN platforms last week was when Labuschagne nicked off in the second innings to Stuart Broad, and I think myself or Daniel calling it, can't remember, but the star of the show was Bharat, just shaking his head for about 30 seconds. No, Marnus, no.
But he looks a bit more settled so far. He's stopping at the off stump.
I mean, I don't know.
Anderson, the veteran, bowls to Warner, the veteran, and he defends to cover again.
I don't know him. I don't know him as intimately as Bharat does. Bharat is inside his head, inside his feet. But I was very confident that we would see quite a different setup this time. He does he will change within a game too. Usman Khawaja changes his setup in games. A lot of good batters too, don't they? They are tinkerers. You know, they think a bowler's trying to do this to me. If I do this, can I counter it? Can I score?
Anderson just being held. So he's got 3 on the leg side, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg, 4 slips, a cover and a backward point. He's in here, delivering to Warner in the short sleeve jumper, and he plays and misses. Anderson angling back towards him and straightening it up off the seam. Excellent delivery to finish. Anderson's bowled 9 overs, done for 19. Australia 1 for 79 with Warner 55, Labuschagne 4. And our second session is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to drink wise.
Here's another powerful reason to choose Tyre Power. Our buying power gives you the power of lower prices on a huge range of leading tyre brands. Get the power to save on your next set of tyres. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe. Coffee fit for an Aussie.
We're here at Lords for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Got another look at the Anderson delivery to finish. Gorgeous ball that angled in and straightened away. Just missed the outside edge. Tongue. Our nursery end. Bowls to Labuschagne. Over the top of the middle stump. The leave on length.
Seems to have a little bit more pace. It's not significantly faster than the other bowlers, but he does seem to rush it on a little bit more.
85 at nearly 86. It's up there on the board.
So the English bowlers. Thank you. just putting the ball on the tee there for you, Jeremy. I thought you might be able to thought you might be able to make a contribution to the broadcast.
I wonder why there are so many vacant seats to our right.
They were protesters.
Something going on behind the side screen. One of our colleagues in a red vest that hasn't rights holder broadcaster vest on, but it's red. And the problem is, if it's a red vest in front of a white side screen, mate, you're going to have to move.
That's really unusual. That's a lot of empty seats. Big stands on either side, square of the wicket.
I don't know if you saw the resale market, Pete, for today. It was out of control last week. Tongue delivers over the wicket. Labuschagne defends the mid-wicket. No single on offer. The tickets I saw, run-of-the-mill tickets are ridiculous here anyway, right? To get a start at Lords today, 130 quid.
Right.
Just to get a start for a seat up the back of the Edrich stand to our left, for example. But the resale market had some of them going for £500-600.
Oh, gosh.
That's $1,000 Aussie dollars.
There's a group of seats here. They've got that sort of marquee section next to the nursery nets at 1,700 quid a day.
Yikes. It is a problem in English cricket, undoubtedly, as Tongue bowls here and leaving alone well outside the off stump is Labuschagne. It does price out families from
where's the
coming
dad
to the cricket.
with 2 kids?
Yeah.
Bringing his 2 boys coming along, or daughters, doesn't matter.
So they're probably missing out on about £150,000 just with those.
I think they were taken before.
Seats.
I think they're probably up in a function. But my point is, why would you want to be in the function right now with this compelling cricket? It's not as though lunch just finished either. We've been out for 26
quid's worth of sandwiches to get through.
Thanks, Phil. Long tongue bowls. Labuschagne looks to drive, but again, it's outside that off stump that Jeremy's been talking about. Didn't hit it. Didn't actually carry to Bairstow, but it did look sloppy.
For the big stroke, because he thought the length was there to play it. There's a sort of a well behind point man saving a single, and then the straightish kind of extra cover in close. So there is a gap to invite the shot, really, and there's no foot movement with the right foot, is there?
And there's no carry
towards the ball.
There's no carry from the nursery end. They're playing on 2 different pitches here. He bowls to Labuschagne again. Soft hands to backward point. Just gets it past Duckett. Takes pace off the ball to his left. He's done make that Pope, I should say. Oh, Pope's proppy. On a shoulder that has given him problems before. He's really gone down on that right shoulder. And Daniel Norcross will confirm this. I think it was the right shoulder that wiped him out for a season a couple of years ago. Against Essex when he injured himself in 2019. Ollie Pope looks like he's okay, but it is an existing injury, and they'll take no chances with the number 3. So the board reads 1 for 80, Labuschagne 5, but Joe Root straight up to him.
Get off, son.
Yes, he's going to get off.
His teammates are quite concerned about it.
So watching it again, he was diving away to his left, but it was the right shoulder that followed. Reminiscent of the way that many years ago Shane Warne in his follow-through came down on the front of his right arm and popped the shoulder out.
You see it a bit in cricket, don't you? You get that the arms extended, and then you sort of get that hyperextension of the shoulder.
So he's up the race and gone.
It doesn't look happy.
Doesn't look like it's dislocated. But, he's very sore. Very sore.
So Ollie Pope off the field, and Rayan Ahmed, the 12th man, the 18-year-old, onto the field. Keep an eye on that. news as it comes to hand.
He was the 18-year-old that Shane Warne saw out in the nets when he was here, when he was 12, and said that kid will be playing first-class cricket at 15.
What a video that is. Tongue to finish the over. Warner driving through cover. Just punching, really, up the hill, into the rope in front of the grandstand. Warner advances to 59 to complete the 28th over. Australia 1 for 84 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
I've got Jeremy Coney and Pete Lalor with me for Red Energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas. Yeah, that's a great video you referred to, Pete, where Shane Warne, as you say, 12-year-old Rayan Ahmed, threw him bowled 3 balls and said, you'll be playing first-class cricket when you're 15.
He was out by about 12 months, wasn't he?
Not quite right, but playing a test at 18 as England's youngest debutant in the history of their time playing Test cricket in Pakistan late last year.
And took 5 wickets, didn't he?
Yeah. And batted number 3 in the chase.
And slaps it round too, doesn't he? I mean, he's certainly a fit with the current style, you would think.
Is there a sense that he's like a young Steve Smith? Perhaps his batting might become his strength.
It's hard to keep both going at the same rate, isn't it? As Anderson starts a new over to Labuschagne on the hip. It'll be a leg by around the corner to Duckett. 1 for 85 becomes the score, as leg by signal by umpire Raza. You see with guys who, don't you, that guys that bowl leg spin early on but also bat, that trying to balance the two off, batting ends up being the preferred discipline. But Rayan clearly can do both. He brought up 100 earlier this year with a helicopter shot, one of the MS Dhoni helicopter efforts playing for Leicestershire, so he's got gifts.
He's got a first-class 100, and
a few, I think.
Has he? Yes. Good average this year, but with the ball, 6 wickets at 60 odd, isn't it?
Yeah. He struggled at his first game back after the winter tour. Anderson bowls and Warner out through backward point for 4. Just for a moment, you could hear the crowd go up. It did hang in the air for a little while, but was never really in the frame of Rayan Ahmed. It takes Warner into the 60s. 63 now, 1 for 89. There have been 10 fours and a 6 today for Australia. Get a second look here. How far away was the man at 4th slip? No chance at all. So Warner, out of those 10 fours and a 6, he's got 8 of the 4s and the 6 earlier on before lunch.
And some aggressive stroke play from Warner, not panicked, not silly, just controlled, and that's when he's at his best, when he's looking to score. And England have been very good at sort of tying him down on the crease and getting him out early.
The driver for last over for me, you know, he's been busy but is a bit agitated. I would say that one he's just pushed at, and that's why it's gone quite fine like that, even though he got the boundaries. Played some big shots, he's had play and misses, he's at the middle of the bat and he's at the edge.
Anderson to Warner around the wicket, leaves.
But he's getting better, and he's getting into that punch little shot that I like from Warner, and that was a lovely punch up, you know, to the higher side of Lord's last over.
He's setting himself up outside the crease. He's down further down, I think, than last week.
Yeah, he's attacking the length of bowlers.
Is that a situation like you'd like to see the keeper come up, perhaps?
If he's feeling comfortable in these sort of conditions where you were just saying variable bounce.
Yeah, there is that, but...
Anderson up again, bowls here. Warner dabs into the offside, gets 1. Moves to 64, I think, for 90.
Sometimes you want your wicketkeeper to sort of sacrifice their craft.
To help the bowler.
Yeah, that's right. And so it doesn't look good on their stats sheet. You know, they might miss a few. They might not necessarily get the catch. But they're bringing a mode of dismissal into the game.
That's kind of what you've got to weigh up, I think, as a keeper. Is that nick through to you more likely than either the stumping or creating a nick for somebody else? And that's the balance that you've got to sort of find an answer to. Some keepers would go up, yes. I don't think Bairstow will.
Anderson gets another crack at Labuschagne, but way outside the off stump.
He can't catch him back there.
No.
So
Well, that's partly it too, I understand. But, yeah.
We saw Carey do it to Boland last test, and I think it's a good tactic. It's a good tactic when a batter is really starting to sort of feel their stride, and if they're getting starting out of the crease to you, bring them back in, give them something else to think about.
And on a surface like this, where it is different to Birmingham, but Anderson described Birmingham as his kryptonite, didn't he? Between test matches.
Yeah. Good word for that.
It was. It was not a good pitch at all. As Anderson completes his 10th over and Labuschagne defends right under his eyes out to Rain Ahmed at backward point. End of the over. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. I'm jumping out. Daniel Norcross jumping in with Australia 1 for 90. Warner 64. Labuschagne on 5 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes by hitting a 6 with your massive bathroom wear catalogue sale.
How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, yes, plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee. Fit for an Aussie. Tongue starts in round the wicket. To the left-handed Warner down the leg side. Tumbling take from Bairstow. And there is no run as the clouds just lighten a little. There's a bit more brightness in the sky. And there's brightness coming off the bat of David Warner.
Coffee at Lord's, best coffee on the cricket circuit.
I'd agree.
Very good. I had a chat to the bloke, Pete. He's an Australian.
That'll be it.
He's got the contract here. He's got a group called Caffeine with a K. They got a couple of shops around London. I remember they were even here in 2015.
As Tongue runs in to Warner, and that's been hacked unbelievably past leg stump, off an inside edge to a fine leg, very close to a diving leg gully. There was a lot going on there, none of it pretty.
David Warner is really leaves himself open with those shots to dragging the ball back onto the stump, so he kind of comes out and corrals the ball back in with that bat. And that's the second one he's chopped past the stumps today. The first one beat him. He beat himself there. There's a lack of bounce.
Just seen on the replay screen with tyre power. Clean bowled savings. That was nearly an unclean bowled.
And we've seen
dragging that back on.
Quite a few balls stay low. And bowling's been from the R end, the nursery end.
Tongue in, and that's down the leg side, left alone really in the end by Warner. No run.
I would give some credit to the bowler as well, Josh Tongue. That ball did kind of angle in.
Yeah.
He's bowling around the wicket, but it moved away in the air, pitched, kind of seamed in.
Went down the slope, didn't it?
Yep.
Well, we're getting a little reminder here of how Warner was out the first innings at Edgbaston, and it was playing similar sorts of shot. Wide outside the off stump, and he is a drag-on candidate.
A slight lack of respect for the bowling. He wants to drag them round onto the onside.
Tongue in this economical run-up, and that beats everything except perhaps the inside edge and races to the boundary for 4. Now, was that signal buys?
Yes, buys.
It was signal buys. Goodness me. I mean, that has jagged a long way down the slope. It's a very difficult ground to keep on. And Johnny Bairstow, who's not having the best time with the gloves in this series so far, was not equal to the task.
He did catch a protester.
Yes, but it's quite slow-moving protesters as a rule. Now, that has done what Tongue did to Khawaja.
Yeah.
It has gone wide of the off stump, and it has jagged back off the pitch and gone at an acute angle past the right hand of Bairstow.
Over the stumps.
Yeah, and England are going to look up at the scoreboard and see a score 1 for 96. And they're going to wonder how. How have Australia got there? I mean, they're themselves to blame. They've dropped catches. They've been unlucky here and there.
He's in once more. Warner is bowled through the gate. Tongue gets his man. He's deserved that wicket. A great bit of bowling from round the wicket. He's castled Warner, who's lived a charmed life in this match, but now he has to go. England have their second wicket. Tongue has his second wicket, and Australia are 2 for 96.
He's been using that slope beautifully in this spell, Josh Tongue. He was slightly erratic to start with when shot. The length was immaculate. Once again, that movement in the air, and getting the ball to hoop around. David Warner had no idea
an exact replay of the previous delivery, except he pitched it up. That previous one bounced over the stumps, cut Warner in half. This one cut him off at the knees and bowled him, and Warner had to give a wry smile there. He'd been beaten 3 balls in a row, and on the third one, he's out of there. But that's a good knock from David Warner, 66.
Yeah.
It was a good knock from Warner, and the boos you could hear of the Lord's crowd booing Steve Smith. So it was very tedious when he was last here.
Yeah, I know.
And it's even more tedious 4 years later.
I know, come on.
But you know,
move on.
It's the pantomime villain nonsense. But just looking at that back on the replay stream with tyre power, clean bowled savings. That was clean bowled. And it's only Josh Tongue who's been able to do that so far.
And he's destroyed the stump.
He's destroyed the stump.
He has destroyed. That was the one that was mic'd up, the wired one. And you can see the ground staff had to run onto the field to get it changed. Yeah,
but isn't it interesting though? You've got some much more vaunted bowlers bowling in this game.
Yeah.
And Josh Tongue's method is a very simple one to the left-hander. Round the wicket and hope that he hits the seam and jags it back at pace. Because it's very hard to play a ball that's moving at 86 miles an hour off the pitch.
That's the pace is the difference, I think. You've seen the batters are able to set themselves up to the other bowlers who aren't able to use the movement in the air or off the seam because it's just that little bit slower onto the bat.
Absolutely on the money. Some of the shots that we saw being played of Ollie Robinson's bowling had to do with the lack of pace. There's still time to adjust, but this one moved in the air. You can see this genuine swing from
and off the pitch.
And off the pitch.
It's brutal. Yes, there's a little bit of swing back in and then off the pitch. And now the crowd are really getting going. As a wicket has finally fallen. The wicket of Warner. There's Tongue. His first ball to Steve Smith. It's a Yorker length ball, which is dug out brilliantly by a former Australian captain. It's running up towards the boundaries. Broad is in hot pursuit, and as a result, the sun hat came off after 8.5 strides, and they've got through for 3 runs. That is the end of a wicket taking over. Another Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sail on now. Australia are 2 for 99.
For over 40 years, Kubota have worked the Australian landscape and faced its challenges. From first light to sunset, our agriculture and construction range works with power and versatility that you can rely on. From our mid-size to professional tractors, dependable mowers, zero tail swing or conventional excavators, and more. Kubota is building and shaping the future. Visit kubota.com.au or head to your nearest dealer to learn more.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of Cafe. Now, the last over we saw a wicket. Our wickets, of course, with Tobin Brothers Funerals celebrating lives. And England celebrated because they were starting to wonder how they were ever going to get Warner out. It was a good knock by Warner, but like all opening batters in England, you have to ride your luck. And he had ridden quite a lot of luck. He had played and missed quite a few times. He'd had inside edges. He'd been dropped. But eventually, that luck ran out. Now then, he seemed to have a change in bowler. And I think for the first time today, am I right in saying, Phil Long, Ollie Robinson is bowling from what everyone considers to be the correct end, the Glenn McGrath end, or pavilion end, as it's sometimes known here at Lord's. Ollie Robinson is in. To Smith, 4 slips and a leg slip, and Smith turns his first ball beautifully through mid-wicket. It looks to me like he's faced about 30,000 balls since Edgbaston, and he's picked up a couple of runs. He looks in good nick straight away.
And I've been there for all 30,000 of those balls.
Lucky you.
He's got that look in his eye. Steve Smith.
100 up, by the way, with that couple of runs, 2 for 101.
Well, I remember that last time he batted at Lord's, that little cameo after he got knocked down, remember? And he most extraordinary innings I've ever seen Steve Smith play. And he walk on an LBW, did he?
He did,
Yeah.
Shouldered arms, did he?
Here's Robinson into Smith, who goes across his stumps and turns the ball down to long leg for a single. I always find, I've seen Steve Smith bat for millions of hours, it appears. But every time he first comes out, I have to go through a period of adjustment each time because, you know, as a commentator, you see him move across his stumps. Oh, LBW's at the play. No, the ball is just marvellously caressed somewhere on the leg side off the middle of his bat.
So imagine how hard it is to bowl at him. No matter how many times you bowl at him, you got to go, like hitting a moving duck. One of those fairground ducks with an air rifle. Yeah. Shouldn't say duck, should I?
Robinson into Labuschagne, who lets this go by outside the off stump. There's no run. Now the empty seats that are down to our right are starting to fill. I wondered if there's a tour party or something. I don't know what's going on, but
we think they're the ones who've paid £1,700 for £1,700 for the marquee out the back. So as Phil Long points out, they've been eating 1,700 quid worth of sandwiches in the break.
Good grief.
No octopus for that?
But in London, that's only 3 rounds. Yeah, 3 rounds of Vegemite sandwiches, 1,700 quid.
White bread.
Yeah. Bloody hell, the prices in this country.
This country? Robinson is in. This is edged past, well, where fifth slip might have been, down to the deep third boundary for 4. Labuschagne reaching for a ball so wide that I think his coach, Bharat Sundaresan, is going to be giving him an enormous ticking off. Bharat?
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what he's been trying to avoid doing, chasing the really wide one. He played at 9th stump virtually to get out in the second innings, and he was very disappointed about that. And once again, like we saw in the last test, he's starting to go further and further across his off stump, and I'll try to explain what he has done slightly differently in between the first and the second test.
As Robinson, with shoulders rocking from side to side, is in to Labuschagne, who drives crisply back to the bowler, and there is no run.
Oh, just one ball to go in this over. Maybe we can wait till the next one. But
yes, we'll come back for more.
We will come back. But he would be really disappointed with the one that he chased. Once again, very similar to the dismissal in the second innings.
He did it in the previous over too.
He did.
So
yeah.
it's
just a nervous tick at the moment for him, and knowing Manas will be telling himself that he's not one of those batters who cusses at himself like a lot of others do. Joe Root, Ben Stokes, Steve Smith.
Robinson into Labuschagne, who defends nicely into the covers. It's picked up, and there is no run on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Australia 2 for 106.
It's the end of financial year, so take stock of the savings and get a great break at Tyre Power. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, but only until June 30 at Tyre Power's end of financial year sale. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe, coffee fit for an Aussie.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Now we're speaking in tongues here. It's Josh Tongue who's in from the nursery end. He bowls to Smith, and there's an appeal for LBW as he leaves the ball alone, moved across his stumps but was angling down the leg side. So they won't refer this, but it was a horrible looking bit of cricket, really.
That's how we got out. Remember, Pete, at Lord's?
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Exactly how we got out. We came back after the walking off the field.
There's some brightness in the sky, and we've got some tongue chat. And
we have 3 overs. First 3 overs went for 24. Josh Tongue's second set of 4 overs, 2 for 11.
Well. He's in once more. Right arm over into Smith, who comes forward in firm defence. Has come right out of the middle of the bat, on the front foot, back to the bowler. No run. Smith looks in good touch here. It's the first day, so he's well rested.
He is, and just with his batting as well. It's such a feel thing. You speak to him about his batting, he'll tell you all. It's all about feel. It's like an artist. It's like a guitarist with his guitar. That's what it sounds like every time you hear him talk to himself, mainly, and at times to me.
Which guitarist are you thinking of particularly?
Losing one, Tim.
Tongue in, and it's clipped away. A Yorker length delivery, dug out and clipped up to broad mid-on along the ground. There's no run, but everything's coming right out of the middle of this Steve Smith bat at the moment.
B.B. King's guitar was called Lucille, wasn't it?
Is that right?
I think so. Willie Nelson's only ever had the one guitar. It's got this massive second hole where his fingers sort of hit the wood. Yeah. Looks like something you'd throw out in a junk shop. Oh. Sounds great though.
Tongue in, and Smith pulls at this. It's gone high in the air, out over the grandstand for 4. What a shot that was. A swivel pull. He's looking in exceptional nick here, and I'm starting to believe the theory that really you need to bat first in order to avoid Smith batting well rested, if ever you're playing him.
Again, I think it's just how he's feeling with his batting. He had a very disappointing net, in his own opinion, 2 days out from this test. And after a long time, I saw him being the last one to leave the net, which used to be the trend earlier.
Tongues into him again, and this is clipped away into the onside. It's going to be a chase on for Broad as the ball goes up the hill towards the grandstand. Off comes the sun hat. Broad collects, and they get back for 3.
Yeah, you mentioned Steve Smith being well rested. The reason we're mentioning that, first innings of a test match, the very first innings, averages 86.8, which goes down to 28.4 in the 4th innings. And of the 31 test centuries he's hit, 21 have come in the very first innings of the test.
Well, he's looking in prime touch to get another one here. I've only seen him face 8 balls, but apart from the one leave, everything's come out the middle of his bat.
I don't know how the sun's done it, but it's somehow out.
It's sort of out. I mean, you can't see it, can you?
It's bright, isn't it?
It's bright.
Cloud is still there, but it's brighter, much brighter.
Yeah. Tongue in. And Labuschagne is beaten on the outside edge, groping in thin air at the end of the over. Australia 2 for 113.
At Hyundai, we believe innovation is everything. It's why the new Santa Fe Hybrid has been designed to go the distance. With an advanced turbo hybrid system, this family-sized SUV boasts impressive power and fuel efficiency. It has all the innovative safety tech you need for your next family adventure and all-wheel drive to get you there. Go the distance in the new Hyundai Santa Fe Hybrid. Imagine that. Hyundai.
SEN Test cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. It's going to be Ollie Robinson who is going to continue. There's a bit of a hubbub going on behind him in the pavilion, but we are now ready to rumble, and it's Steve Smith on strike. 3 slips and a leg slip. Robinson into him, and he gets turned around a little by this and works it up to mid-on. Good morning to our New Zealand listeners on SENZ. They're here thanks to Resine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. If you're listening in New Zealand, you can get involved and send us a text on 8833, as Jeremy would say.
It's a good time of the night to start painting as well.
Lovely. I used to do all my painting at night.
At night, yeah.
Yeah. It's a very soothing thing to do. As Robinson is in, this George driven at, and a thick inside edge goes into the onside, not back onto his stumps. I wonder if, I've been saying Smith's on course for a century here in double quick time. He's looking so confident. That's England's hope that he's going to get himself out here.
he like I said, there's something about a Steve Smith nod, and because of the hours I've spent watching the nod and him bat over the years, there's something about the nodding yesterday which told me he's on top of his game. Whether it's going to reflect in the number of runs he scores, I think so. We'll see.
Robinson is into him. He comes advancing down the wicket and works this through mid-wicket. A little shovel bottom hand. And Broad has to chase after it from mid-on as it was going down the slope to pick up a couple of runs. Phil.
Steve Smith in England in the first innings of a test match averages 108.5. Yes. If we look at the first innings of test matches, in the history of the game, there are only 5 players who average 78.2 or more, having scored 1,000 runs.
Don Bradman.
Correct.
Herbert Sutcliffe.
No, it's actually 5 Australians, rather annoyingly for me and you.
Yes, I suppose it would be.
Richard Trumper?
No.
Neil Harvey?
No.
Oh, hang on.
Ricky Ponting?
Let's have a go. Let's have a go. As Robinson is in to Smith outside the off stump. He leaves alone. No run. Yeah, Ponting I think is a good shout.
No.
Hayden? No.
Need to go back a bit.
Need to go back.
Greg Chappell?
No.
Bill Ponsford.
Correct.
Oh, right.
Bradman, Ponsford.
Jack Ryder?
Lindsay Hassett.
Lindsay Hassett? Who would have thought he was such a first innings monster?
Stephen Smith.
Yes.
And Marnus Labuschagne.
Of course. Cool. Marnus. Yes. Well, that's 2 of them out there. Here comes Robinson. Runs into Smith, who comes forward, and again the thick inside edge rolls out to the onside. He gets a single. Just this over against Robinson, coming down the slope, perhaps just coming back at him a little bit more than from the nursery end. That might be making the difference. Not coming quite out of the middle of the bat.
Just going back to Steve Smith, 2 days out, he's batting and, like I said, he's really disappointed with himself. And then he hits a drive and he says, "Welcome back. Where you been? You've been batting like an idiot," he tells himself. "You're useless." And I had to really chime in and say, "No, you're not.
Yeah, no.
You're not useless.
You're not
Steve Smith. You are Steve Smith. It'll come in just one day."
Robertson to Labuschagne. Labuschagne lets this go outside the off stump.
I'll quickly try to demonstrate what Marnus has done in between tests. So he was a lot more side on
Yep.
in the first test.
Bharat Sundaresan is currently standing up. He's demonstrating, he's being Marnus.
Yeah.
He's channeling Marnus.
Yeah, and he has a very simple back and across movement. The back foot goes there.
Yep.
The toes are generally on off stump. The front foot points straight down the pitch and he gets into position. But just speaking to him, what he felt was his hands were like the right shoulder was coming around his body and he felt that he was falling over and not...
Yep.
So what he's done is tried to open up his stance a little more. You can see it from where we are sat if you're watching it on television. He's opened up his stance a little. And what he would have done is marked both off and middle and off. And what he is trying to do is making sure that the back foot does not end up.
Robertson's into him down the leg side. That's come off something, I think, past the diving Bairstow. Wait to see the umpire signal. No, it's come off nothing. It's just buys. And that is the end of the over. Bharat will finish his sentence shortly. Australia are 2 for 121.
It's the end of financial year, so take stock of the savings and get a great break at Tyre Power. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres, but only until June 30 at Tyre Power's end of financial year sale. Visit tyrepower.com.au.
They're back. Spicy Chicken McNuggets with a crispy, mouth-wateringly spicy coating. Get them before they're gone. Again. Order Spicy Chicken McNuggets at Macca's today. Available for a limited time.
SEN test cricket with Macca's. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. Finish off, Bharat.
So while the reason he's trying to open himself up in the stance so that he's more balanced when he does go across, he is still very conscious of where his off stump is and he wants to cover it. So he said he's not too worried about going slightly outside off stump till the time he's balanced. And he tried explaining it to me. If you are side on, it is actually not easy, physically possible to go really across without being balanced, without your head falling over. So he draws 2 lines and makes sure that the back foot it never ends up within off stump. That means his head would fall over and he's worried about the in-swinger. He doesn't mind it just finishing just outside off stump as it has been. But at least he's in a good enough position where he's not reaching out at deliveries, even though he has done that a couple of times when it's been really full.
Stuart Broad's back into the attack from the nursery ends. Smith is on strike. And Smith drives beautifully for 4. Through extra cover, to the right of the extra cover, to the left of where mid-off might have been. And that was that drive that Bharat Sundaresan is talking about. The kind of expertise you get here on SEN. Experts for red energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas.
And you know Stephen Smith is feeling on top of the wall when he drives the ball and then he points at exactly the point of the ground where he wanted to connect. And you could see that in the replay, him signaling to himself that he got it absolutely right.
2 for 125.
Ominous signs for England. Steve Smith has that look in his eye.
He does. That hungry, that lean and hungry look. Broad, headbanded is in. 3 slips and a leg slip, a short mid-wicket. Full slashed at, driven away again, up towards the mound stand. And that's going to be 4 more. I don't think Broad minds that too much. It was a little wider, could have got the edge, but the thing is that Smith, is, especially from the nursery end, is looking very comfortable.
He's used the slope on that occasion, and we've seen there just seems to be a little bit more time to play your shots when the bowling's been from the nursery end.
It's a bit baffling, isn't it?
Unless it's been Josh Tongue, who's the quickest of the lot.
Yeah.
And he gets all the heavy ball, kind of skids through.
Broad runs away from us in the nursery end. He's in to Smith, and Smith is caught behind, edged, and gone. The finger goes up, and he refers immediately.
He refers immediately. He doesn't think he's got an edge on this. He definitely doesn't, because he referred instantly. England are convinced he has, because they all went up themselves instantly. This is the immovable force and the irresistible object here. So, is Smith out? Is he not? At the moment, we will have to wait for Ultra Edge. But he went straight up with the review, and normally when a batter does that, it's because they're convinced they haven't hit it. But we do know that very occasionally batters don't know they've hit it. Michael Clark was a great example of that.
He was shaking his head.
Outside the off stump. No, what I don't think that's near his bat, is it?
I think his bat came down a little late. I think it went past his bat.
Here we go. Ultra Edge will tell us. No, there's nothing on it. There's nothing on it, and Smith survives. Well, what on earth was going on there? Everyone was convinced on the England side. Smith knew he hadn't hit it. And umpire Gaffney needs to overturn his decision, standing as he is in his 50th Test match.
I think it's just that little bit of movement as it passed the bat. I think that's what convinced the English players that he did get the edge.
Well, I don't know that it was, I think they must have heard something, because they all went up as one. I mean, I'm talking like third slip went up, and they can't see.
I mean, no, Stuart Broad thinks everything's out, but he did seem genuinely...
He did.
Yeah.
And he seems baffled.
And Bairstow went straight up. All the slips went straight up. They wheeled away in rampant celebration, but, well, Smith survives. So... and Broad will say to himself, I've beaten the bat. He's in, right arm over. And this is defended solidly by Smith into the covers. Broad moves to his left to field.
It was a statement as well after that front foot defence. Just looked at Broad and he wasn't saying no to him.
Well, on our DRS review with IMAR Insurance, the tradies mate call 1-3 IMAR.
They're the tradies mate. That's
There's a very clear gap between bat and ball. Broad into Smith, who works this to short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
And generally with Steve Smith, especially if it's an LBW review, if I was the opposition captain, I would just wait to see what he does, because he indicates exactly what's happened. He replays the ball even before the
go ooh,
he'll do it, and he'll also point at where it hit him and where he thought it was going, so you can use him as a guide at times.
Or just get him to umpire himself.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, ordinarily I wouldn't really recommend that approach, but for Smith I think you're onto something. I think the game could get quite abused by certain players, that methodology, but I take your point. Here is Broad. He's into Smith, and Smith gets a thick inside edge to one and squirts down to long leg. He survived an intriguing over, a couple of boundaries in it, an edge down to long leg. And I'm just waiting to see if this is drinks time. It feels like it should be, but it isn't. So at the end of the over, Australia 2 for 130. We'll have a change in commentary. It's going to be Adam Collins.
Here's why renting a car from Bargain Car Rentals is such a bargain. Best prices guaranteed, no hidden fees, and no fees for drivers under 25, offering unlimited kilometres and locations everywhere. Bargain Car Rentals Australia. Now that's a bargain. Visit bargaincarrentals.com.au.
Right now with Bupa, get up to 10 weeks free when you join on eligible products. Plus, 300 everyday rewards dollars. T's and C's apply. But hurry, offer ends June 30, so search Bupa 10 weeks free today.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Adam Collins jumping in. I've got Damien Fleming with me for the first time in the session. G'day, Fleming.
Hey, Colo, listeners. It's been fascinating, hasn't it? Stephen Smith's got off to a flyer. He looks very assured with his footwork. Was given out. Snicko, look after him.
Not to be. 3 slips. Robinson Pavilion ends. Smith defends walking, as he does so often. Out to mid-on it goes. I picked up one of those little expected wicket stats on the ball that knocked over Warner. 19% was the expectation of the wicket, according to the CricViz model. In other words, that ball is getting guys out very, very often. That's an absolute belter of a ball to go through Warner's gate to pick him up for 66 to 1 wicket to fall in this session.
Just got to remember too, the slope is such a big factor that it is always, the ball is generally moving.
Robinson on the angled approach away from the pavilion. Smith across his stumps before the ball arrives and places it out to mid-on. No run. Yeah, I agree with you. And yeah, you can get a bit fixated on the slope on commentary sometimes, but it's always a factor. All the way through the day, the decisions the captains are making for a fielding side will...
Well, what about Tung's deliveries?
Yeah, absolutely.
For me, he's looked the most dangerous bowler. He's got the extra pace, but he's less predictable, more like a Mitchell Starc, and he's angling ball across lefties, but then getting it to move back into the slope, and it was a cracker to knock over Khawaja and Warner.
Looks a shrewd selection. Robinson here, Smith using his feet before the ball's bowled across the stumps again before finding Stuart Broad for the third time in a row, diving away to his right to deny a single.
Hey, and last over was really intriguing. It was a great battle between two Ashes legends, Stuart Broad and Stephen Smith. There was two good length deliveries that were driven for 4. And Broad still goes, no, I've got to go full because this can get you closer to a wicket, and it almost did. You know, Smithy was lured into, I'm in the groove, and one was a bit shorter, and he almost nicked off.
Loves batting here, Steve Smith, facing Robinson, and plays and misses, one that goes up the slope. That takes some doing from Robinson, stands up off the seam and into the gloves of Bairstow via the outstretched bat of Smith. Close, good.
That's that sort of length, I reckon, England were fascinated or trying to bowl to Stephen Smith in 2015. You know, that wide corridor, but it's full, and having fielders on the offside. But funny enough, there's more fielders on the leg side in front of the wicket when Robinson's bowling to Smith.
Yeah, there was that stretch of time when they had all those plans for Smith, wasn't it, earlier in his career. He's facing Robinson here, and he's forward and defending to cover after again leaping across the stumps. It's still sort of jarring to see him do it again, isn't it, Flem? Because he put it away. It's worth remembering that 12 months ago in Gaul, he made that 100. He was pretty much standing still, and before the ball was bowled, that is. And all the talk before last summer, saying that he wanted to bat the way that he did against India in the summer of 14-15, but he's come to England and gone back to a former plan.
Yeah, but he sets up, he squared himself, he's got more side on, hasn't he, in his setup, which he felt like he could play the pull and hook shot with a lot more power.
Robinson to finish his 8th over. Smith, 3 slips, leaves alone outside that off stump. So 35 gone. See if drinks are taken after this over. Don't think they're going to be. That's all on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. 2 for 130. Smith 25, Labuschagne 9.
Warner is bowled through the gate. Tongue gets his man. He's deserved that wicket. A great bit of bowling from round the wicket. He's castled Warner, who's lived a charmed life in this match, but now he has to go. England have their second wicket. Tongue has his second wicket, and Australia a 2 for 96.
He's been using that.
SEN Test Cricket for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. It is drinks. They took it belatedly, and that's due to the brief rain delay we had earlier in this session where they lost 6 minutes. So play will finish local time at 6:48 this evening, if we get that far. Adam Collins with you, Damien Fleming with me, and that was the Warner wicket that fell in the first half an hour or so after lunch. Bowled for 66. At that stage, it was 2 for 96. Australia now 2 for 130. Smith off to a bit of a flyer. He's 25 from 25. Labuschagne with him 9 from 29. We also had the injury of Ollie Pope, Flemo, in that session so far. We've got a message through from the England camp. During the drinks break, Ollie Pope hurt his right shoulder. He's currently being assessed by the England medical team. They'll update us in due course. So a holding statement there. But yes, Pope did
number 3.
He did miss an entire summer in 2019 in I think it was a 50-over game. I was there. He his shoulder popped out that day, and that was it.
Okay, so
it's the whole international summer
history. Yeah,
same shoulder, same side of the body. So hopefully he's okay, but he was pretty sad and sorry walking up those stairs.
Yep, certainly so, but hopefully he can get out there. But for the Australians, partnership batting's been really important. Firstly with Khawaja and Dave Warner. Warner being the dominant player, strike rate of 75. And in this one so far, Labuschagne and Smith. Handy runs. Smithy's had a runner ball, but Marnus is 9 off 29.
Okay, Broad to start the new hour. 3 slips, a leg slip, bowls to Labuschagne and beats him straight away from the nursery end. So Broad is bowled at both ends today. This is the slower end, isn't it? We've seen fewer balls take off.
That's why I think Tongue has to bowl from this end, because Robinson looked barely medium pace, wasn't he, from bowling from the nursery end. But Broad bowls that fraction fuller. So the ball has, hits and loses pace later because he's bowling fuller. He's still just challenging that outside edge. He's in great form, Stuart Broad.
It's a lovely delivery. Watching it back for tyre power. Broad again, bowls to Labuschagne, full and driven. Down the ground, with mid-on set fairly wide. Work to do for Stokes. Chasing it down. He'll have to put a dive in. He will, but it's in vain. And I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be diving from there if I were Ben Stokes, but that's a different conversation. A 4 for Labuschagne moves to 13, 3 for 134. We talk about guys who have had a myriad injuries like Ollie Pope. Well, Stokes is one of those as well.
Yeah, he's just laughing at himself because he's actually, I think, asking him the same question you just said there. He's going, why did I even bother diving for that one? And so Broad's bowling full. That was an actual in-swinger. So that's going against the slope. It's still aggressive fields, 3 slips. So England still wanting Stuart Broad to pitch up and to get driven. And if the Aussie batsmen aren't in the right position, well, that's when vertical nicks behind bolds and LBs come into play.
So Broad into his 10th over. 3rd spell of the day. Just being held here by Labuschagne, taking his guard again. 3 slips to backward point, the leg gully behind the wicket, brought away from us, nursery end. Labuschagne clipping through the onside, up the slope, lovely shot. It'll crawl towards the rope. It'll reach it now. So back-to-back boundaries for Labuschagne, advancing to 17, 2 for 138.
That's a beautiful shot, isn't it? And it's almost like Stuart Broad getting hit to mid-off. Still wants to bowl a full length, but he wanted to straighten up, and he's just over-adjusted. That's actually on leg stump. So Marnus is so strong through the leg side. You can't bowl there. So I talked about Marnus's strike rate, 31. Now it's up to 53.
Ball might be getting a bit old as well, just seeing it on the replay screen for tyre power.
It should still swing, though, Colo, if they really shine it up.
Delivers again. It's full and straight and defended out towards mid-on, where the sub, looks like Matty Potts is on. My apologies. Chris Wokes wearing number 19. No run. So Labuschagne 17 from 32 with those 2 boundaries.
Yeah, and that'll give him confidence as well. Missed out in the first test, Smith and Labuschagne. But coming in, I thought these were the 2 batsmen that are going to score heavily for Australia. And they've set themselves up nicely here in the first innings at Lord's.
Broad again, nursery end. Labuschagne here, clipping through the onside again. That's an even better shot. Up the hill towards the grandstand. He's through the teens in a hurry. Labuschagne to 21, 2 for 142 Australia.
Oh, Mark War-like, wasn't it? And he actually moved down to Stuart Broad. He's wanting to get a few deliveries going onto his pads. And there was just a little bit of whippage. It must have been a cross-seamer or a wobble-seamer from Broad. For me, I'd actually, how he got them both out without swingers at Edgbaston? I'll be bowling outies with, and you've also got the advantage of the slope. Seems to be coming wider of the crease here too.
Favouring the cordon from this end. If he can get it right. Broad here. Labuschagne leaves, and it's a shout from Broad. It's through to the keeper, turned down by Gaffney. Flicked the pad on the way through. Broad always is convinced of something going on. They've got 11 seconds left on the timer. Bairstow's consulted, Stokes as well.
I mean, it has been keeping down this end, hasn't it? But I always think Stuart Broad's got such a high release, they're not going to do it.
So that completes the over as well. 2 for 142, a productive one for Australia with 3 boundaries. That's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Smith 25, Labuschagne 21.
For over 40 years, Kubota have worked the Australian landscape and faced its challenges. From first light to sunset, our agriculture and construction range works with power and versatility that you can rely on. From our mid-size to professional tractors, dependable mowers, zero tail swing or conventional excavators, and more. Kubota is building and shaping the future. Visit kubota.com.au or head to your nearest dealer to learn more.
SEN Test Cricket, our middle session here on day 1 at Lord's is for Drinkwise. Remember, if having a drink, to Drinkwise, and as always, our coverage throughout the series in England. For Maccas, here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Got Flem with me, Robinson on the way. Pavilion end into Smith. Delivers here, 3 slips, shuffling across the stumps and defending. Feels like something's going on with Smith here. Every ball agitated, touching his shoulders, touching his helmet.
Yeah, this is peak Stephen Smith, isn't it? He's walking away. He's fidgety, but he's going to run a ball. Robinson's still not threatening 80 miles an hour.
Yeah, interesting.
So he's slower than what he was bowling at Edgbaston, and there's actually bowling on a quicker pitch
and slower than what he bowled
movement.
Last summer. He lifted his tempo quite a bit. He's towards us from the pavilion end, towards Smith as well. Delivers here. Smith places it to mid-wicket. 2 men in that region, a squarer mid-wicket and a straighter one. No run. Run rate up to 3.9 and over as well. Phil Walker's going to jump into the expert chair. Here for Red Energy, awarded Australia's most trusted electricity provider by CanStar. Hello, Phil.
Afternoon, Adam Collins. How you doing?
Good as gold.
Flying. A freak of nature, folks.
I want to talk about Josh Tongue with you.
Impressive.
Goes all right. Robinson in. Passes umpire Raza, wider of the crease. Defended by Smith. Out to the straighter of the 2 mid-wickets. No run. Just thought Tongue might get another little burst at Smith before he was set.
Yeah, I mean, he bowled, 6 or 7 off the reel and kept his pace up as well. I think it would have been tempting, but asking, interesting. Right. Hold the back page. Ben Stokes is warming up.
At last.
We did say early on, this is the kind of day that's crying out for Stokes' otherness. He swings it round corners at Lords. There's not been that much appreciable movement in the air, really. England have been flat with the ball, in truth. Tongue accepted.
Robinson delivers and Smith leaves alone late. The corner involved, but he got the bat well out the way.
Yeah, it was funny. First test, there was times where the conditions suited Stokes' bowling because he swings it both ways.
Yeah.
And he's always got the bouncer up his sleeve. But just the trend I was seeing, it's almost like he builds himself up for one spell each day. So it's about getting the timing right. And times now, he gets big wickets. They've got to break this partnership.
So Robinson again hits Smith on the back pad with his previous ball, and Smith's riding behind this with his back knee kissing the turf when contact's made, like Kim Hughes here in 1980.
Good shout. Yeah, he took 6 for spit against the West Indies 3 or 4 years ago, maybe 5 or 6 years ago now, and he swung it as much as I've ever seen. We've got like Bob Massey vibes.
Yeah.
Spectacular stuff. And yeah, sometimes he's a battering ram, sometimes he's a conventional swing bowler. He has to...
I don't like the battering ram.
No, and increasingly his left knee doesn't either.
Yeah.
Robinson angled approach. Up here to Smith, across the stumps and turning into the onside, and it's cut off by the squarer mid-wicket. That's Ben Duckett with the beard. Ends the Robinson set. 2 for 142 Australia on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Labershane's 21, Smith 25.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V Ultra Power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
The Cheese and Bacon McSpicy is back. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, spicy coating, plus cheese and sizzling bacon. Order the Cheese and Bacon McSpicy at Macca's today. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Our delivery of the day for Macca's, order via McDelivery on the My Macca's app, was without a doubt Josh Tongue knocking over David Warner early in this session for 60-60, only wicket to fall. And they need a breakthrough, England, here with Labuschagne and Smith ticking over, adding 46 from 44. So the captain is going to bowl for the first time, a best of 6 for 22 on this ground against the Windies in 2017, Phil.
Yeah, it's needed. Now is the time. All eyes on this body and how grimacing his face is as well. That will tell a tale.
Can he pitch it up and get it moving? Bowls here, first ball on the pads of Labuschagne, out the deep backward square. Collected in front of the Warner stand. They take a second. Aggressive running, taking on Robinson. Good batting from both. Labuschagne 23, moving through the gears. 2 for 144.
Those 2 wickets he took at Edgbaston, the big one, Big Steve, of course, and then somehow managed to winkle out Khawaja on that final afternoon. It felt like what both of them used to do. Just get players out on personality, charisma, and nothing else at times. Famously got Greg Chappell with a drag down for his first ever wicket. That's what it felt like watching Stokes. No ball first up as well.
But a lot of them last week.
Yeah. It's a telling sign.
So Stokes bowling from our nursery end. 3 slips waiting. Can get it down the slope. Bowls here. Well forward, Labuschagne in defence.
But he's just got a bit of magic.
Right.
And he always had. He's not going to have the stats of a Jacques Kallis. He's not going to average 50 with the bat. you know, he's not going to accumulate those amount of wickets.
Yeah.
But he wins Test matches, and we even Cam Green. We haven't really had many all-rounders in the history of Australian cricket. Greenie gets a 30, 2 big wickets, and takes a brilliant catch.
Yep.
So statistically, it's not a massive game, but it has a massive impact on the game.
Exactly. He's one of the great moments cricketers, is Stokes.
Stokes, he bowls here. Labuschagne goes back and rides the bounce in defence.
But look at that lack of follow-through.
Yeah.
So he's not driving through the crease. There's no doubt the knees affect another no ball. So he doesn't want to bowl extra deliveries. He'll be fatigued at the end of the first over. But that's a sign to me, when he's bowling flat out, he's follow through, and that's a massive one. We'll be, almost halfway down the pitch, where he's only following through a couple of steps.
Can Stokes get it right here? All the lights on at Lords. Bowls to Labuschagne. It's Fuller and driven. Nice big gap through cover point. Labuschagne locates it. His 4th boundary in a hurry. He overtakes Smith, moves to 27. Australia 4 for 150. Another little milestone along the way.
Just have a look at this, Flem. When they go close up again on Stokes, it looks to me like the braced front leg, which has always been his calling card, the way that he's done it, looks like it's actually buckling a little bit, right? And that he's compensating for that obvious problem, that now infamous problem that he's got. But before he used to be going over that braced front leg, and it seems like now he's almost sort of falling under it a little bit.
Phil Long?
6 no balls in the 7 overs he bowled in the first innings at Edgbaston.
Thanks, Longy. Partnership, we're 54 from 48 balls, these two. Stokes again, and clipping is Labuschagne. Shot of the day. Finds the gap at mid-wicket. You compared him to Mark Waugh a couple of overs ago. That is Waugh-esque. He's gone from 15 to 31 in the space of about 10 minutes, Labuschagne. Australia 2 for 154.
Well, it's just the corridor of carnage, isn't it? Half volleys on leg stump. Marnus Labuschagne saying thank you very much, and maybe it's back to what you're saying. It's okay not to be a fully braced knee, but you can't sink afterwards. You've got to stabilise straight away and then get over it. But that's a lot to do with your back foot and getting off that as quickly as possible. The more time you spend on the back foot, you're going to sag.
Up past umpire Gaffney. Stokes to Labuschagne, who's in behind it defending. It's extended over a couple of no balls, a couple of boundaries.
And you see how quickly that follow through is truncated, right? It's a sign without a doubt. And this is a threadbare attack without a 5th seamer. It's a threadbare attack without a spinner full stop. But I can understand the gamble that they've taken here. But if Stokes really can't get through even a mini session like this, then England are in trouble. The game is here for Australia.
Stokes up. Bowls to Labuschagne, happy to defend. Reminds me a little bit of how it drifted from England here on day one in 2015, Phil.
Yeah.
Got Warner before lunch. It was a more placid surface, but when Rogers on that occasion with Smith got moving and moved the run rate forward, England
that was a flatty, though. That was flat, that pitch.
This isn't.
This is not, no. Just in terms of the tempo, I suppose, between lunch and tea. Run rate up to 4.1. Smith made a double ton on that occasion, 215, his first double in Test cricket. Stokes to finish his first over, 12 from it. Labuschagne leaves alone, back of the length. 38 gone, Australia 2 for 154. On the Beaumont Tile scoreboard, Labuschagne 31, Smith 25.
Hi, it's Shelley Craft. Keep warm this winter with Australian made. Look for genuine Aussie products carrying the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. There's thousands to choose from. Whether you're looking for authentic Aussie skincare, merino wool blankets or locally crafted homewares, Australian made has something for everyone. There's even quality Australian made fire pits for those brave enough to head outside. Visit australianmade.com.au/winter to find genuine Aussie products.
We're here at Lords for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe middle session for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're having a drink to Drinkwise, got Flem and Phil with me. And Ollie Robinson to continue from the pavilion end. He's bowled 9 overs for 25 so far. Gets another crack at Stephen Smith.
And really, he's just trying to tighten Smith up, isn't he? Just use the slope, angle him, catches on the leg side.
Bowls here, bouncer. Smith wants nothing to do with it. I say that. He did consider playing that hook shot for a moment, but it's going so slow over his head.
Talking of speeds, Adam, Crickbeers has thrown us an interesting stat here on Ollie Robinson. This time last year, he was averaging around 82.9, 82.8, 82.6. Now, translate that into real money to begin with. So what would that be, KPH?
135 or thereabouts.
Right, okay. So tidy enough for English conditions. He's well down this Test match.
Bowles here to Smith defending the mid-on.
What's his average this one?
Well,
Would it be mid-70s?
It's in fact I have now got it translated in, so it's 127 now, 127 kph.
Right, that's medium pace.
Yeah, right. That's 78 mph.
Another no ball too.
And his rhythm.
So that's a drastic. You have your standard stock ball speed.
Yep.
And you can change, a few kilometres either way, but not 9 to 15 kilometres.
Yeah. So, and he said to me last week, actually, he's a rhythm bowler. He had to be bowling. And the game he played last week was his first one in a month.
Robinson to Smith delivers here. Smith driving and beating mid-off, threading it through. It'll go up the slope towards the Warner stand. Smith will come back for a couple. He'll be happy with that. He's 27. 2 for 157. In terms of the rhythm, Flem.
I thought he was underwhelming in the first innings.
Yep.
He got Usman and the tail out. I thought he was better in the second innings, maybe not right at the end. So I thought that rhythm was back. So I would have been expecting him to be at optimum speed in this Test match, and he's been well down.
Absolutely that. He did bowl reasonably well on that final day, and by his own admission, he was nowhere near at the races in that first innings. But I was expecting a lot more from him as well today.
Bowling in the wristbands as ever. Robinson rives and bowls, and Smith defends out to mid-on. So
whereas he's bowling 90 miles an hour off the field, isn't he?
Well, I was going to say, the word on the street, if as you nearly fall over, is our colleague to our right field might have ghosted that column that Ollie wrote last week.
Oh, gee, I didn't know that, because he come across a bit like the cricketing David Brent, like a chilled-out entertainer. I'm just a chilled-out entertainer bowling fast medium.
Damien, you may say that. I couldn't possibly comment, my friend. Yeah, there's a lack.
Hey, I want him to go harder.
There's a lack of guile with Ollie.
Robinson into Smith, who defends. I want to know about the creative process of writing a column with Ollie Robinson.
Okay, so I interviewed him a few months ago, and I never met him before. Didn't know him at all personally, and we got on all right, and we had a coffee and a chat down in Hove, and I was actually quite surprised, unnerved, because I was expecting him to be a little bit spikier and basically less likeable, and then we got on really nicely, and he contacted me a couple of weeks before the first Test, and he said, what do you reckon to a column?
Robinson in. Couple left in the over, and pulling this time is Smith, helping it down to deep backward square. There's a single for that. 28 for him, 2 for 158 Australia.
So I thought, yeah, why not? Do a few in between the Test matches. You get a little glimpse into the dressing room and all of that, And he had a chat with me for 15-20 minutes. Slightly the worse for wear the morning after the game, but he was in relatively good spirits. And I copied it up and I changed a few things around, but then I sent it back to him and he gave it the thumbs up, as indeed did his superiors, crucially.
Yeah.
And then just as we were about to publish it, your old boy, Matty Hayden, piled in, called him, got a mouth from the... He sounded like a sort of gumshoe Philip Marlowe detective, didn't he? Hayden, he's got a mouth from the south and all of that sort of crazy
cliches in. There was a bit of WWF
he
wrestling.
He bowls nude nuts. I think that's what he said. He bowls nude nuts. He's got a man from the south.
Yeah.
And just as we were about to publish, all of that stuff started flooding out.
Robinson to complete the over. We'll skip the ad this so he can continue. Round the corner, clipping nicely as Labuschagne gets one, comes back for 2. Easy as you like. He's 33. Partnership up to 64. Australia at the end of the over. 2 for 160. Phil, please continue.
Yeah, so just before we were about to press live and get it out there, I called him up and I said, do you fancy just responding to Haydos? Because it's all a bit of a laugh.
Theatre.
But, yeah, that's it. But these things, because it's Ashes time, it always gets blown out of proportion. And everyone starts taking it all a little bit too seriously, and such is the nature of social media, when everyone's, angry constantly and polarising and so on. So I wanted to add a nice little line nodding to the great man Haydos, it's all good fun. And he was up for it. And the ECB, who were clearly starting to feel maybe slightly twitchy, they said, no, we leave it as it is. We put it out there. It's all been approved.
If Haydos speaks, we don't.
We put it out there, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate we didn't have that line in, because it was a lovely, light-hearted touch that would have just taken some of the sting out of it all.
Stokes bowls to Smith, is way across his stumps before fending at a ball that goes beyond his outside edge. He's looked sketchy for about quarter of an hour now, Smith. I'm not quite sure what's changed for when he got out of the block so well. But
that's a wide corridor. And so is he playing? That's a nice outswinger, actually. Not unlike the way he straightened him up. In the first test where he bowled middle and leg, and then he did him because he swung. Hey, so is he doing an article every day or pre and post? Is it a regular
in between each game?
Okay, yeah, so it's a regular gig.
Stokes in his second over. Bowls here, Smith tries to work it beyond mid-wicket but can't quite, no run.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting him to take on Broad's mantle as Australia's public enemy number one when we did sign the contract, but I guess...
Well, Broad, he was disappointed, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was gutted. He was devastated.
Lost my mantle after one test.
That's it.
Public enemy number one.
So I didn't expect Robinson to become that quite so quickly.
Yeah.
But I guess, you know, if I'm being brutally honest, he has certain values to the old media organisation that I work for, you know. Just doing my job, Adam. Doing my job.
I did wonder whether there's ever been a more clicked article on wisdom.com than Ollie's column last week.
Records have been challenged.
Phil Long brings to my attention the fact that they're trying to get the ball changed. We did see a couple of overs ago that was looking a bit knackered. So I'm not surprised that they're having a pop into the 40th over.
Because I would think that the traditional Dukes, with these conditions, not even halfway through the game, it's still going to swing if you're getting that buffer up. So they can't lose by trying to get it changed. They might get one that swings straight away. Like they're trying hard.
So umpire Gaffney gives the ball back to Jimmy Anderson, who was leading the charge there, yet to really build up the momentum to get it changed with Chris Gaffney. They have gone at 5.5 and over since lunch, Australia, so the ball has taken bit of a battering from this pair. They've added 64 and 61. Stokes up. Bowls here to Smith, who's across the stumps and defending jerkily down the track, no run.
But, you know, you also, when you're writing these articles too, Big Ashes series, you know, you have to back it up on the field.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? And that's not to say he won't. But, you know, you put yourself up there, isn't there? So, but some guys get inspired by that.
There was a sort of a sense afterwards, Phil, over here, wasn't there, that, well, a lot of criticism of Ollie Robinson, but gee, look at his numbers. He's a pretty good operator.
Oh, definitely.
But he probably needed to bowl a house down today as Stokes delivers full and straight to Smith, who defends. This is an important day in his career, and he's been underwhelming so far.
Yeah, he has. Clearly wrestling with himself. I don't think he's a particularly combustible character. I don't think he'll be too concerned just yet. He's been in this position before. His record for England so far is outstanding. But yeah, he does need to turn up, or somebody does, because the game is here. It's right here for Australia. This pitch is a bit too paced, a bit trampoliny, not too easy to score on. It's not going to flatten out.
Stokes down the slope, bowls and beats the bat of Smith. His best delivery so far. Smith drawn into the shot. Played with a straight blade, but that's the conventional outswinger. That Stokes gets it going here. He can be a really tough customer to combat. Let's watch
this was the ball I thought Stuart Broad would try and bowl more.
Yeah.
You know, he got both Smith and Marnus out with outswingers in the first test match, but Broady seemed like he was trying to go against the slope all the time, whereas that's a couple of nice outswingers now from Ben Stokes.
So Stokes has the crowd behind him, finishing his second over into Smith, who defends to mid-wicket. End of the over, 40 gone, 2 for 160. There'll be a change in commentary after the break with JV Coney in for Flem and Norcross in for me. Our scoreboard for Beaumont Tiles. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now. Smith 28, Labuschagne 33.
It's tax time at Bunnings Trade. Get in for amazing tax time deals on tool storage, like an AEG 3-piece quick stack toolbox for $269, or a DeWalt Tough System 3-in-1 toolbox for just $385. Get more tax time deals at Bunnings Trade.
Stay on the ball while you're on the road. The SEN app is now available on Apple CarPlay, so you can keep up with all the big moments, expert commentary, and the latest news. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find the SEN app on Apple CarPlay.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie.
With Australia 2 for 160, going really well, and been put into bat by England. The ball has beaten bat frequently, but no edge has yet been taken. And 2 wickets to fall, both to Josh Tongue, both bowled, both from round the wicket to both the opening left-handers. This is not how England would have imagined it when they won that toss. They would have imagined it nibbling around, catches going to slip. Well, a couple have, and they've not been taken. And And at the moment, things are looking deeply ominous for England as Smith, who went off like a train but has actually slowed down. I'll ask Phil Long to just fill me in on that in a moment. And Marnus Labuschagne are, in the modern parlance, getting into their work.
I think he was 25 from 22 deliveries, Smith.
25 from 19, even better.
Here we go.
Here's Broad to start an Eve over, but he won't get to start it just yet because Labuschagne has seen something that he doesn't like. And to be brutally honest with you, when you're staring at the Lord's Pavilion, there's a lot not to like. Yes, Phil.
Stephen Smith, yeah, 25 from 19, so that's just 3 from his last 24 balls he's faced.
Thank you.
Got to be in double figures now, Dan, isn't it? You're North London Giants.
Me having a go at Lords.
Yeah, it's great stuff. And he knows, of course, they're not listening. That's the beauty. He knows what he's up to.
Broad's running here with 2 slips and a gully, and Labuschagne gets turned round by this, looks to work it into the onside, gets a thick leading edge out into the covers. And there is no run. Jeremy Coney is alongside me. Jeremy, what have you made of the last half hour or so?
Well, England not at their best. Whether they expected too much from this surface and things that were going to happen because the overhead conditions were good, the pitch looked a bit green, they just had to run out there and put the ball up and they would expect wickets, but it hasn't been that way.
This Broad hurtles in from the pavilion end. Labuschagne lets this go by with a little flamboyant flick of the bat.
Paces were down, Daniel. The averages kind of, you know, it seems to me Anderson and Broad around about 80, somewhere around there.
And
I think probably Robinson 79, I would say. Yeah, down a wee bit more.
Officially.
Only Tongue has really been up 85, and it shows you that it's a different game with those extra 5Ks. You know, you can manage deviation when it's 80.
Broad into Labuschagne. Labuschagne lets this go by. Goes in quite low on this occasion to Bairstow.
You can't with 5 extra Ks, as we've seen, and Tongue has looked the most, dangerous bowler on show today. We've seen someone who hasn't bowled very much, I think, in Stokes, bowling 2 or 3 no balls already in the short time he's been there, putting the ball up there so runs were coming quite quickly for the Australian batsman. Labuschagne, as you say, struggled at the start playing at balls he shouldn't be playing at, outside off.
Broad into Labuschagne. Labuschagne is stuck on a pad. A big appeal for LBW and given. I think they'll refer this. They will surely refer this. He was leaving the ball alone. Height, I think, is a bit of an issue.
Don't know.
And, well, he has referred this. So we have a DRS review with IMAR Insurance, the tradies mate. Call 1-3 IMAR.
They're the tradies mate. That's IMAR.
Right, well, mercifully, we will not have to find out anything about Snicko or Hotspot or any of those things, which we don't have anymore. This is a very simple ball tracking equation. I mean, it feels too short.
Looks high to me.
It's usually kept low. It's usually kept low at this end, hasn't it, really?
Well, it has kept a bit lower, but I don't know if that's low enough. I'm not even sure if it's on target enough. In real time, it didn't feel out to me, but then, you know, we're at a slight angle and the bowling's coming towards us. So this is all about loading ball tracking, so it should be one of the shorter reviews.
So he was on his tiptoes, hit above the knee roll, down the track as well, in that he was lining up outside of his crease.
And outside off stump.
He left one as well against Josh Tongue earlier, didn't he? And it just, you know, Rizzler paper gap, really, between the top of summer and...
This is missing.
Yeah.
It is missing.
Yeah.
Labuschagne survives. It's actually pretty close, but it felt like a poor decision in real time. The ball shown to be missing by around about an inch or so. We can see that on our replay screen with tyre power. Clean bowled savings. And I say Labuschagne survived. I thought it was quite a well-judged leave, to be honest with you. The umpire just got wrong.
He's one of the great levers in the world game, really. He's a master of it in Australian conditions. Obviously not as much bounce over here, but I think that was fine. That was good judgment, really. Poor judgment, in truth, by the umps.
I mean, it was close, let's be honest. It was going over the top of off stump, but only by an inch or so. But as you say, he's batting well out of his crease, Labuschagne, as we can see, as Broad
is into him, and he drives nicely through mid-off. It's running up towards the pavilion. It's a bit of a slope uphill as well as from side to side, and it thuds into the boundary sponge for 4. Good shot from Labuschagne. Got his weight transferring beautifully into the ball. And Australia moved to 2 for 164.
Been a lot of those deliveries.
Right.
Just a little full on a pitch that's doing just enough for you and hitting the pitch harder. As soon as you get full, I think you can get floaty. And I think that's what's happened so far for the English bowlers, particularly Anderson. And Broad's been dangerous on times. Let's be very fair about that. He's caused some problems. But that one was just a little too full.
It's England's day in microcosm, those 2 deliveries, because they have been constantly creating opportunities. You're never fully in on a track like this in these conditions. Haven't been able to get it over the line, and then long half volleys, basically. You know, Broad from this end, from our end, in his earlier spell, bowled 3 long half volleys. 2 of them were stuck through mid-wicket, and the other one driven beautifully by Labuschagne. I like the Mark Waugh comparison. It's not quite as dreamy as Waugh, but I like it. I can see where they're coming from.
Broad in. Labuschagne lets this go by, and it's taken above his shoulder by Bairstow. That is the end of the over, the 41st of the innings. Australia are motoring along at 4 and over. They are 2 for 164.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. Check out Henley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnybrook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Henley home, or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Henley.com.au.
Power up your arsenal with Greenworks range of battery-powered garden equipment. With over 20 products available in the Greenworks 60V Pro range, they're all powered by an interchangeable 60V Ultra Power battery and backed by a 4-year tool warranty. Visit greenworksaustralia.com.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Now then, Steve Smith facing up on 28. He's on the threshold of a remarkable moment. He needs 3 more runs to become the fastest man in Test matches played, to reach 9,000 runs. Stokes looking to try and stop him. He's in from the nursery end, and that's flicked away through mid-wicket, and that is his 9,001st run in Test cricket. The fastest man to get there. You heard it here first on SEN Test Cricket with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee, fit for an Aussie.
There it is, 99 matches, 174 knocks, 9,000 runs.
Yeah. Stop saying it like that.
Yeah.
We've more. We've watched about 8,250 of them. Yeah. In England. It's what it feels like.
Here.
Yeah. Stokes into Smith. And Smith covers up in defence, pushes up to mid-on. There's no run. 2 for 168. Smith's on 32. Labuschagne 37, if you're just joining us.
And just to clear that up, the quickest in terms of Test, second quickest in terms of innings, 174th Test innings. Kumar Sangakkara, 172.
Yeah, but I guess he would have played more in Sri Lanka, so wouldn't have had as many second innings digs as well. Might have batted a little lower down the order we first started, but then so did Smith when he first began. Stokes in, that's wide of the off stump and won't even tempt Smith in the slightest, who turns his back on it in disdain.
Did you think, Jeremy, that we might be in the third act of Steve Smith's career, that after a quietish year or two, he seems in fine fettle now, and obviously as hungry as he's ever been? I mean, this is a boy who's born to bat, can't get enough of it.
I haven't seen enough of Smith to say whether it's third or second.
How? What have you been doing?
Go and get a life.
Smith and Stokes into Smith outside your stump. There's no run.
Phil's with you though. Look, here we are.
Just finally, it's the 17th player to reach 9,000 Test runs.
Thank you, 17th. Yeah.
Name the other 16, will you?
Yeah, I can give it a go.
All right, come on.
Yeah.
In between balls.
Tendulkar, Callis, Ponting.
Top 3.
Sangakkara, Jayawardena, Cook, Steve Waugh, Joe Root. As Stokes is in, that's driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. Graham Smith, I think, sneaked in just over 9,000 runs.
The Smith brothers.
Yeah. Sunil Gavaskar, of course, Alan Border.
It's good. Yeah, not too bad so far.
How many is that, please? He's doing extremely well.
I think you're missing 3, unless you missed one that I didn't hear.
Did I say Chandapal? As Stokes is in. This is driven through mid-off, up towards the boundary. It's being pursued by Broad. That sun hat, it's every time. It's 8.5 paces. It comes off his head. The ball thuds into the sponge for 4. Brian Lara.
That was the obvious one you were missing.
2 for 173.
How many is that, please, Phil? I feel as if I'm starting to reach into my pocket.
I think it's...
to put something on the bar.
Eunice Khan.
Oh, very good, yes.
Oh.
Are we one shy?
I think he won shy. I think so, yeah.
No, I don't think you'll get it.
Inzamam?
It's a tricky.
No, not quite. First bum note there. Stokes runs away from us. He's in. This is driven up to mid-off, and there is no run. Williams hasn't got there yet. He's not played enough test matches, so there's no Kiwi in there. I think we've done our Sri Lankans, Jai Wardener and whatever. That's the end of the over. We'll come back to that. 2 for 173, Australia.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is the Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
Test cricketer on SEN with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Hashim Amla. Here's my last. And we believe that's correct.
Correct. Very good. Very, very good.
All right. Broad starts a new over from the pavilion end. He's into Labuschagne. 2 slips and a leg slip outside the off stump, and there's no run. He thought he had him in the previous over. He thought he had his wicket. Our wickets are with Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives, but it was overturned on DRS.
Like most batsmen, Labuschagne has looked much more comfortable in the last sort of half hour. He was fishing at balls for a while outside his off stump without getting anything other than the bat out there, and he was playing and missing. It looked all a bit uncomfortable. Now it's different.
Brought in once more over the wicket to Labuschagne, who defends back up the wicket. He just makes me laugh. He's a very expressive man. He defends the ball and then flings his bat around wristily like he's brandishing a sabre.
Yeah, I love watching him play. Just briefly, Daniel.
Yeah.
Crumb of comfort for England. It was an increasingly miserable afternoon. Ollie Pope, who went off with that shoulder problem.
Yes.
It's his other shoulder to the one that he broke, or that he dislocated, rather.
Oh.
So it's not a recurrence of the initial problem.
Brought in, defended on the front foot, on the walk, really, by Labuschagne. Back to the bowler, no run.
Looked as if it was the right shoulder he was complaining about.
Exactly. So it's the right shoulder that he hurt today, but it was the left it was the left that he dislocated last year.
Diving, but I guess, yeah. I mean, as you dive, you can dive left, but still dislocate the right, can't you?
Indeed.
Yeah, or vice versa, as indeed happened here, because he was diving to his left, but it's the right shoulder he hurt, 'cause it slammed down on the turf after his initial fall. His Broad is in, and Labuschagne is bowled! Is he? No. I beg your pardon, I thought I saw the bails come off. Well, he's been struck on the pad, and there's an enormous appeal.
Given not out.
Broad is convinced. Broad is always convinced. That is nothing. That's meaningless, Broad's convincement. They're going for it. Stokes is going for it. England still have 3 reviews remaining. This will probably be going down leg side.
He takes off stump, doesn't he?
True.
And he ends up on off stump. So anything that might be closest to leg stump. So let's just wait and see.
I was convinced I saw a bail fly off.
Right. Me too. Something flew up. Undoubtedly, maybe.
Well, let's take a look at this in the replay stream with tyre power, clean bowled savings, which on this occasion not clean bowled. I got that completely wrong. It's full. It won't be going over, I don't think. It struck him. Oh, inside edge.
Yeah.
It's a big inside edge. I'm pretty sure. So you're going to double check that it's not pad first. Oh,
it is pad.
It is
first,
pad.
Isn't it?
Well, it might be pad first. This is very difficult
This is very difficult to work out. I mean, you... Oh, what do we reckon, team? We've got the side on view. The ball
simultaneous
strikes
or what?
the pad.
I think it's the pad first, don't you?
Well, I think it's the pad first because the bat's just behind the ball before it strikes the pad. We're going to get a different view here. Front on, slow down, frame at a time, frame at a time. Oh, how do you tell from this?
I don't think that's going to be given. I think it's simultaneous at best from an English perspective.
Oh, I don't know, because you see the first angle they give us feels quite a lot like it's at the pad first, because married up with ultra edge, the bat's behind the ball, and there's the first noise.
There's also the element that it may well actually be outside the line.
I think
right?
it is outside the line.
So it wasn't given.
Shot, yeah.
It wasn't given anyway. So I think we can relax and move on. Yeah.
Not out.
Not out. Broad's not happy. Have you ever seen a happy Broad? Well, except when he's taking lots of wickets. He's saying, "What? Hang on." But surely that was pad first. But I think Phil Walker alongside me is absolutely spot on that even if it hadn't been, he gets so far across. So what was it that we saw fly up, do you suppose?
Perhaps just
maybe it was a ball.
Well, exactly, because it went quite quickly out to mid-wicket, didn't it?
Yeah, maybe that's what we thought was the bet. Right.
We're in trouble if we think the ball's the
right. Can SEN get a match up with some kind of spectacle firm?
The three of us.
We clearly need some glasses.
We're all using each other. Sorry, everybody.
Broad in again, and down the leg side, and it's not far away from Labuschagne's gloves, into the gloves of Bairstow, and there's no run. And I tell you, Broad's just having a little bit of a moment here with Labuschagne. Labuschagne's just got to get through this because this is all pretty tight. They're replaying us once again. The
did fly, see the ball flying the whole way. I think
is that where?
I'm going to excuse it.
Thank. What's very kind of you.
Yeah.
You don't need. You could be. But
especially after you just named the 16 too. You were well right there.
Yeah. I think you blew yourself out on that. I think that's what it did.
Yeah. I got something. I got.
You got overconfident.
Got overconfident. Started to think I was a real commentator. As Broad as it. This is defended back to the bowler, and there's no run. The end of an eventful over, but still a wicketless one for England. Australia 2 for 173.
Beaumont Styles is proudly sponsoring the Ashes, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowled me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN Test cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. Labuschagne 37, Smith 36, a partnership developing 2 for 173. Australia, having been put into bat, are looking to get a firm grip on the Ashes, which is a difficult thing to do because it's a tiny urn, and if you get too firm a grip on it, it'll probably crumble. It's been around a long time. It's made of flimsy material.
At times they design the big trophy as well, right? The urn-shaped trophy. Maybe that they can get a good grip on.
I think you could. Phil Long.
Josh Tong on this end, replacing Ben Stokes. 3 overs. They went 12, maiden, 9. 3 overs for 21.
Thank you. 12, maiden, 9, and some no balls in there as well. It's not really a Stokes spell without the odd no ball. Josh Tong has been the pick of England's bowlers today. He's bowled those 2 wonder balls. He's got Smith in his side. He's got a deep square leg and a long leg. His first delivery is very full and driven out by Smith, and it only manages to dribble up the pitch around about 5 yards. Josh Tong fields of his own bowling.
I feel Stokes went for a few. How many, Phil?
21.
21. Off.
3.
Yeah. Thanks, Phil.
12, maiden, 9.
12, maiden, 9. Yeah, a couple of no balls in there, wasn't there?
3, in fact.
3.
Yeah.
There's Tongue with 3 slips in places in. And Smith defends a ball in the channel, roundabout off stump. The ball rolls up to Stokes at mid-off. There's no run.
It's been an interesting pitch, and Josh Tongue has been the only one with his extra pace to hurry the batters up. He's bowled all his overs from this end.
The nursery end.
Yeah, from the nursery. Yeah.
Well, he's got that. He's
Radio.
He's got those two angles, hasn't he? Because he leans over, he's actually bringing it back into the batsman up the slope, and then it kind of just straightens. So he's getting that angle.
He's into Smith, who pushes in defence, slightly on the walk.
Those two angles, really, in, and then you feel you have to play it, and then it's moving out.
Is it a little bit like Chris Martin, Jeremy?
Chris Martin was more up in the air and sort of swinging the ball rather than into the pitch, I think, rather than...
no, just in terms of the angle of release.
Yes, he was wide.
Yeah.
Always.
He does his little circle at the top of his mark, and then runs in. Quite tight to the umpire. It's worked into the onside. Broad is after it. The hat comes off. It's 8 paces again. And they get through for a single. It's uncanny. It is uncanny. Statisticians have pored over this, and the general consensus is it's roughly 8.47 is the average.
Right.
8.47 lurching steps of Broad results in hat off. In any conditions. Doesn't matter how windy. It doesn't matter if it's got a tailwind or a headwind.
And he never puts a cap on, does he? It's always,
no.
How dare I ask?
No, that's sun hat all the way.
He's wearing a size too big, isn't he?
Yeah. Tongue in. This is defended by Labuschagne into the offside. Fielded in the covers, and there's no run. Full ball again. Tongue not tested anyone out with a short ball here. England will be very disappointed. Not just that they've got only the 2 wickets, but that they're having to bowl Tongue for a 3rd spell before Travis Head has arrived. Because really, I've said it before and I'll say it again, Tongue is in this game for Head.
Not for the first time. They have faced each other before.
Indeed.
We were there in Worcester. Historic moment. Tongue got Head as well.
Next delivery is a bit back of a length and pushed in defence by an increasingly confident-looking Labuschagne into the offside. And run.
I've heard that day is celebrated every year in Worcester.
Yeah, I believe it is.
Yeah.
Yes, it's called the day. They say, because they're not very concise in Worcester, they say, how was the day that Josh Tongue got Travis Head out in a game of cricket? He did.
Exactly those words.
And then they wear bells and they do Morris dancing. And they slap a donkey with a thin stick.
They got morbid very quickly.
Next delivery is fallen, driven through vacant mid-off. It's running up towards the boundary. It's being pursued eagerly by Stokes. Is he going to get there? Is the ball going to get there? He gets there. And they come back for 3. And that is the end of another productive over for Australia. They are 2 for 178.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night. No tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. We are in the second session, our second session with Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise.
Wish I did last night.
Yep.
Just found out I got a call from the cabbie I took home last night. Apparently I dropped my wallet in his cab. He's kind enough to bring it back. Yeah.
Good effort. You know, when I first saw that on my screen, I thought it said, remember, if drinking, drink wine, not wise. And now I realise...
And you're a disciple.
Yeah. Yes.
Wine was being drunk last night, though.
It was very nice, cheeky wine, actually.
Good wine.
There was a Prosecco, there was a nice dry white.
Yes, the red was not bad.
Yeah, I didn't try that.
Complicated name.
Broad in, start a new over, and this is driven by Labuschagne to short extra cover, but can't beat the fielder. There's no run. 2 for 178.
2 for 178. You win the toss in these conditions. And now, 2 sessions later, the sun just sort of warm. You know, it's not really hot sun, is it?
Milky.
But batting looks easier, doesn't it?
It does. The ball's getting softer as well.
I was talking about, you know, the different styles between these two sides, how it makes it interesting and how it makes for conflicts and moments and fights It builds up to those. And I mentioned 2 boxes as well. This feels like that to me.
Broad runs into Labuschagne, who defends the ball. Just comes back down the slope a little bit.
You know,
there's no run.
2 fighters, and I think probably a puncher fighting against a boxer.
Yes.
And the puncher being England.
Yes.
And the boxer being Australia. And I'm afraid it's England. The puncher's been on the end of a lot of left jabs.
Yeah.
Today he's been jabbed and jabbed and jabbed.
It's very much like Foreman against Ali, isn't it? Yeah.
Technical boxing, is winning.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Old school.
Australia very much the Harold Graham. As Broad is in, this is worked away nicely through mid-wicket. It's running away down the slope. I don't think it'll get there. It's being pursued by Ollie Robinson, who takes his time over it, and they come back for 3.
That shot in particular is why he's opened up his stance, and to make sure that his back foot doesn't end up within off stump, so that head doesn't fall over, like I explained earlier. And that's he's played so many shots through mid-wicket.
He has.
And
anything that's full on the bat, sort of middle and off,
he's able to
just gone through.
That's because of the open stance.
Yeah. Well, that's the benefit of it. And they run well together, don't they?
They do.
They know each other's games.
They do everything well together.
Yeah.
Except face each other's bowling. Then they're like 2 kids.
Here's Broad. He's in. This is defended up to mid-on. We've got slightly different session time, so I think I might right to say it's about 18 minutes or so to go until tea. So don't go and make yourself a cup of tea or whatever you have.
Bovril.
Vegemite, Bovril. Yeah. Or nip out to Macca's and get yourself
a coffee.
A coffee.
Yeah.
Here's the 30 years of McCafe.
McCullum looks like he could do with a McCafe right now. So I'm on the TV screen.
Broad runs in. And Smith works this to mid-wicket, but can't beat the fielder, and there is no run.
With the spot of rain we had earlier and a spinless England attack, we're still 1 ball short of a halfway mark today.
Oh, good grief.
On the day you wanted a long day, Dan.
Yeah, on the day after Colo's wedding.
Yeah, I know.
On the day ideally we'd like to be here till 8, 9 o'clock. Because nobody's thoughts are turning to an early night.
Lights already on.
Well, Australia will be delighted with their half day's work so far as Broad runs in. And Smith gets one down the leg side, which he just leaves, and it's mostly stopped by Bairstow. Broadcaster tidy up. That is the end of the over. 45 have gone. Australia 2 for 181. No, is it a no ball? No ball. Yes. Hold fire, team. Hold fire.
There's a new collective noun for no balls, of course, the infection. An infection.
An infection of
An
no
infection
balls.
of no balls.
Love that.
Yeah. And that's what we're seeing again. There were 23 of them in Edgbaston, edge of the seat, Baston.
There have been so many that the scorers have lost count. The umpire just held his arm out for nearly what looked like 4 minutes. Nobody was noticing. Maybe they've gone off for tea.
Broad might be about to finish the over after all. He's in. And Smith works this to short mid-wicket straight to the fielder, and now that does look like the end of the over. We're going to have a change in the commentary box. Adam Collins is going to replace me with Australia 2 for 182.
They're off and racing in the Memory Maker Stakes. On the inside, download free, followed by Make Informed Decisions. Poking up on the fences, plan everything with compare prices and options. Heading past the 600 metres, build your own coffin, the front runner. 2 lengths to Unique Life, but here comes Tobin Brothers Celebrating Lives through the middle and gets up to win.
Thanks, Brian. Plan your race to the finish line using the Tobin Brothers Funerals Memory Maker app. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
SEN Test Cricket at Lords. For Maccas, here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Adam Collins jumping in for the mini session. 18 minutes until the tea interval. Make that 15 minutes. 18 minutes late, I mean. Got Bharat Sundaresan with me. Lights on. Sun's out as well. Tongue starts a new over. Got 2 for 47. They will remain his figures with a push out to mid-on by Labuschagne. A stand now worth 85 from 97 balls. They've been pegged back a wee bit in the last half an hour, but still trending very much in the right direction for the visitors after losing David Warner, and the score was on 96 early on in this extended middle session.
there have been, 5 deliveries where things have looked a little tricky. Steve Smith was given out, got behind, turned out he wasn't out. A couple of LBW shouts. Apart from that, it's been pretty smooth sailing.
Tongue up, leaving alone outside the off stump is Labuschagne. No real potency in that delivery.
Yeah, and England will be disappointed for the second test running. Yes, you can use the pitch as an excuse in Birmingham, and fair enough. But just they've lacked the bite. In conditions where we thought, Adam, England could really boss this game, they've just not been consistent enough. Even Stuart Broad, maybe after his first spell, he bowls a good ball, but then there are 4 just sprayed down the next side. It's not been very good.
Tongue, bustling approach. Bowls here, but leaving alone again is Labuschagne. No need out there. Phil Long's with us as well.
Yeah, we're just talking about no balls at Edgbaston. We're up to 8 already in this innings.
Wow.
Just the one at the end of the over, though. The scorer's nightmare. Because you mentioned the scorers did notice.
Yeah, they did.
Well, I've got a theory.
You're busy doing your end of overs. Then what? The arms out.
I'm telling you, I've got my theory. I want there to be a PhD commissioned into why it's the last ball of the over disproportionately skewed towards the front foot no balls being called by the TV umpire. I've got a theory.
Okay.
Well, Norcross and I kind of do anyway. Bowling here is Tongue. Hit on the inside edge of Labuschagne onto the pad. Caught and interested for a moment, but the bowler isn't in the appeal. Where we tried to sleuth this out in our Airbnb at Birmingham last week, we think it's because last ball, all that exertion through the 6 deliveries pushing that little bit harder one last time. That might be why we see more of them.
Yeah, when you realise, it's just even at whatever level of cricket you play, it's the last ball, you get a break after that. Yes. So you do push a little.
Tongue up, bowls, and leaving alone is Labuschagne for the 3rd time in the over in that channel well outside the off stump.
And from an umpire's perspective, because at the level I umpire, you don't have third umpires calling no balls. You are more vigilant as the over progresses.
Right.
Because you also kind of get a feeling that if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. I mean, obviously vigilant every delivery, but by the time you get to the 5th and 6th ball, that's when you can see, and you can always make out from the bowler as he or she's walking back from the mark. All right, they're really running in hard to just go through their action.
Tongue to complete his 10th over is defended by Labuschagne towards mid-wicket. It's a maiden 2 for 182. Smith 37, Labuschagne 43, and that's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. This session brought to you by Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to drink wise.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Our Maccas, I'm loving it moment of the middle session was when David Warner was bowled by Tongue, an absolute beauty. It's a new season for the McSpicy range at Maccas. Our session for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking to Drinkwise, Stuart Broad's gone off the field, and Joe Root has the ball in his hand. They're not going with a, you call a frontline spinner this week, England, so he'll have some role to play through the next 5 days, Baz.
Bowled beautifully in that dramatic finish, didn't he? When he got Alex Carey out, 3rd time lucky, 3rd caught and ball chance that he had. He clung on to it. You thought match over. A lot of people thought match over. Even the Australian dressing room, some of them weren't sure. There were doubts.
I think we said on the call that could be the end of it, and it should be the end of it. It should have been. They weren't able to shut it down. Just at the back of the box, Adam White is going to be commentating throughout different parts of the test match. He supports our theory about the final ball of the over no ball. So
thank you.
I feel bolstered. Run rate of just on 4 for Australia. Stephen Smith on 37. He's faced 58 balls. It's included 5 boundaries. Most of those in his first 25 runs. So Root's going to go round the wicket initially to Smith. Slip and a leg slip. Pavilion end. Sun's out now. Bowls here. Smith goes back and turns him into the onside. Just in front of square, no single there. So the unusual situation where all the lights are on and the sun's out at the same time.
Makes for weird sighting, doesn't it? Like, no shadows, obviously, because the sun's out.
Root in. Wide of the crease. Bowls here. Smith defends.
But the reason you can't switch off the lights is it takes so long to come back in. And if the sun does get covered by the clouds, the last thing you want is then for there to be a stoppage in play just to bring the lights back on.
Root bowls and Smith defends and not quite beyond mid-wicket, so another dot ball. I'm not quite sure that's still the case here at Lord's, you know.
Really?
I've done a lot of domestic cricket here where the lights are a big part of the conversation about when you can use them, because there are some days at Lord's when they're not allowed to erect the light towers. I think they get 40 days per year or something like that due to local bylaws and so on. Root bowls round the wicket. Smith defends a ball that doesn't turn. Outside part of the bat, out to straightish cover, no run. And when they do have the light towers up, you often see the lights here can come on in almost an instant. So maybe they should flick them off. Root again. 5th ball of the over, defends to mid-wicket as he's done 4 times, no run. Well, maybe it's a bit like that when your parents say to you as a kid, don't turn the light off and on again.
Yeah.
You know, there might be a bit of that going on. Putting it back on uses more energy. I guess peripherally that was part of our conversation earlier today. Root bowls, last ball of the over, and Smith works it to short fine. A maiden from Root, back-to-back maidens for England. 2 for 182 Australia after 47. Receives a little applause from Moeen Ali, who's watching on. Injured spinner. Smith 37, Labuschagne 43. The partnership 86, and there are 9 minutes until the tea break. Our coverage for Macca's here's to 30 years of the McCafe, and we're seeing Moeen on our screen for tyre power. Clean, bold savings.
This partnership's going on well, and I don't want to call it clairvoyance, but the amount of Marnus and Steve Smith I've seen in my life, Adam, and you kind of get a weird sense into these people. I mean, these are great athletes. Like they're great at what they do. The one thing is,
so Josh Tongue's new over. His 11th away from us, nursery end, leaving alone Labuschagne well outside the off stump.
With anyone who's great at what they do, it's the repetition. They have repetitive motions, whether it's batting, sport, or music. And the one thing I have learned from watching Steve Smith in particular is there are some days when I called his 100 in goal, didn't I? I said the reason he was disappointed with the run out with Usman Khawaja was because he was feeling it.
Yeah.
There are just times when he feels like he's so on top of his game with his batting.
Tongue with 3 slips next to Bairstow. Bowls here, and that's a better delivery. It's gone over the top of the off stump. Labuschagne leaves it alone on length.
And like I was telling Daniel earlier on air, 2 days out, he wasn't timing the ball, turned around to me, Adam, and he said, Bharat, I'm useless. I said, you're Steve Smith. You can never be useless. It's just a few balls you haven't timed. He'll be back. And he turned around and said, for me, it's all about feel. And then he started feeling it. Saw him yesterday. No words were exchanged, but we were nodding. You know, when we started nodding at each other, so we were nodding at each other. And I just knew the kind of mind space he was in. And we saw it from the moment he walked out to bat.
Tongue bowls. It's not the right line. Labuschagne doesn't want to play this close to tee. Doesn't have to.
And Marnus is different, but also the same. I mean, once he figured out, all right, so it wasn't so much about the way he got out. I mean, they were just poor shots. And so he wasn't going to focus his technique on how he's going to avoid chasing deliveries which are on 9th and 10th stuff. Instead, his thing was, I need to open up more scoring opportunities, so which is why I opened my stance up, make sure I'm getting into positions where balls on off stump or just outside, I can whip them through mid-wicket.
Tongue to Labuschagne, and he beats him. That's a better line and length. Labuschagne committed to the drive, and it moved away down the slope, past the edge into the gloves of Bairstow. Well bowled, better.
Much better. And the length again, this is the length he got right when he got rid of David Warner in particular. He beat him on the inside edge 2 times on the trot, just a little too short, and then he corrected his length. And this is a very good length. Had Marnus flashing at it, he dragged Marnus away from his off stump.
Can he build from that? Front on action, Tongue bowls. No, he can't. Short and wide, and Labuschagne shoulders arms as he did earlier in the over. That's at 140 kilometres an hour.
And going back to Marnus,
yep.
And so he was more focused on that. He wasn't focused on correcting his mistakes because they were just not technical mistakes. They were errors in judgment. He just played too early. It went too early at the ball. And then they just reached space. And even with Marnus, I felt like as we parted ways 2 days out after he spoke to SEN, you knew there were runs being still a lot more runs to be scored for these two, but they're looking really good.
Tongue, last ball of the over, wider of the crease and wider of the stumps as well. Labuschagne able to leave 5 balls in that over, beaten once. 2 for 182. Labuschagne 43, Smith 37. Will have a couple of overs perhaps until the tea break. Getting a Look on our screen for tyre power of an MCC member carrying 4 pints down the stairs. That takes some doing.
Just when I started feeling better, I could see that.
I remember an especially heartfelt conversation you had with my parents at about 1 o'clock this morning.
I did, yes. I was telling them about how proud they should be of you.
That wasn't a lead-in for that. It was more the gushing,
yes,
the emotion that you brought last night. There he is. He's back here. Can you get the 4 beers back?
Oh, no, he's dropping it.
I hope he falls over.
Yeah, he's dropping it. Oh, it's leaking.
I hope he
That's
slip. Oh. There was famously a scene here in 2015, Bharat, when Chris Rogers and David Warner were batting. Root starts a new over to Smith and defends. Root was bowling, actually. 1 round the corner. Smith 38, 2 for 183, where there was a woman on camera and Sky were training the camera on her down the stairs. I think she had a beer as well. We got to her seat and missed her seat entirely and fell over, and Root and Warner and Rogers were laughing very hard, watching it back on the screen multiple times.
Then she gave a bow to the crowd.
She did, that's right.
Very
she
classy.
Did, of course. So, slipping a leg slip with Root bowling. Pavilion end to Labuschagne. Bouncer! There we go. That's a bit quicker. Expect the unexpected with Ben Stokes aside. Give us a speed gun. Come on, guys. Play along. 120 kilometres an hour.
That is as quick as a lot of deliveries Ollie Robinson bought in his first spell.
You know what? That's the best bumper we've seen today, I think.
Oh, by far.
Round the wicket, and Labuschagne picked it up early and ducked, and credit to Bairstow, equal to it behind the pegs. Root again. Lights this right up in response, and it's pushed out to mid-wicket by Labuschagne. Single, he's 44, 2 for 184 the score. We've seen Joe Root bowl leg breaks from nowhere in Test cricket, haven't we?
He has a beautiful arm ball as well. Tried the old off-spinner's trick, right? Bowl a bouncer and bowl a loopy delivery next to him. Said nobody.
I've got to withhold the temptation to try and run in bowl bounces when I'm bowling offies these days. Root in, delivers again, and that's going to be buys. Because Smith was shaping up to play it. Went over the top of his pad, I fancy. Otherwise, it is buys. There was no pad on that. Otherwise, it would have been a dead ball. So they go to Bairstow's name. Smith stays on 38, 2 for 188, which means they've scored 105, make that 115 runs in the session. So wayward from Root and sloppy from Bairstow.
Yeah, poor cricket all around from England. They have been sloppy throughout the day. Catches have gone down.
12 buys today. Into the onside, no run. Foolish delivery.
No balls.
This might be the right time to mention your catch the other day, by the way.
Indeed.
Off my bowling, off my off spin.
Big wicket as well.
The big wicket.
Yeah.
Good player, SARS, and you ran in and took it full stretch like Fatty Borton. Down the leg side, turned around a short fine. No run. That'll complete over number 49. They'll get one more in before tea. 2 for 188 the score. Labuschagne 44, Smith 38. So to set it up, the previous over, I picked up a wicket, which was caught in the armpit of one of our teammates. Who's here today, actually, Reece Muldoon. Then you, on the rope, charging him from long on, being heckled by the crowd.
Yes, I was.
And you made the contest, and you juggled, you bobbled, and you came up with the ball, and you busted your thumb, all in the same motion.
All for my captain.
My captain.
Yeah, I mean, he asked me to lead the side because he had no voice after festivities of Saturday night. It was a big moment. He was threatening to take the game away.
It was a big moment in the context of the game, which we did win.
And it's funny, I know it was your wedding last night, Adam, but I think my catch was discussed as much as your...
Oh, yeah. Got just as much airtime, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
We were at the High Commission function on Monday morning that they have for the Aussie team each time they come for an Ashes series. Tongue bowls and Labuschagne defends from the inside edge, just behind square, 45 with a single. 2 for 189. We're in the final over before tea in this extended session on day one. And yes, you were told, and we, I suppose, collectively, but you especially, had told most of the players about your catch.
Yes.
Steve Smith came up to me and asked about it afterwards.
Yeah, he saw the video and he was like, that's a very good catch. It was very impressive. I'm glad the camera was at the back and they didn't see the juggle too well.
How many juggles was it?
Oh, it was just one.
Oh, just the one.
Smashed my thumb and then landed back into my hands.
Tongue up, bowls to Smith defending. I mean, both catches were not likely. You charging in and taking a catch like that, I mean, I love you, but it wasn't a high percentage chance. And Reece's slip, who doesn't move particularly well, he's got no knees left. Better part of 60, and that landing in his armpit and realising he'd taken the catch.
I mean, there's a picture doing the round on social media of that catch where the moment I've taken the catch, in the background, there you are with your hands on your head, not expecting me to get anywhere near it.
Tongue bowls to Smith across his stumps. Bit short though, so he can work it into the onside for 1. 39 for him, 2 for 190 the score.
Yeah, I was basically asking half the Australian team if they could tell, because it's so difficult getting an appointment at an A&E in England. I thought maybe the players have seen so many broken fingers. I told Steve Smith, you've broken many fingers. Does that look like a broken thumb to you? He did make a face. It was looking much worse than it is today.
Yeah, still sticking out though. That knuckle's not right.
Yeah.
Tongue, 3 balls left until tee. Bowls to Labuschagne, leaving alone on 45. He's not been right in this spell, Tongue. He's been nowhere near as threatening as he was either side of lunch, where he picked up both wickets to fall today. Khawaja and Warner both bowled.
I think that has a lot to do with the fact that he's bowling his 3rd spell already, like you said, Adam. And just overall, the bowling's not been accurate enough, consistent enough, not good enough. And when you have batters like these two hungry for runs, this is just not going to work.
Tongue bowls and leaving alone Labuschagne, a really wide delivery. Might be slope going on here a bit with Tongue as well. He bowled mostly from the pavilion end against Ireland when he took his bag of 5 a couple of weekends ago.
Yeah, he's bowled all his overs from the nursery end today. I mean, he did bowl the 2 best balls of the day.
True.
Get the 2 openers out.
So this will be the final delivery before tee. Can he get it right? Labuschagne just marks his guard one last time, not leaving anything to chance. Tongue passes umpire. Gaffney delivers here, and Labuschagne skews it off the outside part of the bat, but with soft hands to backward point, and that is the session complete. One where Australia advanced from 1 for 73 to 2 for 190. 50 overs bowled all told. The only wicket to fall, that of David Warner. Clean bowled for 85, a beauty from Tongue after knocking over Khawaja just on the stroke of lunch. And that brought this pair together, and they've ticked along really nicely. A session where 117 runs were added at a run rate of 4.36 across 26.5 overs. Labuschagne 45 of those, Smith 38, a stand worth 94 already from 128 runs. It's on a track that's been giving England plenty, certainly in the first session. Australia have taken the honours in both sessions.
Yeah, England as a walk-off would look up at the scoreboard and be really disappointed with themselves. If you're 2 for 190 at tee on day 1 after you've been put into bat, you'd think, oh, maybe the wrong decision was made by the fielding captain. It wasn't so. Ben Stokes, it was a bowling day, and Ben Stokes anyway likes to field first. His bowlers have overall as a collective let him down. Stuart Broad has bowled good spells. Josh Tongue, those 2 deliveries he bowled to get rid of Khawaja and Warner. But on either side of that, they've just not put the pressure on the Australians, and they're scoring at nearly 4-0, which tells you a lot, does not say anything about the conditions in which those were thrown in.
It's exactly the kind of day Australia needed. There have been 2 outstanding deliveries of the day for Maccas, both of them bowled by Josh Tongue, but Australia at the tea break have made their way to 2 for 190. We're going to take a break on our coverage here at Lord's. On the other side of it, Paul Sebastiani will take some calls and messages through the tea break. We'll be back here in about quarter of an hour.
Warner is bowled through the gate. Tongue gets his man. He's deserved that wicket. A great bit of bowling from round the wicket. He's castled Warner, who's lived a charmed life in this match, but now he has to go. England have their 2nd wicket. Tongue has his 2nd wicket, and Australia are 2 for 96.
He's been using that
partnership. We had 54 from 48 balls, these 2. Stokes again, and clipping his Labuschagne. Shot of the day. Finds the gap at mid-wicket. You compared him to Mark Waugh a couple of overs ago. That is Waugh-esque. He's gone from 15 to 31 in the space of about 10 minutes, Labuschagne. Australia 2 for 154.
Well, it's just the corridor of Coney.
He needs 3 more runs to become the fastest man in Test matches played, to reach 9,000 runs. Stokes looking to try and stop him. He's in from the nursery end, and that's flicked away through mid-wicket, and that is his 9,001st run in Test cricket. The fastest man to get there. You heard it here first on SEN Test Cricket. SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. of Australia strongly on top. The Ashes almost within their grasp, dare one say it. Oh, well, England have different attitudes towards that, because they came out very strangely before this game and said, well, if we lose this game, it's only 2-0, we'll want to win the next 3. It's a funny thing to do, really, is to go into the build-up of a game anticipating what it'd be like if you lose it, so that you could win 3-2 rather than just level it at 1-1. But that is the kind of level of psychobabble that the England team are currently indulging in, and I'm delighted to say that I have alongside me the Grim Reaper himself, the lawman, Peter Lalor. Oh, you're not on. How are you?
I'm not on. Oh, I'm on.
You are.
You should turn me on. I'm not sure what I prefer. That sort of faux optimism of your team, you know, that sort of, oh, she'll be right, you know, bred in circuses and stuff like that. Or that sort of cloak of negativity that you all sort of pull over your shoulders every time you see Stephen Smith or Marnus Labuschagne or Usman Khawaja. Oh, you'll do us this time. Every time I talk to an Englishman, oh, you're going to do us this time.
Yeah. We didn't get where we are today without remorseless negativity.
Is that what happened? Congratulations on your achievement. Yeah, you didn't get where you are today without some sloppy fielding and some sloppy bowling in conditions that really favoured the fielding side. I mean, both teams wanted to have a bowl in these conditions. England had the chance to make the most of it and didn't, I'm afraid. I mean, credit to the Australian batters. They've done reasonably well, and at times England have bowled some very good deliveries, but there have been way too many 4 balls and almost a little disengaged.
Feels
a
like
little
that,
slow out onto the field, a little sort of late to the contest.
A little unfit feeling at times, you know. Ollie Robinson a bit trundly, didn't chase after the ball quite so much, and the outfield, they feel a bit heavy-legged, and they've had 8 days off, Phil Long.
Well, yeah, they have, and let's be honest, we're not looking out at blue skies, are we now? I think you'd still fancy a little bowl here, wouldn't you? You know, it's not like they got it wrong and the clouds had gone by 11:30. It's still
Ball will be
still
softer.
a grey day.
Ball will be older and softer, but then you never know, it might start swinging.
It's not as the cloud doesn't feel as oppressive, is it? It's not pushing down on the toupee, but it's lifted a bit, and the light improved a lot in that second session. It's not quite as good now. If we look up at the lights that they have on those sort of telescopic stands, it's quite bright. I think they might come into play later in the day.
They might
come into play all day.
I mean,
really,
we are
on and off.
We're in midsummer, so there's a fairly decent bit of ambient light, even up to 6:50 local time. So you work that out for yourselves back in Australia. 3:50, I imagine that is in the morning in Melbourne. That is when we're expecting the game to, stumps to be drawn at any rate, because there are a theoretical 40 overs to go.
Yeah.
It seems highly unlikely that we're going to get them in 2.5 hours, but no, it just won't happen. Ollie Robinson's going to bowl the first ball after tea. He's trundling in from the pavilion end. Smith advances to him and pulls his first delivery down through deep backward square. The chase is on, and the chase is in vain. Rehan Ahmed diving, not exactly over the ball, but not quite at the ball. So 4 runs off the first ball after tea, and that's sort of emblematic of England's day, isn't it? A half tracker that Smith played with exceptional ease and great safety as well, straight into the ground, and picked the gap between long leg and deep square leg. There are 2 slips in place, a backward point cover, extra cover maybe, or wide mid off, a mid on, a short catching mid wicket as Robinson is in, and Smith is beaten on the inside edge. Well, that is a way that they have posited getting Smith, coming back down the slope, and goes through to Bairstow.
They're beating them a lot on those deliveries that are a little bit back of the length there. Probably you push up searching for them, as we've seen with Marnus Labuschagne and with Steve Smith. You put it into that driving zone, and they've made the most of them. That first delivery was a pie. It sat up and said, where do you want me to hit? Where do you want to hit me? And right between those 2 fielders, I got back for the hook shot.
And he got it spot on. Robinson in to Smith, and Smith leaves one that comes back down the slope, but he knows so well where his off stump is. He's so far across his crease, and there's no run. But this little slew of seats is empty again, so 1,700-pound people I don't know what they're doing for them. What do you get for a £1,700 tee, I wonder?
I don't know. I'm distracted now by this satanic slip cord.
666?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Route 66.
Route and lurch. Yeah.
Crowley 6.
Yeah, that's the idea. Number of the beast. As next delivery goes through to the keeper.
It's Crawley, not Crowley, isn't it? Crowley was the famous...
Like Alistair Crowley, I think.
Yeah, the famous Satanist. We call him a Satanist.
Satanist, yeah.
Some sort of euphemism for it over here.
Yes, you're funny chap. He spelled Alistair wrong as well. E-I. Alistair. So there must have been some hidden meaning in that, Pete.
Anyway, England need wickets here.
Desperately. The series might need wickets. You never know. As Robinson comes into Smith, and he gets a bouncer which he turns his head away from, and it loops gently into Bairstow's gloves. Not a particularly threatening one, but 81 miles an hour from Robinson.
Well, we saw Smith here last time with Jofra Archer bowling the short ball at him, and with the field back, and it was the most vulnerable Steve Smith had looked in years, and it was a sensational spell of cricket.
It was actually really quite unnerving. I watched that for the Warner stand.
Yeah. But Ollie Robinson cannot do that. No. Not at these speeds.
Certainly not. He's in to Smith. And Smith lets this go by as well. He basically played one of those deliveries. End of the first over after tea. 4 runs added in it. Australia 2 for 194.
What type of Snap Fitness member are you?
I'm new this year. I haven't been active for a while. I want to have more energy for the kids and just feel better about myself.
I feel like I don't have enough time, so I want someone to guide me and help me feel positive about my fitness and learn how to best use my time.
New to gym life? It all begins at snapfitness.com.au. Snap Fitness helps new members feel reassured, feel comfortable and feel like you belong. Snap Fitness. Get moving.
Test cricket on SEN with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Jimmy Anderson is going to bowl from the nursery end, and it's a general trope that you get here at Lord's that Anderson starts with the new ball at the pavilion end and then switches at some point to the nursery end, where he tends to have, well, more fortune. He prospers more. I never quite understand why he starts on the pavilion end, but it's been happening for the best part of 15 years, so well, got used to it by now.
Well, we saw Broad swing around from this end to the other end and think that was the favoured end, but then Tongue's made batting look more difficult when he's bowled from this end.
I think they're hoping to get a wicket to bring Head out before Tongue, because they want him to bounce Head. And they know that the others can't really do it effectively. As Anderson starts up his first over after tea, is filthy delivery outside the off stump that goes low, eventually into the gloves of Bairstow from very wide of the off stump.
Just lucky that wasn't called wide. We just got some information up from the Australian dressing room about David Warner.
Oh yeah.
David Warner batted in quite a deal of pain after multiple knocks on the left batting hand and fingers in the past 2 weeks, and a large, very sensitive stone bruise on the inside palm at the base of the left thumb from catching practice.
Oh, bless him. Anderson is in. This is left alone by Labuschagne. The gloves have brought Bairstow. Better delivery.
That's I mean, obviously he does a lot of slips catching practice, Warner, and he has a lot of trouble with that sort of the palm region, and bruising on that region is often wears a lot of sort of protective padding around on the hands.
A stone bruise, that's one that's just come from repetition, is it? Like a sort of RSI of bruises sort of thing.
Do I look like I've got a medical degree, mate?
Well, I don't know. You're right, I wouldn't ever be treated by you. That would be one of the more alarming things. Seeing you come at me with your kit bag. Anderson in, outside the off stump again, too wide. And he turns on his heels, goes back to his mark because he hasn't quite got that right. Interesting. Well, in a way, he sort of played a bit like a man in a bit of pain. He was quite skittish, wasn't he?
Oh, I thought he was a great innings. I thought he looked fantastic. You know, a couple of chances there, but you're always going to give chances if you're an opener in these sorts of conditions. He just looks sharper and crisper at the stumps. He's a much better place with his batting than he was in 2019, and probably in the adjoining years. So.
Anderson into Labuschagne, who again leaves one outside off stump, but it's a little closer to off stump. Just cranking up the gears a touch, up to 82 miles an hour. His first ball in this over was 78.5.
In the last 18 months or so, we've seen Warner in the little setup that the back foot sort of dropping away back towards square leg. It's always a bad sign with a batter. You don't like to see that. No, it's gone now. You start to think, is he slowing down? Is that the sort of reaction of someone who's sort of bracing themselves for the delivery?
Anderson in again, a very similar kind of line, and again a little bit quicker, 82 miles an hour through to Bairstow's. Labuschagne's not interested in playing in it, so Anderson is eventually going to have to go that bit straighter, and then Labuschagne's going to fancy his chances. But to that end, Stokes has now moved Rehan Ahmed at mid-wicket just that little bit straighter. Oh no, now he's moved him all the way out. How frustrating. It looked like a good idea for a moment. He's taken him out to deep square leg.
Who's Rehan Ahmed on the field for? Oh, of course, Ollie Pope with a whistle.
But Chris shoulder earlier at one point out on the field. As Anderson is in, Labuschagne drives a fuller ball that's closer to him into the covers where Stokes does the fielding. That's the end of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. Australia 2 for 194.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. If your tyre pressure isn't right or your wheels aren't aligned, it can affect your car's fuel efficiency. For more ways Tyre Power can help you save, visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe. Coffee fit for an Aussie.
SEN Test cricket with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. 2 for 194. Labuschagne 45, Smith 42. The omen's bad for England, marvellous for Australia. The Lord's hum is but a hum. There's no hints of hysteria. As Robinson is in to Smith, who lets this go outside the off stump. So far, I calculate that 2 balls have been played at and 13 since tee.
It's a bit of a fizz, isn't it? It's almost like they've just released the cork on all those champagne bottles.
Yeah.
I compared it this morning when I copied to that sort of noise before the orchestra strikes up.
Yes,
at an event. It's that sort of gentle rumble of anticipation.
It's
going to be very good. Cello. Strauss, Stravinsky, Bach.
Is Robinson to Smith now then. He leaves this alone. Robinson loves it. He really wants it. He's imploring. Bairstow is leaning back. He can't believe the unmovedness of umpire Hassan Raza. Stokes is saying, isn't it too high, lads? Come on. Isn't it? He's saying, I don't know. Just tell me, won't you? And he's decided that he's not going to go for it. And I think he's right. I didn't think it was quite full enough. So we take a little look on the replay stream with Tyre Power. Clean, bold savings. And let's see where this... I mean, that's too short, isn't it? It's at the knee roll. It's jagging back. You've got to be a bit careful with that lead, but that isn't a short ball.
Well, the Australians have taken plenty...
In his crease. Like to see ball tracking. We'll see shortly, I've no doubt. They didn't refer. Robinson's back in. And a short delivery is helped round the corner down to long leg, where Josh Tong does the fielding. 1 more to the total, 2 for 195.
Laps it up.
He does.
Australians been taking a few risks there, just leaving those balls that are pitched on about a 7th stump line, but they jag right back over middle and off. We saw that Khawaja dismissed that way, letting one go before the lunch break. We saw Warner dismissed that way because he actually wasn't good enough to get his bat on 3 in a row, and the 3rd one knocked him over. Seen Smith leave a few that have hit him on the pad, haven't we?
Yeah.
And Labuschagne as well.
Robinson is in. This is pulled down to sort of deep square leg. Rehan Ahmed is on the field for Ollie Pope. Runs in, flings into Bairstow. 1 more. Labuschagne's first run after tee goes to 46.
100 puncher.
The 100 puncher. That ripple of applause. It's from a disappointed and somnolent England section, but the Aussies down below, they now are getting into their work. They're utterly delighted with proceedings. Anderson's just getting a little bit of nip at the moment off this pitch. As Smith faces up to him. Robinson is defended by Smith. Up to mid-on, full delivery. Coming into the pad. Smith has looked good today, hasn't he, Pete? I thought he'd started really well. Every ball came out the middle of that bat.
He does have flyers at the starts of games, doesn't he? And then he winds himself back in a little bit. It's like saying, Do
you know who reminds me of?
No.
In that respect, Graham Thorpe.
Really?
Graham Thorpe used to get to 20 off 15, and then he'd be on 25 off 40. As Robinson is in, as defended late by Smith on the front foot into the gully region. That is the end of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. Australia 2 for 196.
Thirsty Camel here. Win $5, $10 or $20 off your next purchase with Hump Club bonus rewards. 1 in 10 wins. You'll be OT, but not for the other 9. Grab your favourites like Cooper's Pale Ale 24-pack for $54.99 or $49.99 for Hump Club members. Or Taylor's Estate Select Varietals 2 for $32. Sign up online or in store. Membership has its perks. Drink responsibly. Available at selected stores only. T's and C's apply. Ends 9 July. Even camels get thirsty.
SEN Test cricket with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. 2 slips, gully, backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. Anderson starts a new over from the nursery end, the 4th since tea. And Labuschagne nearly plays at 1 in the channel outside the off stump. I think he made just a draw on the bat inside the line, and then he goes wandering off to short leg and starts chewing. And this is the point when I really strongly believe, as Damien Fleming joins us, that England need to go into Operation Distraction. This is where you just put in a fielder near Marnus Labuschagne and say something like, I was reading the papers, a young lad got 320 off 112 balls for Newton Abbott Cricket Club yesterday.
Your thoughts?
As Anderson is in, this is pushed back on the front foot to Anderson. There's no run. Marnus goes, really? 312? Who was he? Who? Where? Where was he? What was he doing? Sorry, Marnus.
Was that a Tasmanian accent?
Well, it's Queen's. It's sort of Marnus's inquisitorial, It does quite a bit. And maybe just distract him with, as you're walking past again,
just pose some questions.
Yeah. The mating habits of the duckbill platypus or something.
Yep.
You're just chatting amongst yourselves, and because he's instantly curious. It'll distract him. Anderson in, outside the off stump. Maybe they have distracted him a touch because he thought about having a little dart and decided against it at the last minute. Anderson in his previous over, 5 balls at Labuschagne that he showed absolutely no interest in. And these balls are in much the same place, but Labuschagne is currently showing more curiosity.
Just dabbling.
Spectacular shaggers.
Duckbill platypus?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I did wonder.
Celebrated across the sort of...
So they're certainly not going extinct then.
The Casanovas of the egg-laying mammal world, as the next delivery is pushed square of the wicket on the front foot, just in front of square by Labuschagne. He'll get an easy single. His ducket has to trot 6 or 7 yards to his right to field.
There's no sleep in the bush when the platypus are at it. None of the other animals can sleep.
I can imagine.
It's a bit like Steve Smith.
Well, because they've also got that duck bell, haven't they? So I imagine that makes a kind of clacking noise. Would I be right? I mean, they're from your neck of the woods, aren't they?
Probably advisable not to go too much further into too much further detail.
Okay, I feel like England are sensing they need... This is a big hour. And they're pushing.
Yes.
And at this stage, Marnus and Smithy are blunting them because I can see them cashing in if they're only 2 wickets down in about 30 minutes.
Anderson into Smith. And Smith lets this one go by way too wide. Wasting a lot of balls today.
Where's his outswinger gone? I'm talking about extinct animals. His outswinger's like the Tasmanian tiger. It hasn't been seen for a few years. Can we get it back? He was when he come on the scene, he had a beautiful outswinger, and he has for 15 years.
Well, it's.
But I haven't noticed it the last couple of years.
Yeah, you're right. It's a curious thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
As Anderson is in on the nursery end. That's defended very comfortably by Smith, who's mostly rock solid today. End of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. Australia 2 for 197.
She and Panel Service.
Looking for a career in the smash repair industry? Sheen Panel Service is looking for managers and panel technicians to join our 26 stores across Victoria. Work for a supportive family business with over 50 years industry experience, with career progression opportunities and a competitive salary. Plus, you'll receive a sign-up bonus of $5K. That's right, join Sheen's lineup for a $5K sign-up. Apply now at sheengroup.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Sheen Panel Service. Right, well, it wasn't the end of the over. No. Because Jimmy Anderson bowled a no ball off the, what we thought was the last ball of the over, the 9th no ball of the day. And I mean, wasn't there a time when Jimmy Anderson went something like 8 years without bowling a no ball or something daft?
It also took so long to give Jimmy Anderson his sleeveless sweater on before he'd even...
It'll be grumpy Jimmy here.
Well, I'll tell you,
might get him a wicket.
Yeah, well, that would make Smithy grumpy, I would imagine. As Anderson is in to bowl the last ball of the over and is left alone, quite close to the off stump. Do you know what? That is the end of the over. And on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard, Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. It's one more than it was last time. 2 for 198. So, with Smith on 43, Labuschagne on 47. This is a great opportunity for Australia to pile on the misery for England.
Is England not out of this? Not out of this by any stretch. I mean, a couple of wickets here and you can be right back in this game. But at this point of it, if Australia continue as they've gone,
unless
it looks grim.
I've told you this before. As Robinson is in, that's outside the stump through to the keeper. No, I'm a Londoner. England is a concept that makes no sense to me. It's not a real country,
isn't it?
No.
What is it then?
It's part of a union on this septic isle that is somehow loosely cohering.
Septic Isle, is that because it's a land girt by sewage? Basically, it's a land girt by sewage these days. All of your outflow pipes are just pumping sewage onto your lovely beaches.
Yeah, it's to try and... I don't know if it's trying to keep people in or keep people out. It's a weird one, isn't it? As Robinson is in, and gets the edge, does it? He's convinced Robinson, and up goes the finger. That is the breakthrough. Labuschagne, I don't think he's referring this. He's walking slowly towards Smith. It was in the channel, he poked at it. England went up very, very quickly, and he is on his way. That is the 3rd Australian wicket. Decent delivery from Robinson, but Labuschagne will be furious with himself. Yes, he's coming from the pavilion end. It is coming back towards him, but did he need to play at it? That's the question he'll ask himself. He's got outside the line of off stump so well on so many occasions, but this time he got the little feather through. And there's a chink of light for England. Robinson gets his wicket. Australia 3 for 198.
No, they've had good intensity after tea, England, and we're talking about they just needed the breakthrough, and they've finally got one. And yeah, it was wideish, but we know the slope does lure right-handers into, well, not getting unsure about their off stump, and it was just a little feather. And an easy catch in the end, but for Robinson, you beauty, you get a new batsman in, and that's what they've got to do. Can they knock over new to the crease Australian batsmen? Because that's how you're going to get Australia's score under par. But no, it's a tick to the English attack after tea. It's been excellent. It's been good intensity. They need to cash in now.
But my question to you, captains Lalor and Flem, Travis Head's walking out here now. Do you whip Anderson out of the attack, get Tongue on straight away? Or do you feel Anderson's finding a bit of a groove?
I'd get Tongue on. Travis Head, I'm assuming, has never played against him before. And he's been the one most likely to get the big wickets. Whether that happens, I'm not sure. But you've got to try and nail Travis Head early because... we know he goes to run a ball. He's 100 in a run session type of batsman. So they've got to sniff England.
They do have a sniff, and out comes Travis Head with a very impressive test record. Averages 46.5. He's playing his 39th match. But you've got to start every time all over again, and it is pretty cloudy. And England, as Damien Fleming has said, have been more disciplined after tea.
It's a very good delivery from Robinson. He pulls them out of the bag occasionally. I just had that sense, I haven't seen a replay of it, that Marnus was a little overbalanced, you know, sort of falling down the slope a little bit. He's got his head too far across the line of the ball. So you notice he sort of stumbled through after he pushed at the ball. Didn't look good at all. And that telltale swivel away from the umpire when he knows he's nicked it or he's been done LBW. He's got better at that. We had to chastise him a little earlier in his career for turning his back on the umpire and pretending that, you know, if this didn't happen.
Yeah.
This didn't happen, I'm still in. So long as I don't look at the umpire, I'm not out. And then
like a child playing peekaboo,
yeah.
Here's Robinson, his first ball to Travis Head. Oh, goes past the outside edge. I think, to be fair, Travis Head was just leaving that alone at the last minute, but just going to be a little careful here as he starts his innings. 3 slips in place now, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square leg, but that deep square leg's about 15 yards in from the boundary, and the long leg is about 20 yards in from the boundary. A couple of intriguing positions as we just take a look there on our replay stream with tyre power, clean bowled savings. There was no doubt this time in the England slip Gordon. Delight for Johnny Bairstow as Robinson is in. Travis Head through to the keeper low. That does keep low to Bairstow. There's no run. I want to ask you guys about the slope, because Graham Fowler used to play cricket for England and scored 100 here at Lord's in 1984. He says the slope cannot make a difference to a ball that's bowled, because if you think of the whole slope as being around about 10 feet, the narrow strip in the middle and then the part of the pitch on which the ball lands has to be at the most fractional gradients to make no odds. If you think, you know, like where a ball lands in comparison with the whole playing surface. As Robinson is in, bouncer, and Head ducks underneath. But the thing is, it manifestly does. So is the problem, both for bowlers and for batters, not what the ball does, but what they sense the ball is doing because of the way your feet are planted? Because your feet are on a much wider, much larger part of the ground, and you sort of might feel yourself just slightly swaying one way or the other.
Well, running in, you felt like you're running in on an angle.
Yeah.
So
I watched that ball going down the slope all day. I've watched it going down that slope all my life.
I know. I'm just putting it out there. Robinson is in. That's left alone, tight to the off stump. Bairstow can't believe it. Robinson, though, has got his man. He's got a wicket in that over, a wicket that England so desperately needed on a Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. Australia 3 for 198.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McAfee. It is going to be Anderson, not Tongue, and his first delivery of his new over just sails into the gloves of Bairstow. So many have since tea, but he's not been picked off for runs particularly. 26 in his 12.1 overs. I don't think he's bowled as well as that.
Economical, but not real threatening. But in these conditions, things can change quickly. The ball's still moving. You've got at least one batsman new to the crease. So there's real incentive for England just to keep accelerating here. Keep working on that outside edge.
Smith, though, is a considerable barrier as Anderson is in to him, and he defends awkwardly and then describes how awkward it is through a series of mimes. Marcel Marceau would have had his work cut out trying to keep up with Stephen Smith if they'd been jostling for position in late 19th century France. Just a thought.
We're just miming. We're miming our replies.
Yep. Did it very well. What you mimed was bemusement and mild contempt. Is that about right?
Not mild contempt.
Well, all right.
Yeah, the contempt right. Yeah, the contempt right.
2 slips to the gully as Anderson is into Smith, and Smith covers up in defence to a full delivery and then tells you exactly where the ball was going and what it was doing using his right hand. Probably for 198.
We saw in that last over, there's a clear plan to head, isn't there, with on the short delivery. What are you guys watching on the television? Oh, Robinson to Labuschagne.
What do you make of that, Flem?
Well, it's the same length, but it was just about 15 centimetres closer to off stump.
And delivered from nearer the stumps. He's playing with the crease, Robinson, which he does like to do. As Anderson is into Smith, who defends into the offside, slightly on the walk. It's picked up in short extra cover. There's no run.
So even now, that was Jimmy's in-swinger. It goes significantly and late. But what I'm talking about is the one that goes the other way.
Yeah.
You know, we just
not seen it, have you?
Haven't seen it, no.
You've been beckoning for it.
Can we see it, Jimmy?
Yeah.
Phil comes in.
You're calling for it. You're like a crowd at a Ralph McTell concert who keep on screaming, play Streets of London. And he's not. He's playing all of his new stuff. And no one wants to hear it.
Who is that artist you're talking about?
Ralph McTell.
Nope, don't know it.
No.
Let
Anderson
me take you by the hand.
And that's played into the offside, just off the back foot. That's right.
And lead you through the streets of London. I'll show you something
that will make you change your mind.
Okay. What sort of genre is it? It's hard rock?
Folk.
Oh, man.
It's basically the only song.
I wouldn't have one folk song on my...
None?
No, on my
a single
iPhone.
folk song?
No.
What about Bob Dylan? No Bob Dylan?
No, I said no folk songs.
No, okay, I get a message.
All right. Don't.
It's a Smith who defends again. A ball spearing in to the leg stump. That is the end of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. Australia 3 for 198. There'll be a change in commentary. Pete Lawler's making his way off. Phil Walker's coming in, and Adam Collins is going to replace me.
The supercars are on track, and SEN are right behind them. This is a Supercars Championship season like no other, and SEN is keeping you right on pace with our exclusive coverage. Join me, Aaron Noonan, for up-to-the-minute news, interviews and analysis from the best in the business. It's a huge season ahead with racing right through the year, so make sure you're up to speed by downloading the SEN app today. SEN Supercars, right here on SEN, your home of sport.
SEN Test cricket for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Robinson, wicket in his previous over. Into Travis Head, yet to score, slashing at one. He'll score here, loves it there. Carving out in front of point. Off the mark with a boundary in quintessential Travis Head fashion. And it brings up the Australian 200 as well. 3 for 202. Adam Collins jumping on commentary. Phil Walker as well. Flemo with me. And you're shaking your head, Flem.
That's a poor delivery.
Yep.
They've built up so much pressure, England, straight after tea. Let's get it. Let's get some early wickets. They've got one. Travis Head, new to the crease. And if you said to Trav, hey, mate, what sort of delivery do you want? Short and wide outside off stump, please.
Robinson again. Up over the wicket, 3 slips on leg stump. Head clipping away with panache for 1. Out to the sweeper, that's James Anderson. 5 for him, 3 for 203. Hello, Phil.
Afternoon, Adam Collins. Intriguing time, really, in this cricket match. 203 for 3, and one of the big two has just recently gone. You feel like England will be desperate for maybe 2-3 more by the end. 260-70 for 5 or 6 suddenly looks like a half-decent day. Could have been so much better for them if they'd bothered to turn up in the first session, of course. But it's been better since tea, if nothing else.
Yeah, and that's been a talking point at tea. The intensity of the England team as Smith faces Robinson, and he turns around the corner to long leg for 1. He's 44, 3 for 204. Kevin Peterson has absolutely teed off on Sky at tea. I just caught the clip on Twitter. Calling out the England side for everything. Lack of intensity. When I played my 30 Ashes test, Peterson said, you never would have had players sidling up with each other at the boundary rope, laughing and talking about the conditions ahead of them and their lovely occasion at Lords and all the rest of it. It was a broader critique, I suppose you could say, of the McCullum-Stokes energy. Interesting.
KP, of course, never sidled up against the opposition, did he? Or get too pally. My word. And it's unlike him to take it back to his own story as well and basically make it a self-referential point. That doesn't sound like Kev at all to me. Nonetheless, he's not entirely off. It was a peculiarly flat, miserable first couple of hours for England.
Round the wicket to Head. Leaves the line. He wanted to flirt at that. Came back just a little bit up the slope, but ended up in the gloves of Bairstow on the bounce.
So even here, I'd like to know Robinson's run-up speed just looks quicker. He's gathering more momentum halfway through his run-up, and then at the end he actually got more momentum going through the crease. Now, that's controllable. that's attitudinal.
Yeah.
So surely your first ball that you bowl in a test match, you're at your optimum speed straight away. So he's charging in now.
2 back for the short ball for Head, which they've peppered him with throughout the series so far, bowling here, and he beats him on the inside edge. That's not far away from the woodwork. Up the slope again. Well bowled Ollie Robinson. He's got his hands on his head. He can't believe it. It's a no ball anyway, retrospectively called upstairs by Mariah Erasmus. We saw a couple of wickets chalked off from front foot no balls last week, so it's a moot point. You'll have to go back to your mark, Ollie. 3 for 205 becomes the score.
10 for the day, no balls.
Oh, look at that. That's gone past the inside edge.
So that's the wobbled seam that's angled away, and then it's seen back in.
That's some ball.
Good length.
Yep. Travis Head is a remarkable player to watch, isn't he? You know, I mean, he's as hot as they come at the moment.
Robertson again to Head, who drives out to cover, no single.
And yet he gets himself in the most remarkable tangles at the same time. You know, he was nowhere near that, right? There was a full bat width. His feet went nowhere. He stayed leg side of the ball. And yet, you know, he's going to run a ball and averaging 50 plus over the last 12, 18 months. So
but he's one of those batters, you feel like you're going to get him out every ball.
That's it.
But then you look up and he's 40 or 40.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's a different style of player.
50 and 16 last week, Head, after the barnstorming century at the Oval the week before. So 2 back. Will he go short here? Doesn't. Or short enough that he can be hammered again. Head just waited on that. I'm not sure if that was the short ball gone wrong. What I do know is it's a second boundary in the over for the South Australian, who moves to 9. Robertson's bowled 14 overs, 1 for 48. Australia 3 for 209 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, a huge sale on now.
It's tax time at Bunnings Trade. Get in for amazing tax time deals on tool storage, like an AEG 3-piece quick stack toolbox for $269, or a DeWalt Tough System 3-in-1 toolbox for just $385. Get more tax time deals at Bunnings Trade.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe. Coffee fit for an Aussie.
Anderson unchanged. Nursery and since tee. Bowls to Smith. Pushing into the onside for the easiest of singles to start the new over. 3 for 210. Smith up to 45. He's really slowed down since reaching 20, but putting in a shift as Australia, as we know, Flem, they're going to want to bat time against England and put overs in the legs and not give them the chance to speed up the game the way England wish to.
Yep, certainly so. But it got Smith going early on, though. But Phil, you had something to say about Robinson and that run-up speed. We know run-up is only one component of bowling fast, but it is significant.
Yeah. Well, firstly, you don't miss a trick, right, with these seamers, and you're absolutely bang on. Robinson himself acknowledged this time last year that the early part of his international career, he was too plodding in the run-up, right? When you saw him in Australia, a year and a half ago, too plodding in the run-up. And so you lose momentum, you lose propulsion, and you lose a bit of heart as well. Today, you'd no doubt about it. For the first 7 or 8 overs, inexplicably, he was plodding up there, almost reluctant to get to the crease. Now, since tee, it's a different story, and you're seeing the results.
Anderson over the wicket to Head. Cramps him up a little bit, ends up in the onside. Anderson darts across the mid-wicket to deny a single.
And that's where you've got to have your own bowling cues. Like, you've got bowling coaches off the field, but, you know, part of their plan is to help you coach on the field.
Right.
And if thing isn't happening, you know, what is it at this start of your mark? Are you thinking, feel like a sprinter? Am I going to go short steps to long steps, you know, quicker?
Mm-hmm.
You know, how do you get yourself going? Because everyone goes, I bowl well when I've got rhythm, but you've got to define rhythm, and rhythm's different for every type of bowler.
So Anderson turns at the top of his mark. This familiar approach. Bowls here over the wicket. Head defends to the offside.
Yeah, and while Peterson would have been being very on brand, right, would have been throwing it all around and doing his shock jock thing, and he knows what he's there for, he knows what he's paid for and all of that. Nonetheless, the point about intensity was fair, and you saw it with all the bowlers. And I wonder if, because you look up and because you win the toss and you just think, all right, just land it there somewhere or other, just let it nibble, let it wobble, then the pitch, the conditions will do the rest. But of course you have to bowl it, right? You have to believe it.
Anderson trying to do so here to Head, but it's a little bit far outside the off stump, so we can shoulder arms again.
So once again we see that lovely away swinger to the left-hander. the James Anderson from a few years ago would be always setting up for the ball to come back in. Now, he's got the slope angle, but we just haven't seen him actually swing the ball again. So he's building him. He's taking him across the crease. We know left-handers are very vulnerable to the ball coming back in, particularly over the wicket.
Yeah, Jeremy Coney made the point earlier this afternoon. Where's Anderson's away swinger gone?
Yeah. 3 slips for one that goes away from head. It's full and driven out to backward point. Rain Ahmed at backward point. Might have just got to that. We're going to need a second look to know for sure. But Stokes has got his hands on his head at cover. Might that have reached him? So head moves to 10 with the single. 3 for 2-11.
It might have just been on the bounce again, Adam.
So it was up-ish. And, yeah, just in front of him, as you say, about a foot inside on our replay screen for Tyre Power. Clean, bold savings.
He loves freeing his hand, Travis Head. There was a period of time where he used to collapse the back knee and play an uppercut so you could get him caught at gully or a catcher down a third man. But he stands up now and he just absolutely delivers.
Great eye, isn't he?
And he loves batting on surfaces like this as well. Anderson back to Smith to finish the over, and Smith leaves alone. So 58 bowled, 3 for 2-11 the score on the Beaumont Tales scoreboard. Beaumont Tales, huge sail on now. Smith 45, head 10.
Imagine you've just burnt your toast. Yep, there's the fire alarm. It's woken the baby, the dog's barking, you're waving the hand towel, but it just won't stop. With Red Smoke Alarms, you can silence alarms fast with just a single touch on the Red Smoke Alarm controller. It's perfect for homeowners, landlords and property owners with no wiring required and a 10-year guarantee. Don't upgrade your alarms without a Red Smoke Alarm controller. Visit redsmokealarms.com.au or contact your local electrician or electrical wholesaler.
Our coverage is for Macca's. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Robinson unchanged from the pavilion end since tee. Round the wicket to head. 2 back for the short ball. Inside edge. Down towards fine leg it goes. It won't quite get the journey. Cut off on the rope by Tongue. Directly beneath our commentary position. They're back for a couple. Head's 12 from 15. 3 for 213. So not far away with Head. A couple of opportunities, or not quite opportunities, but they're in the game.
Look, I'm not making any excuses for England. They've been underwhelming pretty much across the board, but the little moments have not gone their way either. There's been a few chops behind leg stump. There's been a few on the bounce. So you're thinking of the Root slip catch, the Crawley slip catch, the one just in the previous over.
Robinson wide of the crease, Head playing with hands, hard hands through point. How often do you see it, Flem?
Well,
when he gets a little bit of space there, it's a boundary almost every time. Down the slope, Head 16 from 16, as he does so often as well. 3 for 217.
Well, can I have a look at the Bazball blueprint to Travis Head, please? Surely it is do anything you can to cramp him for room, and I don't just mean with short balls. Don't let him free his hands outside off stump.
One of the shots of the day for me, that, because it wasn't too short. It almost slightly drifted away from him as well, certainly threatened to. But Travis Head, he's in the form of his life.
So now a change in field. The sweeper goes back. So that's exactly what Head's trying to do there as well, manipulate the field.
And if he's going to hit through the offside, in my blueprint, make him do it off the front foot. He's too comfortable on the back foot. He can manipulate his hands and hit it behind square or in front of square. Let him drive through mid-off on the up.
Third slip's gone. Robinson in, bowls again to Head, who plays out to cover from the crease, no run.
Good little contest this between the two of them. Travis Head and Bazball in the same sentence. Ben Stokes is on record as saying that he was one of the inspirations for it. He saw the way that Travis Head took England apart, counter-punched Brisbane. I think Hobart as well made a ton. Yeah, and
match-winning innings.
Yeah, and you know the kernel of the idea was there as soon as Stokes was in the womb, right? It just popped out the womb. It was already there for him. That's the way he's lived his life, let alone played his cricket. Nonetheless, Travis Head helped them focus their minds, and the genesis of it was around that point.
Robinson approaches and bowls, and Head from the leg stump, clips in front of square for 4 more. It's up the hill, but he's timed it well enough. Another boundary for the South Australian. He's moved from 0 to 20 in 3 overs. 3 for 219, Australia. Make that 3 for 221, I should say. Shot.
Yep. Yeah, class. Compulsively watchable is Travis Head.
What's going on with the lack of short stuff? I mean, we saw at Edgbaston, the minute that Head walked out, after they saw the way he played against India, they went straight to the fly slip, because who knows how many runs Head scored behind. Phil might know from when we had that game at the Oval a couple of weeks ago. They had a plan for him. Now, it didn't eventually work, but there was something there. Now, they've had the two men back for it in this inning so far. Yet to see anything close to it.
Yeah, indeed.
And he's playing himself in, more importantly.
You would think it would be Josh Tongue soon enough from this end where he's done most of his work.
Robinson up, change of angle, over the wicket, head, driving straight, but Robinson cuts it off in his follow-through. So just missing the opportunity here a little bit to put head under pressure early on. He absorbed about 10 dot balls to start. Now he's 20 off 19.
Jeez, it's happened so quick, hasn't it? Just deals in boundaries. And it's probably where he's hitting those is the concern. If he's going to play a pull shot and take on the two men out, well played. But half volleys on leg stump, 4 every time.
So last ball here from Robinson. Passes, umpire, Raza and bowls and head. He's beaten. That's the best ball of the over. Trailing down the slope, had to play. Good finish from Robinson. 59 gone, 3 for 221. Heads up to 20. Smith on 45 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale on now.
All right, I'm going to the bar. We're back in a tick.
Seriously? They just bounced the ball, mate. Wait till quarter time.
Won't be long this time.
Yeah, can I get a mid-strength and...
Oh, come on. Hurry up. So many people. Oh, what? What did I miss? Who scored?
Spending more time queuing for drinks than watching the game? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. There are so many fans in to watch the Australian team today. We saw some of them on our screen between overs. Anderson to go again, bowling to Smith and leaving alone outside the off stump. The Australian team for Red Energy, awarded Australia's most trusted electricity provider by CanStar.
Well, I think there was 1,100 at the function I spoke at last night.
Wow.
Aussies. So that's a significant amount, isn't it?
What did you regale them with?
Well, Tubby Taylor was the MC, Mark. Andrew Strauss was a late out, so I was a late in. I think a lot of reflecting on a few Ashes test matches, Boxing Days.
That outswinger to Graham Hick. Anderson bowls wide of the crease and Smith tries to force it off the back foot and he's annoyed with himself. He only just blinks it to extra cover and he throws his hands away saying that was a 4-ball and it probably was.
No, firstly, the outswinger to Graham Gooch that night, who was only about 68 years of age at the time, Goochie. But that was a famous game. Tubby was captain. Yep. We played the day before Christmas Day. I don't know if that's ever happened before or since. So day 2 was Boxing Day.
It has happened where they played a couple of tests over Christmas in the 50s. But,
and broke it up there.
But they actually played on Christmas Day a couple of times against the Windies in Adelaide. But yeah, the way they did it that year in 94-5 as Anderson bowls to Smith, he gets one out to deep mid-wicket where there is a sweeper. Heads, make that Smith is 46. It's 3 for 222. 222. Benno played one of those tests.
Okay. I've never heard this before. We played on Christmas Day.
They did against the Windies.
But in 94-5?
No, but we played the day before Christmas Day.
Oh, right.
And then day 2 was Boxing Day. Yeah, bizarre.
You played Christmas Eve, had your lunch.
Yeah.
And then... Blimey, never heard that.
And you know why they did it?
Go on.
Because they wanted to maximise the amount of weekend days, and Christmas was a Sunday.
And we played New Year's Day in Sydney.
Right.
New Year's Day.
Yeah, that's just harsh.
We still didn't hold back New Year's Eve.
No, sure.
But that was the test that Boxing Day. Shane Warne got his hat-trick.
Anderson up, halfway through the over. Heads turned to face him, pushing to point, no run. It's where people get the date of Warnie's hat-trick wrong. They always assume, 5 days on from
30th.
Boxing Day.
Yeah.
But it wasn't because day 1 threw it out, being the 24th of December.
And Sydney was the test match, and I happened to be bowling when Graham Hick was on 98 not out, and Michael Atherton gave it the, that'll do us.
Yeah, and they've barely spoken since, those two.
Yeah, I brought it up last summer on the TV. Athers didn't have a lot to say about it.
Next door doing his thing, writing up his copy for the Times at the moment, Athers. Part of our SEN team, last Ashes.
He's a beauty.
Anderson bowls and Head gets the chance to free the arms again, but picks out cover, so there won't be a run there. He's on 20, looks at the bottom of his bat. That's where that came off. 1 ball left in the Anderson over.
That's a better ball, though, isn't it? Because if he hits it in the air, he's out.
Watching it back here for tyre power right off.
His away swinger still going, isn't it, Collar? But the threat of the one coming back in It's not going to happen in the air. It'll be with the slope.
Might be some reverse in the offing soon as well, possibly with Jimmy. Bowles here to completely over. Head leaves alone. There is that swing again. Nice delivery to finish. 60 overs gone. 3 for 222. Head 20. Smith on 46. And our coverage is for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX-9. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run-out CX-9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. So I get 5 big offers with every new BT50 or CX-9? Yes, plus an unbeatable drive-away deal. Hurry, stock won't last. Head to City Mazda to view all 5 big offers today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
Replacing Fleming, the expert chess, Bharat, Sundaresan. Phil Walker here as well. Robinson does continue to Smith, and Smith backs out at the last moment. Something going on in front of the sight screen, which is a hazard here at the pavilion end, because it's one of the handful of grounds in world cricket, Phil, where you can still sit in front of the sight screen. It's not possible almost anywhere else now. Might have been one of the gentlemen in the egg and bacon ties walking out the doors at the wrong time. Long were just in front of the sight screen.
Yeah, I mean, it's objectively ridiculous, of course. But, you know, this is Lord's. And Lord's has its own rules, its own laws, its own approach to life. And that apology of a sight screen, that Hessian thing.
Robinson delivers and Smith out towards mid-on. Miscues it, no run.
Yeah, home of cricket, they call it, yeah. Flimsy side screen. It's like some of the houses you find in the Adelaide Hills. Just one flimsy door, that's it.
It's interesting because
everyone's insecure there.
Well, think about the grounds and the insistence batters have, especially Johnny Bairstow and this England team on side screens that take out bays and bays of seats, whereas seemingly Lord's is the one ground where they get away with just having, as you say, this small thing comparatively. As Robinson approaches from that end and bowls to Steve Smith, who leaves alone outside the off stump, trending away up the slope.
Yeah, it almost looks like the outside of one of those changing rooms you find in really posh boutique shops. Not that I frequent them, but you know, it's not see-through completely, but sort of. You can kind of make out the silhouette of someone who's trying to. Not that I do that either.
Keep digging.
But they've even got the second sight screen up on the balcony level, which would normally be covered by a big sheet. You're even allowed to stand in front of that, or sit in front of that rather, albeit without moving. Robinson up here, bowls to Smith in a short sleeve jumper, defending out to cover. I mentioned, Baz, that a lot of Australian fans in attendance today. You're not far away from sitting your citizenship test, which I'm very much engaged in and invested in. I saw some Australian politicians sitting up in the front deck of the grandstand earlier today. Former Prime Minister John Howard, former Federal Treasurer Peter Costello, and another former Federal Treasurer Joe Hockey, which was interesting. And to me, as interested in these matters, that Howard and Costello sat next to each other. I don't know whether that'll be in your citizenship test, but they don't sit next to each other very often. Fierce rivals.
I'll remember that.
Robinson up, 2 slips, bowls here, Smith. Outside edge of the bat, down to third man it goes, albeit with soft hands, so it won't quite go the journey. Anderson rushing across. They get a couple. Smith up to 48 from his 100th delivery. 3 for 224. Make that 46. I'm just a little bit ahead of the scoreboard.
I mean, the only interaction I've had with John Howard is when I said sorry to him after I accidentally pushed him down during the SCG Trust lunch this time.
Hang on, you knocked over John Howard?
I did. And as it turned out, Phil heads the man who heads the SCG Trust. Great man.
So it is Smith, the 48. I was right the first time around. He's faced 100 balls. Robinson delivers. Bouncer way over his head. It's got to be a wide. And it won't be. It's well taken by Bairstow, but a continued campaign of mine. They've got to be more stringent about, it is a no ball here, and that'll be wide.
Yeah. And just to continue that story, then Phil Head started introducing everyone there, introduced a lot of people, and then says, of course, we couldn't do it without former Prime Minister John Howard is always there. And then he says, but we also special welcome to Bharat Sundaresan. And John Howard, I can see from the corner of the room, who's that guy? He just knocked me down, and now they're introducing him after me.
Robinson over the wicket to Smith. 2 away from a half century. He'll get it here, threading the needle through the covers. Up the slope towards the Warner stand. Won't quite get there with Stokes in pursuit, but they'll return for 3. And that'll be a well-made half century for Stephen Smith. A ground that he loves. Made a double century here back in 2015. He was outstanding in 2019 until Archer chopped him down. And at 3 for 228, they're laying a foundation. 6 boundaries, 102 deliveries, 2.5 hours in the middle. And the way he's batting at the moment, it'll be 2.5 more by the time we arrive tomorrow morning, Phil Walker.
Yeah, look, he loves it here, doesn't he? It's been interesting to see how he's paced this innings. He was 5 from 2, he was 25 from 22, and now he's going perfectly at a run every other ball. He's in for the long haul here. He absolutely loves batting at Lords.
Hit against Robinson again. When will the short ball come? Not this time, it won't. Leg stump, clipped away in front of square. Could be a couple more. There will be a couple more. Head 22 from 24. The runs have started again. 61 overs gone on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard. Australia 3 for 230. Our coverage is for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe.
I'm going to go to the toilet and grab some more beers. Pause it for me? No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. If he kicks this, we're in front. Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket for McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. All points bulletin. Between overs on our screen, we have seen a man wearing an Australia A top from 94-95. I've been trying to find one of those for over 10 years, Phil.
I'm well aware.
Find this man. I want to buy the shirt off his back right away.
Right, money, clearly no object.
Not for this. Yeah. Believe me, there have been instances. I offered a bloke on a dance floor in Melbourne once $500 for his shirt. He said, mate, for an Australia A top from 94-95, never.
Oh, wow.
Made a documentary about that famous quadrangular series in, maybe it was before lockdown, a few years ago anyway. Josh Tongue back into the attack at last.
Good.
Wrong end though, I reckon. Nursery end, 2 slips a gully, bowls to Smith on 51. He drives off the inside portion of the bat down to mid-off, no single.
I have spotted him, by the way, Adam. He's up there where it says CGI just below that. I don't know what stand that is. Yeah.
Wonder what he wants, because occasionally people find these on eBay for me, right? I made a bit of a thing of it on social media, but it's always the wrong year. I've ended up with Michael Divinito's Super 8. It's a very similar design. His Super 8's top from 1996, wherever they were playing them at the time. It was branded incorrectly as an Aussie A top on eBay. As Tongue arrives and bowls, and Smith pulls out to deep square leg where Rayan Ahmed, the sub, does the fielding in front of the Australia A man. Smith up to 52, 3 for 231.
So, Adam, how would the present Mrs. Collins feel if we were to divert your wedding gift to this fund to pick up the 94-5 kit?
It's a good shout. It's a good shout.
I'll run it by Rach, see what she says.
I think the key word there was the present.
It's going really well so far.
I do note that in the vows, it was always like bits and bobs, like for as long as you two are married. It was kind of like building in the latitude to, to get rid of each other at some point. It was meant to be a lifelong thing anyway. Formality's different over here.
Until death do us apart.
I was waiting for that. It's like, for as long as you two are married. Okay. Tongue to head, 22, round the wicket, slapping, out past point, 4 more. Wow, he's on top of the bounce now, Travis Head. More runs than balls faced. He's up to 26. That's happened in a hurry, as it does so often for the South Australian. 3 for 235.
If you ask Travis Head before this innings, where do you want your first 25 balls to be? England have presented him with a wedding present. He also got married not too... 2 months ago, a month ago, and they've offered it to him on a platter. At times he takes risks, but today he's had to do nothing. That's just what he does.
This has been poured ahead. It's not been well thought out. Tongue bowls again. It's on leg stump, whipped out towards deep square. So they've got 2 sweepers for the short ball that, as far as I'm aware, has never actually arrived at head yet. Phil is now moving with the single to 27, 3 for 236. And that was plan A last week, which I'm not saying it works, but in the second innings at Edgbaston, they bombed him, and he only made 16. It can't be unrelated entirely.
Yeah, absolutely. And you would think that it's an obvious ploy at this point, and yet we've not seen it again in this over. He's faced 3 deliveries, and he's eased onto the front foot for 2 of them. You'd think it's staring England in the face, but it's been a peculiar higgledy-piggledy day.
Tongue to Smith, gets big on him, soft hands into the gully. That one took off back up the slope.
But I wonder, because of the movement that they've extracted both in the air and off the pitch, they feel like we can get him out in more conventional ways, and maybe also, I think it's a tired-looking bowling attack already. I don't think they've recovered from Edgbaston, all those overs, and which is why I think the third morning, even though Australia fell behind England by, 7 or 10 runs, the amount of overs that they made the English fast bowlers bowl, you can see the impact now.
So Tung's completing his 13th here to Smith. It's full and driven and doesn't quite find that gap at cover because Spence Stokes does well away to his right. Smith laughs and points his bat at the England captain over complete. 62 gone, 3 for 236. Smith 52, head 27 from 26. And we're here for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of them at Cafe.
Sheen Panel Service. Looking for a career in the smash repair industry? Sheen Panel Service is looking for managers and panel technicians to join our 26 stores across Victoria. Work for a supportive family business with over 50 years industry experience, with career progression opportunities and a competitive salary. Plus, you'll receive a sign-up bonus of $5,000. That's right, join Sheen's lineup for a $5,000 sign-up. Apply now at sheengroup.com.au. T's and C's apply. Sheen Panel Service.
SEN Test Cricket at Lords for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie, and it's going to be Stuart Broad from the pavilion end. Bowled a good spell after lunch. Phil Long.
I have a question for people today. Looking at my scorebook here, have England been very, very predictable compared to Edgbaston?
Yeah. I think with the fields, for sure. The bowling changes as well. The captaincy,
yeah.
Josh Tongue hasn't bowled a single ball from the other end, which has been the quicker side, if that makes sense. When he's bowled, we've seen from the first over that Jimmy Anderson bowled from the pavilion end.
I'm not going to get time to do this justice. One over left for me, but Phil, I do wonder about the culture war inside England cricket and how it might twist and turn through the week here at Lords. I'll expand on this thought as Broad starts his over. By that I mean we heard about the Peterson spray, which was directed at the Bazball philosophy, I suppose, to an extent, as Broad delivers to head outside the leg stump, hits him on the pad, down towards the rope, 4 leg byes rather, it will be, I'm almost certain. Waiting for the signal from umpire Raza, it is. So a bad start from Broad to begin his new spell, 3 for 240 Australia's score, but there's obviously a lot of latitude and they've built up a lot of goodwill with cricket fans, but 1-0 down and Australia having the perfect kind of Australian day if it does play out that way. There'll be members of the cricketing community who will start asking questions about the sustainability of it, especially with the ball.
100%. They are blissfully unaware of how fragile this experiment is as it stands.
Nicely put. That's what I was steering towards, as Broad delivers here to head and leaves alone.
You can go down against South Africa. You can lose a close one in New Zealand at Christchurch and everyone walks off with a smile on their face. You can even just about go down in an all-time great game at Birmingham. But if you go 2 down at home to the big boys, to the team where it only really, really matters when you play Australia, that's just the brutal reality of it. There's heft and importance when you play India, when you play Pakistan, of course there is. But there's nothing quite like playing Australia. And all of that goodwill dissipates if they go 2 down here.
Broad to head. Will he go short to him? He won't. He'll go full and head or get an outside edge and get a boundary. Went through about 4th slip, and they've had a 4th slip just about all day. I'm not sure it would have carried anyway, but 4 more for head. He dances into the 30s. 31 from 29, Australia. 3 for 244.
Yeah, look, another moment, really, another tight one where these little half chances, these little moments are just not going England's way time after time. They can still just about get out of this day, right?
They can. Yeah.
240 for 3, could easily be 260 for 5, could finish up, 280, 290 for 5 or 6, and then it's not a disaster.
Sure.
They will be telling themselves that.
Broad up, round the wicket, delivers to head, who fends at one or spars at one. Doesn't make contact, no footwork to speak of, ends up in the gloves of Bairstow. That's really shot through, well bowled.
What has stood out for me in the last 6 days of Test cricket we've seen from England is, yes, Bazball, they've been talking about the bowlers, and yes, they've taken 20 wickets in very different conditions. They haven't bowled a lot of overs, and it's showing.
Yeah.
When Australia dragged them in the first innings, like I said earlier, you could see that they were flat, and it happened in the second innings as well.
absolutely bang on. This is the genius of Steve Smith as well. He grinds you down.
Crowder involved again as Broad bowls to head, but it's on leg stump. Straight out to mid-on, though. No run.
Yeah, Steve Smith's game sense is so good, and he recognises that this is the pivotal day in the series, really, because England could be almost out of this game, right? You know that they don't play for draws. You know that they don't leave it. You know that there's going to be cloud cover for the next 3 or 4 days, right? So if Australia pile it on here, 400 plus, then you can cash out already in this cricket match.
Broad to finish the over. Head off leg stump again. Clips away in front of square. Easy runs. Might get 4 and will get 4. Travis Head has had a very good half an hour. 7 boundaries through it. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. He's 35. The partnership up to 50 as well. Australia 3 for 248 after the break. Adam White coming in to replace me.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
So Josh Tongue to continue from the nursery end to bowl to Steve Smith on 52, and Smith is just playing comfortably into the onside, forward to square leg for a single. 3 for 248. Jeremy Coney has rejoined the coverage as well. So Jeremy, at the start of the day, what did you think it would be at this point in the match? If you had to guess at the time, considering the conditions, England winning the toss and bowling, what did you think it would be?
5 down. And maybe not as many runs. Although the way that England play, they tend to have a lot of attacking fields. They're not now. I mean, we're seeing men being pushed out, sweepers.
Tongue again around the wicket, bowls to head. That is short. It's slapped away. No timing in the shot, though, down to deep backward square leg, and just the single. I thought off the bat he'd got more purchase on it than he did. He gets a single, he moves to 36, and that brings up the 250 for Australia. After being sent in this morning under gloomy conditions, they sit at 3 for 250.
But to your point, Jeremy, I don't think they've attacked that much. Their bowling's just been not very good.
No.
I think that's what has hurt them. And the drop catches.
Nothing wrong with the conditions.
No.
Tongue bowls again and driving and not making contact, Smith. That one getting to Bairstow on the half volley. But that is a play in this, boys.
Yeah, very quickly. 250 up. The last 50's come off 45 balls.
Well, that's head.
That's head.
That's the head factor.
36 off 33.
Before we move on, welcome to England, Adam.
Thank you very much. I haven't even been here 24 hours.
There you go.
You're doing well to recognise the players.
That's right. Josh Tongue over the wicket, bowling to Smith, who jams down on this one out to the sweeper at cover point, and they amble through for a single. Smith to 54, 3 for 251.
Adam, I think what we're seeing, as soon as Labuschagne went, good delivery from Robinson to take that wicket, just nipping back up the slope, if anything. Since then, Head's come out, and what does he hit? You just say a moment ago, 7 boundaries. I hear someone say 7 boundaries.
Yep.
Yeah, and he's 36, you know, so he's the one who's actually kept it going. We've seen Smith drop his pace.
Head this time gets one where he jumps and plays off his thigh pad into the onside. Plenty of gaps, so he gets a single again.
And so that's what we've seen happening, and I think that England have actually bowled too short at him. I know there's a temptation to go short, especially when Tongue has got the ball in the hand, because he's a wee bit quicker, and Head almost stays side on too long. He looks very uncomfortable with the ball at his front shoulder, and he jumps all the time, and he, you know, looks awkward. But I think he looks also quite, he doesn't move his front foot much at all.
Last ball of the over, Tongue to Smith, who drives but can't beat cover. And a dot ball to complete the over. So it's 3 for 252. Smith 54 and Head on 37 on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard.
Hello, it's bargain calling. Get Coke Mobile monthly plan. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs for $15 with first month free. Talk about a bargain. CokeandMobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Stay on the ball while you're on the road. The SEN app is now available on Apple CarPlay, so you can keep up with all the big moments, expert commentary, and the latest news. When it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find the SEN app on Apple CarPlay.
So, can Stuart Broad inspire England late on day one? Australia 3 for 252. Broad wicketless so far.
Got to keep the ball up, though. Keep the ball up. I'd rather see, if I was a captain, I'd rather see him driving and getting 100 off length balls through the covers. I'll tip my hat to him.
Bowling to head, that one close to the off stump. His head leaves alone. That was a bit fuller, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's the kind of length, and a wee bit fuller than that too. No, I'm not saying half volleys. I'm saying just length balls. And if he plays that, but if he drops and I see him punching through the offside and pulling through the onside and anything full on the pads, he's whacked away a couple through there as well because he stays side on so well. It's a strong area for him. I just feel they can't afford to let head get away now because they could lose the game here tonight.
Pretty much, yep.
Could slide away.
Stuart Broad steams in again from the pavilion end. Bowls to head. Leading edge threw mid off. It was in the air for a while. There'll be at least one. They thought about two. Steve Smith said no. But that was a dicey moment for Travis Head.
Second time in the last 5 balls. To your point, Jeremy, every time Stuart Broad's ball full, got the outside edge, went through the vacant fourth slip region for 4 in the last over. He doesn't move his front foot. He's such a hand-eye player. He throws his hands at the ball, which is his
He's
strength.
very good at it.
He's really, really
Yes,
good. I think
he is.
he's the best in the business right now at it.
But he,
Lara-esque at times.
We were talking, Bharat, about this off air. Trying to think of another player that plays the game or has played the game like Travis Head. He's certainly very different with the way he plays. He hits the ball in the air a lot, but doesn't necessarily get caught a lot.
Yes.
But I'm trying to think in recent history of a player similar. Get Jeremy to have a think about this as well, as Stuart Broad back over the wicket to Smith, and Smith is flicking away off his pads down into the deep. And single to fine leg. So Smith moves along to 55. It's 3 for 254.
One guy I can think of technically much more solid than what Travis said is the current England coach, Brendan McCullum. When he batted up the order, down the order, but there was a sense of risk about his batting. He hit the ball in the air a lot, but he was rarely caught. Like what to your point? Yeah.
Well, hand player, I think of Kevin Peterson, and that the way that he played as well.
Because there's two parts to Travis Head. I'll explain more after this ball from Broad again. From the pavilion end, around the wicket, Head leaves. It's not only does he hit the ball to sort of unconventional spots in the ground and often in the air, he often doesn't look comfortable, yet still scores at almost a run of ball in Test cricket.
One of the worst batters self-confessed, worst batters you'll ever see in practice. He gets out 15-20 times. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to him. That's not how he thinks about his cricket. And I always said, if it's a good ball, worthy of getting him out, he will get out. If it's a bad ball that needs to be put to the boundary, he will do it. It's the most honest batter I've ever seen.
Broad again to Head, who pulls this time and gets it into, again, an unconventional shot wide of mid-on. I didn't think he timed it off the bat, but he gets at least 2, and that's where it stays. As it's fielded 10 metres in from the boundary at sort of a wideish mid-on.
And the beauty of it is, because he scores so quickly, and you're right, he's now 40 off 38 as he stands in his innings now. It allows Smith, who came out and is frisky at the start, and he gets his runs and he gets his innings going, and then at this sort of point he can pull back to where he's really happy about the scoring rate that he has, and so he just works at his own speed and sort of in the slipstream, if you like.
Broad again bowls last ball of the over, and Head is happy to leave that one outside off stump, and again it not really carrying through to Jimmy Bairstow. End of the over, Australia 3 for 256, Smith 55, Travis Head, he's on 40. It's the Beaumont Tile score.
This
This month at Lobster Cave Seafood and Steak Restaurant, we've got an excellent end of fin year deal. Buy a voucher and get double the value. Buy now, use later, but still double your value. Think catering, gifting, hospitality and more. BYO wine, no corkage, valid 3 years, lobstercave.com.au.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. Check out Henley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnie Brook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Henley home, or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Henley.com.au.
Josh Tongue to continue from the nursery end. 2 for 58 off 14 overs as he bowls to Smith, who drives but straight up to mid-off, and there is no run.
I think the other thing we're seeing now is we haven't seen the funky fields today from Bazball. You know, it's been pretty conventional and orthodox, and now Labuschagne gone. There's a man at backward square, there's a fine leg. But a man at backward square, there's a sweeper there, and also a sweeper at the deep point. Very Australian-like, the two slips in the gully. This is a kind of a different approach from Stokes.
Tongue again over the wicket, bowls to Smith, who's in defence, full face of the bat down the onside of the pitch.
And it's almost as if he's saying, we're watching the runs here. We're a bit wary of all this now. This is getting to the point where it could get beyond us today, and we don't want that to happen.
Almost damage minimalisation.
Exactly. And let's see if we can nick them out. Let's see if we can get it. That's where they should. I love watching Smith bat when it doesn't go quite right. Look, he's angry with himself.
Tongue again, a bit wider on the crease, bowls to Smith, who plays just opening the blade into backward point again with the man in the deep. It's an easy single to move to 56, 3 for 257.
It's also an acknowledgement, I think, by the captain that his bowlers haven't really held up their end of the bargain so far. Yes, they've got 3 wickets with 3 really good deliveries. They've never looked under pressure, Australia, even when David Warner was batting. And like he said, when he looks up at that board and he thinks 257 does not reflect the conditions in which he won the toss and elected to field.
No.
Tongue now going around the wicket to bowl to Head, who gets a short one and he tries to play it over the keeper's head and doesn't make contact. Bit of Bazball action there from Travis Head.
Trav ball started before Bazball, I'll correct you. 18 months before it did.
That's a fair call, Bharat.
I mean, it's a shot that he does play quite well. On that occasion, the ball followed him. He wasn't in a great position. And it was almost like an afterthought, wasn't it?
It was too close to him.
Before
it was too close to him, wasn't it?
Really got the batting to position. 2 slips, more a backward point. As Head this time tucks it probably off the thigh pad. He gets it fine. Finally coming around, won't get there. So it's just a question. Bharat reckons it's runs. It is runs. So with that, Travis Head is getting very close to a 50. He's one blow away. He's up to 44. 3 for 261 the score.
Yeah, he'll lap Steve Smith very soon. And like you were saying, Jeremy, that's exactly what happened in their partnership at the Oval. They came together at 3 for 70 in the World Test Championship final. Head just did what Head does, and it allowed Steve Smith to take his time and build an innings around him.
Looking at that replay, thanks to tyre power, that came off the glove for 4 runs. This time, he's beaten again, trying to play the cut shot. That one he was trying to play over backward point, but again, a late decision to try and play. He didn't make contact, importantly for Australia. End of the over, 3 for 261. Travis Head on 44, Smith on 56. Looks like we are going to take a drink. Beaumont Tyre Scoreboard.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan Mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. Decencies apply.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Bharat Sundaresan here for Henley Homes. Check out Henley's exclusive community at the Dales Bonnybrook. Land from only $350,000 and build a Henley home, or buy a brand new completed home from only $619,900. Henley.com.au.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League, and subscribe today.
Welcome back to SEN Test Cricket from Lords. Thanks to Macca's here to 30 years of McCafe. Australia 3 for 261 with Smith on 56 and Travis Head on 44. I'm Adam White. Jeremy Coney is still with me as the players are taking a drink. As I said to you before about where you thought things would be at with the play that is remaining, Jeremy. What is Ben Stokes saying to his players now about what he wants after the drink for the next hour of play or however long's left?
Well, despite the fact that I was just saying that he's getting rather wary of the amount of runs that are being scored by Australia, and particularly Travis Head. You know, if you look at the way that Stokes has kind of traversed the landscape since he's taken over as captaincy, what he's really wanted most of all is wickets, isn't he? I mean, he's after wickets.
Yes.
And so that's what he would love most of all. And so you've got to have a number of catches in there in the most likely positions, I think, that you can take wickets, always. I mean, that's not baseball, that's just cricket.
Yes.
And so he's got the 2 slips in which you need. He hasn't really got another man in a catching position other than if you want to bowl short, maybe at deep square. You wouldn't be likely to use the man at backward point as an out position, would you?
No.
That's a saving runs, and otherwise I'm afraid it's sort of on the... You might get that fine leg getting a top edge.
Stuart Broad continues from the pavilion end. He bowls it short and it's comfortably helped around the corner down to that position at fine leg for a single. So straight after the drinks break, Australia continue on.
To be fair, that's mainly to Smith. I think
Yes.
that's probably, and I think you'd probably say Smith's pretty calm at the moment. I mean, he doesn't look, I mean, he gets cross with himself.
Yes.
But he looks as if he's sort of in control.
Autopilot almost.
There's a bit of that.
Yeah.
But here, to Travis Head, you should see more. And we see a gully straight away in. We see the ring field on the offside. No one back at backward point on the boundary. But 2 men out for the catch for the hook. Broad should pitch up, though.
He comes in and bowls to Head now, who drives on the bounce back to the bowler, who fields on the follow-through.
Jeremy, you mentioned Steve Smith settling in. 24 off the first 15 today. He's now got 57 off 115.
Yeah.
So, 33 off the last 100 balls he's faced.
So as we were saying, Bharat, Travis Head will catch him pretty quickly if they bat for another 20 minutes or so, you'd think, together.
Or he can just nick off or get bowled.
He could.
Yeah, or maybe off an inside edge.
Big gap at mid-off. Broad bowls, and Head tries to hit that one over cover for 6 and does not make contact. Bairstow diving away to take the ball pretty much in front of first slip.
He almost looks as if he wants to play one-day cricket all the time, doesn't he? That was actually definitely going out of St John's Wood.
It was.
There were some people on a balcony at the top there behind the pavilion. They were in the game.
I was more looking at the people in the apartment building on the other side of the road that are watching from about the 8th floor. Broad again to Head, who plays a little bit more conventionally. Back to the bowler, again driving, punching back down the pitch. Broad knocks it down and then kicks it away to Jimmy Anderson at mid-on. I thought bowlers are meant to look after each other, Jeremy.
Boot it to your mate.
That's right.
Okay.
The lights are still blazing, but it's not as dark as it has been at times over the last hour or so. is a factor. I don't think you'd want to be going out to bat at this time of the day in these conditions. The new ball is still 14 overs away. Still 24 overs to be completed today. Broad again bowls to Head, who pushes conventionally into point, no run.
I think you'd have to say that it's still doing a little bit, this pitch, isn't it? It's just nibbling away, and there's a wee bit of swing. If you get it right at your end as a bowler, something will happen in between you and the batsman. And, you know, what are we in now? What over are we in?
It's the 67th.
67th. You see, if this was a kookaburra, this ain't happening.
Yep.
But you see, there's the difference between the Duke's ball and the kookaburra. This is still doing something. And I bet if we got a look at this ball, it'd be quite shiny on one side.
Last ball of the over here, Broad past the umpire, bowls to Head, who flicks it through wide mid-on. There'll be at least 2 here. He didn't get it right out of the middle of the bat, but enough to pick up a couple more to get to 46. So at the end of the over, Australia 3 for 264, Head on 46, Smith on 57 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
Bounce, dribble, spin, putt, kick, tackle, cheer, and you could score with IMAR by winning a sports membership of your choice worth up to $1,500. To enter, get an easy insurance quote from IMAR's expert brokers, the teammates of every tradie. Jump online at imar.com.au or call 13IMAR and use the code IMARWIN. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. T's and C's apply.
It's a gloomy day here in London, but it's been a good day if you are an Australian fan. 3 for 264 as Tongue continues to Smith, who drives down the ground for 4. Through the legs of Tongue on his follow-through. You don't have to worry about running for that one. One of Smith's best shots of the day to move to 61. Australia 3 for 268.
Yeah, just missed his length, didn't he? And Smith does brilliantly in terms of driving, because his bottom hand is actually right round the grip, so that makes him strong cutting and pulling. The way he's able to drive as well with a grip like that is amazing.
And his first boundary since the first ball after the tee, 1 hour and 25 minutes ago.
There you go. He's just really been a spectator to Travis Head at the other end. Tongue again comes in, bowls to Smith, who just nurses it into the onside, into mid-wicket, where there is no fielder, so they can get a comfortable single. 1 more to the score. Smith to 62. It's 3 for 269.
We're in Smith mode, aren't we?
One thing, Jeremy, I wanted to ask you about. We're already seeing some footmarks. Have you noticed that?
Yep. Well, I can see them there where they are.
It'd be interesting, Nathan Lyon looking at that going, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm not unhappy about what I'm seeing on day one, considering I've got a bowl in a 4th innings again. Yeah, well,
Coming around the wicket from that, pavilion end, you can see some marks, can't you, outside Travis?
Absolutely.
Travis Head's leg stump. And, of course, you're going to get Mitchell Starc to sort of be around that area as well.
Now, there is no slip here for Travis Head. A boundary away from 50. He swings it away behind square leg. And that is 4, and that is 50 to Travis Head, who continues this rich vein of form. A 50 off just 48 balls. His 9th boundary brings up his half-century. It's such a wonderful place here in London at Lord's. That was effortless.
Yeah. It was a good stroke. You could see it was going to happen.
Yes.
Inside field. Tongue in his 16th over, though.
Another short one. He opens the blade and plays into the gully region. Root doing the fielding. So just
if it was his 6th over, it might be a little bit quicker.
Yes.
And so it's not quite. I mean, it's a good stroke because it's outside. It's on his off stump, and so you've got to fetch it from away from you to control that stroke. It can easily go in the air.
So what they've done, Jeremy, is, and as you said, you forecast the short one. They've put a man back on the fence in front of the pavilion at a straight third man for that sort of ramp shot. Another short one. He jumps and plays it behind square leg off his thigh pad. He'll get a single only. So this is very much a short ball field for Head.
Well, yeah, no mid-on.
Yeah.
So he's not going to pitch up. That's basically kind of what he's saying. I'm not sure how wide the mid-off is, but you can leave straight alone, really. If it's going to be up high, there's not too many shots. You can't get a drive off your throat.
No.
So it's not in the MCC coaching book for boys.
No.
And so that's the issue there.
3 for 274. Smith back on stride on 62. And he's beaten by a good one from Tongue. That one away off the seam, and Smith committed to that stroke. He doesn't make contact. That is the end of the over. 3 for 274. Smith on 62. Head on 51 on the Beaumont Tail scoreboard.
Join almost 4 million Australians and prepare for life with Bupa, CanStar's outstanding value health insurance for 2022. Search Bupa Health Insurance today. Bupa, because life happens.
They're back. Spicy Chicken McNuggets with a crispy, mouth-wateringly spicy coating. Get them before they're gone. Again. Order Spicy Chicken McNuggets at Macca's today. Available for a limited time.
SEN Test cricket thanks to Macca's. Stuart Broad will continue from the pavilion end.
Not the pace of Tongue, so therefore we're not seeing that leg side field, are we, that we saw last over. We've gone back to convention here. It's 2 slips gully, ring field.
Yes, the one sort of interesting position is that deep backward point. It's not on the fence, it's still a catching position. As Broad bowls and Head plays through the covers for 4 more. Off the front foot, doesn't bother running, just scratches out his guard and doesn't even see the ball going to the rope at cover. And he moves to 55, 3 for 278.
Yeah, it's a good shot, isn't it, from Head? Again, I'd rather see him hitting the ball there. Is it a length ball? Yeah, it kind of is, but it doesn't move much, does it? And a good transfer from Head, from his weight on his back foot, getting forward and getting the slightly bent leg at the knee there, and transferring the weight at the time of the shot.
Broad again around the wicket to Head, who dabs into backward point, that position I was talking about, who probably 10 metres back from a conventional backward point position. No chance of a run. Yes, Jeremy, you spoke about the footwork there from Head. That was a big stride forward, wasn't it?
That's better. He doesn't often do that, though. No, he's got a good stride in there.
3 for 278. The last man out, Labuschagne, for 47. The score then was 198. You thought England were getting themselves back into the match. These two quickly have put on 80. Head 55 of them. As he waits for Broad again, and he punches down the ground. More runs. Broad tried to field with his foot, slipped over, couldn't prevent runs, couldn't prevent 4 of them. So Stuart Broad looks a beaten man as he starts his approach back to the top of his run. He's talking to Jimmy Anderson. They don't seem to have any answers at the moment for this onslaught from Travis Head.
Yeah, the clog goes out from the right foot, and it takes the heel, actually.
Yeah, looking at the Tyre Power replay, he definitely got a piece of it, Stuart Broad.
He did, but it was a glancing blow.
Yes. I'm not sure it would have been an own goal in soccer. I think they still would have given it to the striker. Just a deflection. Again, no change to the field. Stuart Broad's ready again with a headband on, charging in to bowl to Head, who's karting, can't beat that backward point. No run.
Run rate over 4 now, 4.1.
Is this almost getting to Bazball sort of run rate territory?
Yeah, it's, well, 5s, I think you'd say. You know, a wee bit more intensity.
Yeah.
But would the wicket column be 3?
That's a very good point. Another conversation between the bowlers. Stuart Broad really taking his time in this over. He has the figures of none for 71 in his 17th over here. And as I mentioned earlier, I was sort of banking on him with some sort of inspiration late on day one. It hasn't happened in this spell. Right, he's ready, but no real change to the field, except he's coming over the wicket to bowl ahead, who flicks it away out to the protection at forward square leg, so just a single. Head now into the 60s. He is 60 off just 55 balls. Australia 3 for 283.
I guess also, just to sort of change the subject a wee bit, I mean, I'm looking at Bairstow at the moment, the keeper, and he kind of becomes a bit of a central figure in this game, because when we look from Edgbaston, a lot of errors really from Johnny Bairstow. Either they were stumpings or they were catches, or they were, you know, and quite a few went down, and that was one of the components, I think, that brought about the loss for England. In other words, their bowlers created enough chances, but they weren't accepted by the England fieldsman or the keeper. So he's got an important role today. He's had quite a reasonable day.
Broad last ball, the over bowling to Smith, who's defending, covering his stumps and playing into mid-wicket. So that is the end of the over. 69 completed. Australia 3 for 283. Smith 62. Head 60. That's it for me. Daniel Norcross about to rejoin you. As I said, 3 for 283 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. Phil Walker, Daniel Norcross and Phil Long in the house. It's what SEN likes to do when English cricket is at its lowest ebb. It puts 3 poms on and it gloats at us. So for the next 20 minutes we should be mourning the death of English cricket. As Tongue is in, short, pulled, out towards deep square leg. They'll just be the single as Ben Duckett, the Jess Jonathan lookalike of this England team, fields and throws in one more to the total.
Yeah, he's not looked in
284.
Sorry, Dan, he's not looked in any trouble at all to this short one so far. Everything's scudded along the floor. There's been no top edges. He's not got in a tangle in any way at all. The murmur of a problem that we saw last week at Birmingham and definitely was exploited by India towards the end of his brilliant knock in the first innings of the WTC final. No indication of that at all here. England look laboured and tired in particular.
2 slips in place as Smith defends with his broad blade and pushes up to Broad at mid-off. Now, there's no run. You, Phil Walker, think you might have identified. We've got some 2 flower pot men out there now. Stuart Broad wearing the floppy sunny and another lanky streak at mid-wicket wearing a floppy sunny, and you think it could be none other than Robin Das.
Robin Das, yeah.
A familiar name to no one in Australia.
Yeah. Essex's first Bangladesh origin cricketer.
Any relation of Lytton? As Tongue is in, as is elegantly driven, but can't beat the sun-hatted Broad at mid-off. There's no run.
It comes to something, by the way, that Josh Tongue is England's most likely wicket taker. I mean, if you'd said that to me in March, April time, that on the 6th day...
Yeah, if you'd said that to me 4 days ago.
Sure. But at least then he'd got some Test cricket under his belt by that point, right? Let's just take it back 3 or 4 months. You say he's your most likely wicket taker on day 6 of the Ashes.
You'd be a bit worried, wouldn't you? As you should be, outside the off stump, left alone, through to the keeper, and there's no run. I hope you're all enjoying this back in Australia. As we tear apart the failings of Bazball, something that we'd hurled ourselves at like cultists, haven't we? This is a little bit like discovering that David Koresh is a lunatic after all.
Calling the SWAT teams, Daniel.
Yeah.
Surround the perimeter.
Where's Dom Sibley? Send up the Sibley signal.
Yeah. Bless them, they have no idea.
Tongue in, and that's driven again along the ground, full sweep of arc of the blade to short extra cover where Ben Stokes does the fielding. There's no run. A new ball will become available in 10 overs and 1 ball time, but England will have very little chance to use it this evening. They may even think better of using it at all this evening. Would that be your advice? Not that they take advice.
No, well, they laugh in the face of advice. They laugh
advice,
in the face of sound logic, common sense, any of it really. I take it, Dan, I take it. Why not?
Tongue in, and that's beautifully driven. An extra cover drive for the ages, and a weird fidget to boot. 4 more to Smith. He goes to 66 on the Beaumont tile scoreboard. Australia, the end of the over, 3 for 288.
The 2023 Hyundai Palisade. It's first class for you and your kidults. Our premium large SUV features a stylish and spacious cabin that comfortably fits whatever they're into, from surfing one day to drumming the next. They'll even love the impressive connectivity and premium tech. Plus, a 5-star ANCAP safety rating gives you extra peace of mind. Connectivity T's and C's apply. Find out more at Hyundai.com.au. Imagine that. Hyundai.
SEN Test Cricket for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Yes, I was going to say, as I was doing in the last over, that this England side resemble a great deal the Brexit-leaning classes of the Conservative Party. They have no time for experts. They have no time for opinion, but we do. We have time for experts here on SEN. Experts for red energy, 100% Australian electricity and gas.
Yeah, well, to maintain that analogy, England are 20 points behind in the polls here as well. Yeah. It's been a chastening day, not just for the 11 out there, but for the philosophy as well, Daniel.
The philosophy's taking one hell of a beating. That's how Jacques Derrida must have felt towards the end, as the next delivery is full, straight, pushed back on the wicket, and there's no run. When deconstructionism was itself deconstructed, has Bazball been Bazballed? These are the questions we put to you on SEN at this time of night, and I know what it must be like to be assailed with this nonsense as the next delivery is carved to backward point, and it goes through Rayan Ahmed. I don't think it was on the full. It's tidied up by Broad, and there's no run. If you can cope with this in Australia at 3 o'clock in the morning, well done. But we've got to fight back somehow. The route is in. That's cut out again this time. Better shot. It's going to go out to what might be or might not be Robin Das out at deep backward point, his substitute fielder.
I know who it is, and it's not Robin Das, but it's one of his Essex teammates.
Oh.
Yeah.
This is
he is from Basildon. Right. Basildon, home of Depeche Mode,
Basildon Bond,
Denise Van Outen, my mate Batchy,
your mate Batchy, and a lot of cars, a lot of new build cars.
Baz Vegas they call it.
Roots in, slog, wallop from Smith, hammered out over deep mid wicket. This is a great shot from Smith. Now he's having some fun. He's moved to 70 with that. It was full, delivered from round the wicket, and he's just launched into it, smacked it out the deep mid-wicket boundary under the scoreboard there. And Australia are motoring along to 3 for 293.
Yeah, I love his game sense, Stephen Smith. I think he's sensed that England are knackered, bedraggled, fed up, and running out of ideas. Joe Root's on, and he's thinking, right, I'm going to have it.
Turns the next delivery out mid-wicket, where it's picked up without a run being scored, as Stokes says to your Basildon chum, off you go.
Ronnie John McKenna.
Ronnie John McKenna. He sounds like a snooker player.
There's a name to conjure with. Basildon's finest.
Ronnie John McKenna. It's turned into the onside again, this time a little bit finer to Stuart Broad, and that is the end of the over on the Beaumont tile scoreboard. Australia still motoring. They're 3 for 293.
At Empress Diamonds, they're making diamond dreams a reality. If you're planning the perfect proposal, visit Empress Diamonds, Melbourne's first diamond wholesalers to the public. Don't pay too much. Their experts will find the perfect diamond for the one you love at up to 20% off. Royal quality diamonds at a wholesale price, discounted up to a further 20%. Only at Empress Diamonds, making diamond dreams a reality for over 20 years. Book your exclusive appointment now. Visit empressdiamonds.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Josh Tongue is in the attack. He's going to be bowling at Travis Head with a crazy field. I don't have time to tell you it. I'm going to have to come back to it if this doesn't go for a single. He's in, right arm over short, and strappled to the one place there is no one, which is deep mid-on or long-on, if you prefer. It was short, it was pulled, not with perfect timing, not quite where he intended, but it was the best place for the ball to go, because I'm about to tell you, as the score goes to 4 for 297, great shot, Travis Head, he goes to 66. We have got a fine leg. We have got a halfway back deep square, backward square leg. We've got a forward square leg who's almost catching. We've got a deep forward square leg. I hope you're listening. Are you concentrating back home? A mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket that's broad, a short extra cover point, and a deep gully as Head goes for this and whacks it along the ground, scorching the turf out towards Ben Duckett for a single. He hit it so hard, it went all the way to the boundary. He had to scamper the single. The 100 partnership is up. Australia's domination of this first day of the Lord's Test continues to the delirious excitement of a bunch of Aussie fans who are all very imaginatively dressed in yellow.
It's a dream day for them. Everything they could have possibly hoped for has gone their way here.
Must be great being an Aussie. I'd love to be an Aussie. Do you think you can get like naturalised just for work you do on SEN radio?
I reckon so. If you do your qualification period, right? If you do this over 5 years.
How many test matches have you got to get an Aussie passport? Like, I mean, I feel like I've got Stockholm syndrome here as tongue is in to Smith. Oh, he's struck on the pad. It's a really tight one. It's running away down to the boundary for 4. The umpire won't be able to signal because England are going to say, hang on a minute, I think this is out. Because Smith moved a long way across his stumps. It hit him on the pads. The time is down to 4,
away.
to 3,
they've walked
to
away.
2, to 1, and no.
Surprised at that.
So
Daniel.
leg buys. I thought they'd have a little look at this because I think it was a bit fuller than others. Oh my word! This could absolutely cap England's day here. Because just had a little look on the replay stream with tyre power, clean ball savings, and it looks plumb. It looks plumb. Let's take a look at this. Is height going to be an issue? Maybe height would be an issue.
I think that's clipping at least, personally.
Do you?
Yep.
At least. His tongue is in. Smith having survived, and he drives his next delivery through the fingers of a sore Ben Stokes for a single. He took the pace off, but possibly a fingernail as well. The Stuart Broad Sunhat fell off in quicker than normal time. That's how much the wheels are falling off here. 3 for 303. 300 came up 4. Now we're having a look at this on our replay screen, and the umpire's call, it's clipping. It would have been clipping. It's not out, of course, on the field of play, so they wouldn't have been able to overturn it.
No.
But had they got a little bit of good fortune there, which is needed so badly, umpire Gaffney's raised finger in his 50th test, which we've not seen so far, would have been interesting.
Sums up England's day. It's been a nightmare for them, Daniel.
It has been a nightmare. Round the wicket comes Tongue to the left-handed Head. Short. He goes after this, and he gets hold of it, and he crunches it into the mound stand again. It's 4 more. Well, that's a tavern stand, to be honest with you, down there, down at long leg. Banging it in short. There seems to be a plan to Head. He's got 71 off 62. Not sure if it's a plan that's working. And that was the 14th run brought up in this over. We've still got a ball to come. 3 for 307.
Yeah. Zach Crawley predicted that England would win by 150 runs. I can't quite see how that equation plays out from this point.
Tongue in, down the leg side. There's no run.
I think England would have to follow on. England would have to follow on.
Yes, it can happen.
Get 600.
Yeah.
And then they win by 150.
That'd be Bazball. End of the over. Australia on the moment on scoreboard. 3 for 307.
Bounce, dribble, spin, putt, kick, tackle, cheer, and you could score with IMAR by winning a sports membership of your choice worth up to $1,500. To enter, get an easy insurance quote from IMAR's expert brokers, the teammates of every tradie. Jump online at imar.com.au or call 13IMAR and use the code IMARWIN. They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCaffey as route is in. Bowls a short ball that's just tucked around the corner by Smith. It's out to deep square leg for a single. 3 for 308. There's a notional 17.5 overs to be left to be bowled in the day. There's another 41 minutes to bowl them, so that won't happen. The best England can hope for is to have as little damage as possible before a second new ball becomes due. But this could be the day, the moment, the hour when Australia take that firm grip on that flimsy little urn. Root, right arm round the wicket, the left-handed head who goes after this and drives it in the air for a while, but straight enough and up to the pavilion for 4. Head is playing a wonderful knock here. When he came in, England had a sniff. They'd just taken that third wicket to score at 198. Ollie Robinson was bowling well, Anderson was bowling well. I thought, well, if Head goes here, that'll put a bit of pressure on Cameron Green. Well, Travis Head has played another super knock. The second half of this man's career is a joy and wonder to behold. As Root is in, and that's... Oh, has he got him there? He went for a little dab outside the off stump. Bale was taken off, but he's back home. I thought there was a stumping chance there.
That last 4 took Travis Head ahead of Steve Smith. Steve Smith was 43 not out when Travis Head came to the wicket.
Thank you. Head on 75. Root in and flicking away wristily, but off the outside edge. His head down to backward point, very deep gully. Stuart Broad, there's no run. Just see a replay of the previous delivery with tyre power, clean bowled savings, and he was genuinely beat by one that turned a bit. Nathan Larby interested. It's a short ball that's just worked off the back foot up to mid-on, and there is no run. Anderson does the fielding rather wearily. Root in once more. Head comes forward, defends rather tentatively into the offside. It goes to that shortish point position, end of the over. There's going to be a change in the commentary box when we come back. It'll be a genuine Aussie rather than the man who's trying to become a naturalised Aussie. Adam Collins will be joining with Australia 3 for 312.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable drive-away deals on BT50 and CX-9. 5-year scheduled servicing, 5-year Schmick membership, $500 in genuine Mazda accessories, 5-year new car warranty and 5 years roadside assistance. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run out CX-9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. Hurry, stock won't last. So don't delay. Swing by City Mazda for a deal today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
SEN Test Cricket live from Lords from a Cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie, a partnership with 114 from 114 deliveries. Nice. Second new ball is 7 overs away, so we'll see that this evening, albeit briefly. Ollie Robinson back into the attack from our nursery end. He's bowled 16 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 66 today, including the wicket of Labuschagne just after tea, the only wicket of this final stanza. So away from us with 2 slips to Smith on 72. Bowls here, leaves alone. Docile into the gloves of Bairstow. Bharat Sundaresan joins us. Phil Walker's with me as well. G'day, Baz.
Evening, Adam. Evening, Phil. Docile. That's what this English attack has been throughout the day. And Travis Head keeps doing it. He keeps killing games. He's been doing it since under-12s cricket. Manas Labuschagne always speaks about having been in the opposition. Kids are having fun till Travis Head walks out and kills the game.
There's great light and shade in this batting lineup.
Smith wearing the short sleeve jumper, Robinson to him, shoveling it into the onside as he does routinely. Single to 73, 3 for 313.
I don't know whether you noticed, Phil, it felt like he couldn't even complete his action there.
Yeah, it was agony to watch him lumber in for that first delivery. And look, it's been a long day, no question, but the lack of energy, the lack of stamina, physical stamina among the quicks has been alarming, to say the least.
And look, I'm not saying baseball hasn't worked for England and it's not enterprising, it's not fun to watch, but it has taken their bowlers for granted. Yes,
right.
You can keep talking about them having taken 20 wickets, but if you keep just batting for 70 overs, 66 overs, your fast bowlers are not going to get a break, especially when you're up against the batting lineup like this.
2 back for the short ball, if and when it comes. Hasn't yet, not really. To Travis Head from off stump, through the covers from the crease. Won't go for 4, but really well placed, and Jimmy Anderson has to chase after it. They'll get a couple. That moves Head up to 77, 3 for 315, Phil Long.
And when those bowlers you mentioned, one is 41 at the end of next month and one turned 37 last week.
And the other one is Ollie Robinson. So... and not to forget, the next test match is just 3 days after this one, or just 4 days.
I work on the assumption that the reason why Mark Wood wasn't picked, I know there's still a semblance of a niggle or a cortisone injection or something like that, but because they know Leeds is more likely to be flat, more dead than this, more akin to what we saw last week at Birmingham. Robinson bowls and Head rides the bounce defensively to point. So they're playing that card there, which is an important card. Let's not forget how well he bowled in Australia on tough tracks a couple of years ago for England anyway. But this week they've gone, well, we have bowlers who can exploit conditions at Lords, who know them so well. No one's taken more test wickets at this ground than Anderson and Broad. Robinson, who's done well here before on his test debut, especially against New Zealand a couple of years ago, and Josh Tongue took a fifer here 2 weeks ago. The problem is it's just not worked. So I think there's method in who they've picked. As Robinson ambles to the crease and bowls to Head, who again defends out to point, no run.
No, but I'm not even talking about the selection, Adam. We saw it in the first test. And we saw it on day 5. Yes, the pitch was placid, nothing was happening, and Australia got over the line. But they bowled 66 more overs than what the Australian bowlers did. And how long was their break between Australia's first innings finishing and Australia starting their run chase? 66 overs. And over time, it's going to show, especially on pitches with nothing. And when you are up against the likes of Khawaja, Labuschagne and Smith.
And 5 tests in 6 weeks in all of that. Robinson bowls and Head down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it, tried to flick it down the fine leg, not to be. I mean, it's an unusual series, Phil, we're conditioned to Ashes series. My apologies. It's end of the over. We'll take a break. 3 for 315. Smith 73. Head 77. Our coverage for McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie.
What type of Snap Fitness member are you?
I work well with progress and advice from fitness experts, which supports my fitness goals. I do tend to overtrain at times, so I appreciate extra guidance when needed.
I know my way around the gym already. I like to track my progress, be recognised and train with a personal trainer to give me that extra push.
Ready to go to the next level? It all begins at snapfitness.com.au. Snap Fitness helps experienced members feel recognised and rewarded. Snap Fitness. Get moving.
Good morning to our listeners in New Zealand, waking up 5:15 in the morning. They're here thanks to Resine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. Root bowls round the wicket. Smith helps himself to one just behind square, just in front of square, make that. They walk it through, literally in Head's case. 74 for him. For the vice captain, 3 for 316. If you're listening in New Zealand, let us know where you're tuning in on 8833 or in Australia, 0433 98 11 16. Just to finish that point, in series gone by, even in 2019, straight after a World Cup, it's played over 8 weeks. It just feels like the lack of gaps plays a role here. Root bowls, Head using his feet, should be stumped, is stumped. Johnny Bairstow had a long way to go. They'll check it upstairs to make sure, but Head lost his balance, lost his feet, and Joe Root breaks the partnership. And he's pumped as well.
Yeah.
We're going to have to go through the process here just to make sure Head didn't get back, but despite having gone upstairs, Head knows he's gone, and Bairstow, the maligned England wicketkeeper, has kept his posture, had to go away to his left and drag it back in time, and so he has. So a partnership that was so entertaining and enterprising has put Australia in a great position late on day 1. Will end on 118, Phil Walker.
Really good work by Johnny Bairstow, because that's turned. It's the only one that's turned. It's turned quite sharply from right arm round the wicket, obviously, to the southpaw. That's gone right off the pitch.
That's turned a lot.
And he's really done well to catch up with that. It's gone in the left mitt at full stretch, and he's managed to almost kind of jackrabbit back to disturb the stumps. But even though Head was a good 3, 4, 5 yards down, he almost got back. So far was the ball wide at that off stump. Bairstow's done very, very well there. And he needs that as well, this Johnny Bairstow, because he had a bit of a stinker, as we know, at Edgbaston, and it's one of the many culture wars of the English game. Ben Folkes, the blue-eyed boy, should be playing, shouldn't be playing. Bairstow, what does he bring? What does he hold back? All the rest of it. He needed that, and so did England. Suddenly, look, if they can just winkle one more out in the gloaming here with another 35 minutes to go, then it's an ugly day, but it's not a catastrophic one.
So Head made 77 from 73, so slow start, but really got on the bike in the half an hour after tea. And yet, as you say, Phil, We see it back on our tyre player replay screen. Clean bold savings. He had to hold his nerve, and you know what? Joe Root's given him a bit of a serve as well. Maybe not a serve as much as just firing up his teammates either way.
No. It was actually he was pointing at Ben Stokes and saying, I told you.
Yeah.
So it is almost like he set up that dismissal.
Yeah.
And Travis Head was coming after him. The last 2 overs, a few times he stepped out, he hit one boundary. So Joe Root knew what he was doing, dragged the ball wide. It was a beautiful piece of bowling, and it turned a mile. I don't think Root expected it to turn that much.
So Cameron Green in at 4 for 316. 1 test ton. That was at Ahmedabad back in March. Travis Head misses out on a Lord's ton. It felt like it was foretold the way he was going.
Brilliant.
Not to be.
Brilliant innings.
Round the wicket. Root first ball to Green. It hits him on the pad. The crowd are interested. I'm not quite sure why. It was missing leg stump by a second set.
If Root wasn't such a genius with a cricket bat, he'd be considered far more than a part-time spinner. But the disparity between his genius and his qualities with the ball
to Green, who defends the mid-wicket,
is so vast that it reduces the perception of what he is as an off-break bowler. But he's got quality. He gives it a rip. He has a natural feel for it. He's taken 6 for not many in Ahmedabad.
Bowling again here to Green. Short Green. Chips up in the air towards mid-off. It's 2 and an over. It's a second ball duck for Green. It's an ugly shot. Made room for himself, cleared the front leg, and really just spooned it up to Anderson. And Joe Root has changed this first afternoon. 2 wickets in the space of 3 balls. They cannot believe it. I don't think anybody can. It was 3 for 316. Now it's 5 for 316, and England have a chance of really dragging Australia back here in the last half an hour of play. Phil Walker.
Oh, it's a stinker. I thought it might have been off the toe, but it wasn't. It was off the splice, really. Tried a big wahoo over straightish mid-wicket, and he's just succeeded in skewing it up to Anderson, easy as you like, at deepish mid-off. That is an ugly shot at an inopportune moment for Australia.
By far the worst shot Cam Green has ever played in his test career, I think.
Yeah, well said.
Yeah, it's been 2.5 years of seeing him grow as a test cricketer, and that is the first time he's done something on a cricket field that he would want to forget. You could see his eyes closed as he walked back. He couldn't believe what he had just done. So really nothing delivery. He's trying to, it's a shot that he does play. He smashes it over mid-wicket, but got a little too eager and played arguably the worst shot we've seen, at least today.
In comes Alex Carey, who's been in pretty good nick. Half-century, unbeaten against India a couple of weeks ago. In the first innings last week, he made 66-20 in the chase before being caught and bowled by this bowler, I should say, Joe Root. The left-hander walking out with 1 ball left in a very successful over. And Joe Root got the golden arm. More than a partnership breaker, as you say, Phil Walker. He has, on more than one occasion, on multiple occasions, put in a shift with his off-breaks. One to turn to Travis Head against the flow of play, and before Green was set, trying to heave him out over mid-wicket, not to be, and Anderson did the rest. And now the game feels very different. The day does anyway. Carey with work to do straight away.
Been a mad day. 32 overs between Broad and Anderson for nothing. Joe Root comes on, 4.5 overs, 2 for 13. Day 1 at Lords.
Just 1 catcher, that's the slip. Root to finish the over wide of the crease, and the spins plenty, but Carey sees fit to shoulder arms. That might have been the leg break. So 2 wickets in the 75th over. 5 for 316 Australia, losing Head for 77. Green for a 3-ball duck. Our coverage is for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Our coverage from Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. Damien Fleming in for Phil Walker. Bharat still here as well. Ollie Robinson away from us. 2 slips. Bowls to Smith. Serene, leaving alone. He's 74. How about that, Flem?
A couple of good shots. A couple of unplayable deliveries.
We said last week about England that when they were in a position to really press home the advantage, they failed to do so. There were 2 or 3 moments with the bat, 2 or 3 moments with the ball. Well, we might have just seen the first of those of this test, and it's Australia, who are in such a good spot with that partnership. They've given England a bit of a look in.
Oh, definitely. Geez, I'll be charging in. I've had the ball in hand now.
30 minutes until the close. Robertson bowls to Smith, who plays defensively out to point where there is a single, a sweeper in that direction. He's 25 from a ton, 5 for 317. Phil Long.
Yeah, and less than 5 overs to the new ball. Will those 2 wickets change their plan there, I wonder?
Surely they allow Anderson and Broad to have a nice little tilt for a couple of overs at the end.
This is different than Edgbaston, where he gave the extra over to Joe Root and picked up Carey. But in these conditions, greenish pitch, and I think a little bit to get the confidence up, particularly with James Anderson. You know, he's had a really slow start to this series. You can just see his body language is a bit down, but, you know, he picks up a couple of wickets. It might set up his series.
So in goes the leg gully. Carey takes strike to Robinson for the first time. Around the wicket and he defends. So 3 slips a leg gully, a backward point, deep backward square straight away. Mid-wicket, mid-on, whitish extra cover.
Very conventional fields for all batters today. We haven't seen anything funky. The only funky thing we've seen is Joe Root turning the game around on a day which was designed for the fast bowlers.
It's a good point, because we're meant to expect the unexpected from England, and they've pretty much been 3 or 4 slips throughout.
Predictable.
Yeah.
Aggressive, though, to be fair.
Yeah. As Robinson bowls and leaving alone is Carey. I suppose what I mean by that is that when Head came in last week, they had plans which they implemented.
Yeah.
Short ball attack primarily. Never saw any of that. Let Head get in, and then it's too late. They're playing catch-up cricket.
Yeah, yeah. No, their basic plans didn't work for Travis Head. You know, giving him width outside of stump and not peppering with some bounces. But you're correct. You know, if Head had kept going, it might be 360 at the end of the day.
You'd have a ton, I reckon, as well. Not to be. Robinson bowls again. Carey leaves on the 4th stump line, angling back towards him down the slope.
I'd still rather be where Australia is.
Yeah,
you know, with obviously Carey, who batted well in the first test, Smith's there, and we know that he loves turning those 50s into big hundreds. Got a little bit more batting depth with Mitchell Stark at 8 or Como at 8. You know, 450 batting first at Lords after getting sent in would be a fantastic effort.
So they've had a chance to celebrate a couple of wickets for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives England in the last over. Robinson up, bowls and driving his Carey to get off the mark with a lovely cover drive. May not get 4 for it up the slope. It'll be cut off by Anderson, herring after it at age 40, nearly 41. They come back for 3, 5 for 320. Well played. That's the end of the over as well. My apologies. 5 for 320 is the score after 76 overs on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Smith 75, Carey on 3.
Pulling away from the dealership is just the start with Hyundai. Imagine convenience and transparency with online service booking and upfront pricing. Imagine 12 months of our premium roadside support plan every time you complete a scheduled service with us. Imagine driving unlimited kilometres and still being under warranty 5 years later. Imagine having a lifetime of care with Hyundai iCare. T's and C's apply. Elements of iCare are limited in duration. Visit hyundai.com.au/iCare. Imagine that. Hyundai.
Seeing on our screen for tyre power, clean bowled savings, the Root celebration the second time around, pointing to the balcony.
Yeah.
So he's really pumped up here. Bowling here to Carey, round the wicket, forward lunging defensively, out to cover, no run. He's provided us with the Maccas. I'm loving it moment of the final session. 2 wickets in and over. It's a new season for the McSpicy range.
Which balcony did he point to? The Australian or the English? You've got to explain that.
It's a good point. I'm pretty sure it was towards McCullum.
Okay,
I
so
suspect.
there's a bit of love. Not saying, boys, I'm lining you up to the Aussie one.
I wouldn't mind that either. Root very wide of the crease. Carey in behind it from the leg stump line to mid-wicket.
It wasn't Patrick Patterson walking into the MCG dressing room in 88.
What did he say? I'm going to kill you.
You.
But he's dangerous, Root, because one is he's better than a part-timer. He likes bowling, but, you know, he's really aggressive for a spinner.
Root delivers. Carey back a little bit shorter, tucks one round the corner, moves to 4, 5 for 321.
Yeah, backs himself.
And that's what he was screaming, Fleming. He was like, I told you, is what he was pointing at, either McCullum or Stokes. Maybe there was a plan. Bowl me to head, and worked. It took just 3 overs for it to work.
So in jumps leg slip when Smith's on strike. He's 75, Root bowls, and he lets it pass beyond his leg stump, beyond his front pad, into Bairstow's gloves.
And then there's the Steve Smith movie playing out at the other end. Serenely. Long, Bollywood-like movie.
Root up and bowls, and Smith gets bat on ball from the leg stump line. This time plays with the spin out to square leg. They walk a single. Chris Wokes, the subfielder, tidies up. Smith 76, 5 for 322, one left in the over.
Sort of forget about Chris Wokes, don't you? Yeah. His name's not mentioned at all, and he's always found it hard, particularly bowling over in Australia, but his record in England is sensational.
Getting a look at Jack Leach on our screen for Tyre Power, clean bowled savings. He'd be bowling the spin if you're available. Last ball here, Carey steers to deep backward point where they have a sweeper. He'll keep the strike with his single. He's 5, 77 overs gone, 5 for 323 with Smith on 76 and Carey 5.
It's City Mazda's Big 5 sale. Grab 5 big offers and unbeatable driveway deals on BT50 and CX9. Take your pick from over 55 BT50s or run-out CX9s. In stock now, ready for immediate delivery. So I get 5 big offers with every new BT50 or CX9? Yes, plus an unbeatable driveway deal. Hurry, stock won't last. Head to City Mazda to view all 5 big offers today. Love my city, love my City Mazda. Conditions apply, LMCT 11621.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Adam Collins, Damien, Fleming, Bharat, Sundaresan. We've got, I think it's 22 minutes until the close. Might be 20. Robinson away from us, 3 till the second new ball. Bowls here to Carey, leg gully in position. But Carey's on the front foot, pushing out to mid-wicket, no singles. So you do the maths here. They might get 3 at best.
Yeah.
3 at best if they run around and do it quickly.
Nobody's running around.
No.
Jimmy Anderson chasing that ball up the slope didn't look too good.
But they should be aware of that, shouldn't they, Flem? They should be mindful of getting through these 3.
Actually, I wanted to give Jimmy a rap. I thought he ran really hard to chase that ball. No, you've just got a wicket. You know, one more wicket, you're into the tail. They don't want to bat, so there is no urgency.
Yeah. Can Robinson get through? Away from us to Carey, who drives straight, checks his drive, but no mid-off, there'll be runs. Timed it really well. It'll reach the rope. The question is, can it be dragged in time by Tongue? It can, with a couple of metres to spare. Just beneath our commentary position, Carey to 8 with that 3. Australia 5 for 326.
And Ollie Robinson has been down on pace throughout the day, but in this spell, it looks like he's struggling to even complete his action. You can see it's not that upright. It's like he's really struggling.
Yeah, just wonder how fit he is, isn't it? Just that one spell after tea, you know, he got himself over 80 miles an hour, and it was linked to his momentum in his run-up. He charged in, and he's stopping halfway here.
Into Smith, bowls here. Smith just leaves alone a ball that dies into the gloves of Bairstow.
And you
can speed gun on that one.
You can control that, can't you?
That's a bit quicker. That's
it is 82. It didn't look it, but he's certainly not charging in like he did after tea.
Carey started
and
well.
You should be. Provides a full face of the bat. There's been 3 or 4 of them now. You know who his bat sponsor is. He's, you know, meeting it right in the middle of the bat.
Looks like he's taken the next step.
Yeah. Yeah. India was tough, but everywhere else has been very good.
Robinson in, Smith defending. I mean, you kind of almost not forgive him, but, you know, his game, reverse sweep heavy Bharat. He was, air quotes, putting it away there. It didn't quite play on his terms, but with the ball coming onto the bat, he looks fantastic.
Oh, yeah. And he played 2 crucial knocks at the Oval and his 50 last week at Edgbaston. And he just looks more settled. Even though he didn't score runs in India, his keeping was really, really good. Got his first stumping out of the way. I think that would have given him that confidence.
Well, he got 3 last test.
He did, yeah. A little bit of reverse swing from the previous ball we saw back on the replay for Tyre Power. Clean bowl savings. Bowls again here to Smith. No swing there, too short. Steered down to backward point. Smith gets a single. He's 77, 5 for 327 the score. Phil Long.
Yeah, you say he's quietly established himself in the team. Poor tour of India. Only Adam Gilchrist wearing the big gloves averages more than him in the Australian team. So,
what's he up to?
He's up to 35.5.
Okay, so who's the one? And he's keeping, you know, he's clearly the best wicketkeeper in this series.
I'm not sure how he's carrying people over the fence, though.
Yeah.
Extra slip to finish. He bowls to Carey, round the wicket and defended out to cover. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. Daniel Norcross taking you through to the close of play. Australia 5 for 327 with Smith 77 and Carey on 8.
When it comes to joist hangers, strap bracing and metal connectors, Pazload's cordless positive placement nailer owns the job. It's fast and accurate. For quick wins on site, get onto Pazload's new PPN Master.
Want more of SEN's expert analysis? Then subscribe to SEN League on YouTube for all the best NRL analysis from experts like Matty Johns, Cameron Smith, Greg Alexander, Andrew Voss, Matt White, and more. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN League and subscribe today.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. Root is in to Smith, and Smith works us into the onside, and he'll get an easy single. It's been hard going for England's bowlers, but not as hard as it has been for our new groom Adam Collins, who has made it through the day, ladies and gentlemen. He finished getting married at about 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, jeez.
I know. And he was here at some ungodly hour, like 8:30. He dragged us all down with him, but some of us were smart enough to get to bed.
He's actually stretching. He's stretching in the back of the
He's
box.
done it. He's done it, ladies and gentlemen. He's made it. One of the most incredible feats in human history.
Well done, Collar.
As Root is into Carey, who drives, but straight to short extra cover. There's no run. So I congratulate him, and I say well done. Well done, Skip.
Yeah.
Unbelievable effort.
Yeah.
Better effort than England's bowlers today.
And he was. No, they look like they've been out at Colo's wedding until 3:30.
There were a few.
Were they or not?
His delivery spins slightly, is left alone by the shouldering arms of Carey, and goes through to the keeper. There's no run. 5 for 328.
And Ollie Robinson looked like then he kicked on.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, it didn't turn too much, but just enough. Carey was wise to leave it as Root is in. It's a bit shorter and flat, and played back to him on the back foot. And there is no run. We've got around. Well, it's a crazy time of day we finished today, isn't it? 6:18 UK time. 6:48, I beg your pardon. So in 15 minutes time or so. Root into the left-handed Carey, still a slip in place, and he drives into the gap to get through for an easy single as Duckett sprawls to his tiny left, and there is just a single. He has a smaller left than many.
Oh.
5 for 329. There's a bit of turn, a bit of encouragement for Nathan Lyon, playing his 100th consecutive Test match.
Amazing, isn't it?
As Joe Root completes the over, is dabbed to backward point. That is the end of the over on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Australia 5 for 329.
What type of Snap Fitness member are you?
I want to be able to find a routine that I'll stick to and then really work on staying active more often. So I'm wanting more step-by-step support and guidance.
I'm looking to build health and well-being into my lifestyle, but too often I take a quick fix and fail. So I want help to stay on track with smaller, achievable goals.
Need a regular routine? It all begins at snapfitness.com.au. Snap Fitness helps members feel supported and encouraged. Snap Fitness. Get moving.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. And you know, today, Joe Root has become only the second player in the history of Test Cricket to score over 11,000 runs and take 57 wickets.
57 wickets on the dot or over?
Yeah, both.
Oh.
Wearing number 57, Ollie Robinson is in to Carey, who pushes the ball up to mid-on. There's no run. There are 57 varieties of ball that Joe Root does bowl. He did previously hold the record for being only the second man in the history of Test cricket to score over 11,000 runs and take 55 wickets. He's like Sergei Bubka. He's just raising the bar
every time,
one tiny centimetre at a time.
Who's he chasing?
Well, Jacques Callis, unfortunately.
And how many wickets did he get?
Well over 200. So he's got a way to go.
Chance?
Get there if he
plays in India a lot. Well, if he plays in this team, he'll probably get a lot more overs in. There's Robinson. There's into Carey, who covers up in defence. We're coming towards the end of the day now. He pushes it up to mid-off. There's no run. The lights are on full beam. And we've got 12 minutes to go. We've also got 4 balls to go until a new ball becomes available. Do England take it, Flem, or do their weary bowlers say pull the other one? Is Stuart Broad trying to get it changed?
He's not happy with this one.
He's trying to get it changed. It's 4 balls left. He's get an actual new one.
I think it is going a little bit reverse.
It is.
But they've got to get that new ball in their hand. One more wicket's crucial.
Robinson into Carey. who drives elegantly but can't beat the sprawling diving stop of Anderson at short extra cover. And there's no run. 3 balls after. Are you taking it, Flem?
Yep.
Are you looking at those bowlers and you're saying one last?
Let's just have a look at their body language. Are they saying, give me the second new ball? And it's not jumping out at me, but as a captain, sometimes you go, mate, we need one big effort, because even just one wicket tomorrow and Mitchell Starc or Pat Cummins is at either end, you feel like, oh, that first hour, we can rock and roll them.
Yeah, a bit of overheads, a bit of fun. Rocking and rolling in is Ollie Robinson, who pulls the ball on the channel outside the off stump, which is left alone. Bairstow takes, and there is no run.
Some movement. Stuart Broad seems to be warming up, though it looked like he was warming up to start marching.
Okay.
He's just stretching.
Alex Carey's footwork's been very crisp, hasn't it?
Yes.
You know, you compare him to Usman Khawaja, lets the ball come to him, but Carey's a bit more classical, isn't it? If it's up, I get a full stride to hit the ball. When it's back, I get right back, play the cut shot.
Robinson's into him, 3 slips in place. Oh, thick inside edge, squirts down to long leg. My word, we've seen a few of those today.
Why do they? You've been doing this a lot. Why do they let you down? I just gave him a rap. How succinct his footwork, how crisp it was when he got forward, and then he's just got an inside edge for a single.
It's deliberate, Flem.
Why do they let you down?
It's deliberate. You won't remember it, but you'll have said something 3 or 4 years ago. You'll have said something like, oh, he's thrown his hands at that, or, you know, shouldn't have played that shot. They remember, and then they punish you. The new ball is waiting to be brought on.
Got an interesting grip, the third umpire.
Umpire
fourth
Mills,
umpire.
that
Yes.
looks like. As Robinson is in and pushing into the offside is Smith. They go through for a single. They'll get there. Shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end. Close but no cigar. End of the 80th over. You know what that means, folks. New ball is available on Australia. No, forget it. Stop. It's a no ball off the 6th ball of the over. Phil Long, you've had a day and a half.
Always.
So have our producers, poor things.
You start totting everything up, and then out goes the arm, and it's a no ball.
Well, let that be a lesson to you.
I know.
Just wait. Yeah.
Just wasting time. They could. How many no balls now, Longy? Because I mean, they could have the new ball now if they kept behind the line.
More haste, less speed.
That's 12 for the day.
Robinson in, driven to short extra cover. We think that's the last ball of the over. We'll wait shortly. It is the last ball of the over, and 80 overs have been bowled. Australia 5 for 332.
Polaris end of financial year deals have been extended to July 31st with great savings across the range. Get $1,000 free accessories on the 2-seat Ranger 570, the 3-seat Ranger Northstar and the 6-seat Ranger Northstar Crew. Get $2,000 free accessories on the upgraded 23 Ranger Diesel and $3,000 free accessories on the Ranger XP 1000. Finance is available to approved purchases at a 6.99% rate. Don't miss out. See your local Polaris dealer. Polaris. Think outside.
SEN Test Cricket with Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. We've had some of your texts have come in. Thank you very much for that. Why not? I'm going to give Flemo a chance to just sort of ruminate on this. Says, hey, Flemo, can we finish the day with some jokes? Well, there are a couple of shots played off Joe Root that would probably qualify as jokes.
Watch the highlights. I'll just have a think about that, but we'll focus on the cricket just for now.
And Dave from Rowville has been in touch. As in comes Root. This is dabbed into the onside. They're going to get a single. Neatly played by Smith, just going back into his crease as he worked it just in front of square on the onside. 5 for 333. Here I was enjoying listening to Jeremy Clarkson moan to Jamie Oliver about how bad England were going. I think that's apparently me and you, Phil.
It's got to be the other Phil, surely.
Could be the other Phil. Yeah, probably was the other Phil.
He's more Oliver.
Yeah, he's more Oliver. As Root is in. And this has just worked into the onside off the front foot by Carey up to short mid-on. Then Root comes on and spoils the party. Enjoying the coverage nonetheless while working night shift in the pathology lab. Ooh, that's a serious job. That's not like this. As Root is in and Carey gets another one on the pads, which he tucks into the onside. Wanted a single. It wasn't there. Sent back. Robinson tidies up. There's no run. 5 for 333. Superstitious among you may want to put your feet up, but most of you probably have your feet up because you're probably lying in bed. Apart from Dave in Rowville, who's in the pathology lab. Root in. Forward comes Carey again to ball and a hint of turn. Works it once more to Robinson at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. England have been short on wicket celebrations. Our celebrations with Tobin Brothers Funerals celebrating lives. And they've done it 5 times today as forward comes Carey, pushes back up the wicket, and there is no run. 1 ball remains in this Root over. He's done a sterling old job here as Root, taken 2 for 19 in 8 overs as the final delivery is pushed back to him, and there is no run. Just enough time left in the day's play, 6 minutes to go for us to say good morning to our New Zealand listeners on SENZ. They're here thanks to Resine, New Zealand's most trusted paint brand. If you're listening in New Zealand, you can get involved. Just send us a text on, as Jeremy Coney would say, 8833. That's 8833. The new ball has been taken.
It's much. It's been viewed a lot of times, Jeremy's piece every morning, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, he loves his social media.
He's a cult hero.
Yes.
He adores it.
Yep.
He's a TikTok hero.
Yep.
There's a lot of talk
What's
about
his handle? What's his username? Can we think of a good one for him?
Well, I think it's Jeremy Coney, but it should be the Mantis, shouldn't it?
Yes.
I mean, that is him.
Yep.
Isn't it? Right. 5 minutes left. New ball taken. Ollie Robinson's got it in his hands, and he's bowling to Steve Smith, who gets up on his toes and plays a back of length ball into the offside, where it's fielded in the covers, and there is no run. I know it's strange. You're thinking, well, what does 5 minutes mean? That means it's 48. It means it's 3:48, but that's what it will be in Melbourne, 3:48. And then wherever you are in Australia, you can work it out from there.
First ball pretty much hit the middle of Stephen Smith's bat there.
Really did, didn't it? A lot of balls have hit the middle of Stephen Smith's bat today.
I'd take out the cover. Why have a cover? Encourage him to go hard. Get another slip in there.
Robinson rocks and rolls in. Right arm over the wicket for the nursery end, and he's driven back to Robinson, who fields well off his own bowling. Thinks about shying at the stumps, but doesn't.
Don't want to change the ball now.
Yeah, I was wondering that. Yeah.
See the way he looked then, Robertson.
Don't like this ball.
Actually fielded that very well.
Yeah, and his follow through. It's a lovely looking ball. It's a lovely dark red colour. Broad's warming up. He thinks he might be in with a chance of sneaking in.
Oh, you've got to get one. You'd want the ball in your hand right now.
Here is Robinson. Into Smith, who edge, and he drives through a vacant gully region down towards the boundary. It's being pursued by Duckett pointlessly, and it thuds into the sponge for 4 more on the scoreboard.
Why have you got a cover and no gully? Why?
This is a strong point to make here. It's a very strong point from you, Fleming.
No, I wouldn't have carried anyway, but still, I would have saved 4, but...
Yeah.
You're more likely to get a catch there.
Yep. Got to be thinking wickets at this stage. 5 for 337 when you've only got a maximum of 9 balls left to bowl today. Robinson into Smith, and Smith lets this go by outside the off stump into the gloves of Bairstow. There's no run. I mean, that's the key, isn't it? Got to be thinking 1 more wicket, as you said. That
just
brings in
6
start.
down. You're in the tail.
Yeah. It's not been a good day for England. They have struggled today. They've not been at their best with the ball. They've dropped some crucial catches early on.
Yeah, definitely. And really, Joe Root's spell's the one that's, you know...
kept them just in.
Definitely.
Robinson is in, and Smith advances and tucks this into the onside. Went right across his stumps as oft he does. Gets a thick inside edge. It rolls down to Rehan Ahmed, who scurries in for the long leg boundary. And that means that Carey will have 1 ball to face of Robinson. We will get another over in. Morning, gents. I'm off for a 30-kilometre run. And have you blokes as company, living a good life. Mick in Warrnambool. Do you know, I dreamt about Warrnambool the other day. I dreamt there was an international airport there, and I had to get back to England from there.
Oh, wow.
It's a lovely, cute airport, but there were crocodiles roaming inside it. I'm sure none of that
in the airport?
In the airport,
oh,
yeah.
Wow.
It was a dream.
I weren't a pilot.
There was no sign of a pilot.
Oh.
I think the crocodile had done for it.
Okay. Keep us in touch with your dream, Sips.
Yeah. What is Warrnambool? I don't know what it is. I've got to go one day.
A couple of famous footballers from there.
Robinson in and edged to backward point in the end, but once more there's nobody in the gully region, much to the consternation of Damien Fleming. Carey gets away with it. That ball did a little bit in that Robinson over. There's only one over remaining. 5 for 339. A 30-kilometre run strikes me as really quite long. I mean,
I could do that over 6 runs. I couldn't do it in one run, 30 kilometres. That's a decent ride.
It's a decent ride, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, I could walk it over a period of weeks, I guess, but I'm not running that. Are you, Phil?
Well, you're getting up to marathons, aren't you?
You are.
I'll walk it.
Walk it.
I could walk it.
I could walk it,
I'm definitely not running it.
Not running it. It's really bad for your knees. I mean, you know, the first person who ran the marathon, Pheidippides, so called because he ran from Marathon to Athens to tell them that the Persians were coming.
Oh, okay.
Do you know what?
What was his time?
He dropped it. No one knows his time. They didn't have precision accuracy. There was a lot of, you know, sand timers.
You'd think there'd be...
Wasn't even a PB.
What about an estimate?
But you know what? He dropped down dead. I mean, the moral of the story is don't run marathons.
No.
Unless you really, really need to in order to avert, you know, a terrible crisis of war. Yeah. 5 for 339, 3 slips in place, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, the deep backward square leg. Broad is going to start the last over of the day for the pavilion end. A rousing roar for the crowd. Carey defends a full delivery up to mid-on, and Broad has his arm in the air, wanting to appeal for bat before wicket, I think. We've seen a lot of bat before wicket today.
He's charged in, though, Broady again. I thought he was fantastic in the first test.
Yeah.
There's still energy in his legs.
Yep. Yeah.
He's keen for the appeal. He wants to go up for the DRS. He'd love to snaffle one here.
He would love it. 3 slips in place. Broad, forever headbanded. It's round the wicket to Carey. Carey lets this go by. Ball a little shape away into the gloves of Bairstow.
Got to make him play.
Yep.
Get rid of cover. I think mid-off's coming in.
Gully might be coming in, you know, in the form
They've got a deep point.
Ben Stokes.
Yeah, they don't need a mid-wicket.
They've got a deep point. Where's the deep point?
Well, he's a bit deeper than normal. Backward point.
Backward point. Duck it. I mean, he's not the biggest. He could be hiding pretty much anywhere. It's a 7-2 field. 4 slips in place. Broad into Carey. Carey defends a full delivery. Out into the covers on the front foot. Picked up by Anderson. There's no run. So
it's better. It's making him play. You just want to let every ball go here. But Carey's had to play a shot to that one.
Because Carey desperately wants to be there tomorrow. Broad is trudging back to the top of his mark. Weary but eager with new ball in hand. The crowd are rising to this occasion. Many still here. Broad is in. That's left alone outside the off-stump, didn't it? It's normally kept lower from the nursery end.
Yeah. Just a little joke. I think it was a dad's one. So why didn't the cricket team believe their captain?
I don't know, Flemmer. Why didn't the cricket team believe their captain?
He had a very silly point.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I give you that, yeah.
I don't know who asked for it.
Well, whoever asked for it is getting it now.
Yeah, just send us your feedback.
2 balls to go. Broad into Carey on the legs. Worked up to mid-on. There's no run. Last couple of texts of the day. On the balcony in Nice, south of France. Listening to your superb coverage. Session 1 tomorrow, likely to determine the test outcome. Not sure. Great work, SEN, says Tomsey.
I know Tomsey too.
Do you?
Yes. He's on 5 weeks holiday. He was at the Irvine Club function in the long room that I was lucky enough to MC last Friday.
Oh.
The Lordship was there, Ian Botham, Fat Cat, Greg Ritchie.
Last ball of the day. Broad into Carey, who drives into the covers off the front foot, but can't beat the fielder. That it brings to a close a day that was very much Australia's. At the start of the day at 10:30 in the morning UK time, Ben Stokes marched out under slate grey skies. Always look up, not down at Lord's. A pitch with a greenish tinge. Up went the coin. It was called incorrectly. by Pat Cummins. No hesitation from England's captain. You can have a bat, lads, and my word, they have. They have filled their not inconsiderable Aussie boots today. They have plundered runs at will. They have taken their pommy counterparts, and they have probably put them on the very brink of extinction in this Ashes series. Where did it all go right? Where did it all go wrong? We're going to spend 4 or 5 minutes thinking about that. For England, Josh Tongue and Joe Root, the major wicket takers. Does that, Damien Fleming, tell you everything about what went wrong?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, do you want me to elaborate? Okay, sorry. Thought that was quite a good summary.
It was pretty good, yeah.
No, when you win the toss and send the opposition in, you are expecting to bowl them out on that day. And they are only halfway through, and the Australians have scored at a very, very strong rate. So the couple of wickets for Tongue, they were crackers. Absolute crackers. He'll remember that for the rest of his life. To knock over two of Australia's finest opening batsmen of all time, Usman Khawaja and then Davey Warner. That was superb. And then really, it was just domination from the Australians, wasn't it? Warner scoring very quickly. Smith just batting through. He'd be very frustrated with his performances in that first test. That would have eaten at him for the week between the two test matches. So everything that I've seen from Stephen Smith today was, I want to get a big one. I want to get a big one. Need someone to hang around. Travis Head, 77. I've said that, he's just doing head stuff. And then Joe Root, as you said, got a couple of wickets, and they needed to. If they were three for, and if Head had kept batting, they would have been 350, 360. Trevor would be 100 not out. I'd almost say that England are going to struggle to win this test match. But if they can wrap it up quickly tomorrow with a second new ball, anything under 450 is a bit of a bonus. They'll feel like how quickly they score. But I'm looking at these conditions here, Dan. The Australians bowl quicker and they hit the pitch harder. I think they're going to enjoy bowling on this wicket here. And they've got the added bonus of having Nathan Lyon, and Joe Root was turning it.
Yeah, well, it's not Edgbaston. There's more in it than Edgbaston. It doesn't flown through or anything. It's not got lots of pace in it. But
I think the inconsistent bounce is a concern, isn't it? And you were saying mainly from the nursery end. And the quicker you bowl, that helps mess with batsmen's footwork. But even in Broadie's last over at the Members End, it just kept a bit low too.
This is our post-match wrap for Australian made. Look for the green and gold kangaroo logo and buy authentic Australian products. Phil Long, you have some numbers for us to encapsulate Australia's joy and English misery.
Shall I give you the bowling figures?
I'd love to hear the bowling
figures. James Anderson, 15 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 29. That's an economy of 1.93.
And it, I think, flatters him. Would you agree? Didn't bowl well for me today.
No wickets. Yeah. Open the bowling on a greenish pitch. Are you happy with that? I'm not happy with that.
Not happy with that.
Stuart Broad, 18 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 72. It's an economy of 4.
Bowled better.
Yep, bowled better. Got the ball up at least. Unfortunately, the Australian batsmen were too good.
Ollie Robinson, 21 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 86. That means collectively England's sort of big 3 bowlers, 54 overs, 1 for 187.
That tells you everything.
After winning the toss.
But then the big 2.
Yes. Well, let's go to Ben Stokes in 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 21.
That was a 12 and 9.
A couple of nice little outswingers, but he's a one spell only guy.
And that was his one spell for the day, as you say, yeah. Then Josh Tongue, 18 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 88.
Went for a few runs, but bowled a couple of crackerjack deliveries.
And then Joe Root later in the day, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 19.
Yep, and we didn't see Harry Brook for once. So, Macca's I'm loving it moment of the day. I want to nominate Johnny Bairstow lifting a Just Stop Oil protester up after the first ball had been bowled and marching, not running, marching him to the boundary and then dropping him over the boundary.
Yeah, firstly, the protesters are lucky the late, great Andrew Simons wasn't playing in this game because dealt with it quickly. But I thought Johnny's footwork was fantastic. And he bent down
to pick up
the protester, kept his balance all the way in the dumping. It's all in the dumping.
And he didn't dump head first, did he?
No,
he was solicitous enough just to cause a bit of pain without any lasting damage.
Almost with soft hands that we didn't see at Edgbaston.
Yeah.
And who knows, maybe that's sorted him out for later in the day. Stumping Travis Head, probably the turning point in the first day here today.
You could well be right. It's a new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's. What was the Macca's delivery of the day? It seems to me we've got a couple of options, both from the Tungster.
Yeah, I mean, Joe Root bowled a cracker to Travis Head. There wasn't much he could do with that. Was he in the same postcode, Travis, at the end? No, I'm going to go. It's on the tip of my tongue. I will go. I'm going to go the Warner one.
I think so.
I think Warner was obviously going better, 66 off 80. Watched it all the way, and he was just beaten by extra pace and movement. He was going away from Warner in one that just went down the slope. I thought it was beautiful.
And it was a culmination of a wonderful over, wasn't it? He'd been beaten. He had an inside edge.
Yep,
beaten on the outside, inside edge, and then clattered right through the defences.
Good work, Tongue.
Good work, Tongue, indeed. He and Root, probably the only two England players who feel really pleased with their performances today. For Australia, there's been some splendid batting, not least from Travis Head, who I say counter-attacked. It wasn't really that. Australia were 3 for 198 when Labuschagne was out, but he went after England's bowlers and he cowed them, it seemed to me. But the most ominous of the lot is the man with a first innings average of 86. He's currently 85 not out. The very first ball came solidly out of the middle of his bat. He never looked in any trouble, except when he was given out caught behind, but it was shown that the ball wasn't actually on his bat.
Well, he got the DRS right as well.
He got the DRS right. He's absolutely nailing it. Tomorrow, he could go large. Flem, before we depart, this game feels so much like England have got to make rapid early inroads tomorrow. Wrap this innings up, or else... Well, not just this Test match, but then the Ashes are going to be very, very difficult.
I mean, you get yourself 2-0 down in a series where you've got to win the series. You've got to dominate the next 3 Test matches. I'm giving them up to 450. I mean, ideally, they'd want 400 because there's assistance in this pitch. More in the air, actually, earlier on than off the seam. And as I keep saying, I just think the Australians will enjoy bowling on this pitch. So we say it just about the wrap of every day's play, but I just think the first hour, England need to win that first hour.
Yep, they've got a new ball. It's only 2 overs old, so they've got a chance. The forecast is manky for tonight. The rain is due to start in the middle of the night, and we don't know how long it'll last, but you will get an in-depth weather forecast. You will get pre-match build-up. You'll get it all here on SEN Test Cricket with McCafe. Tune in from 7:30 p.m. your time in Melbourne. But from all of us, many of us slightly desiccated.
I feel pretty good.
You're doing well.
Yeah.
All of those at Colo's wedding are now very much looking forward to saying goodbye to you all, and also very much looking forward to your company again tomorrow. Please do join us. Until then, from everybody in the team, it is a fond farewell.